Dominion, 37 years after the Battle of Yavin. When Gilad Pellaeon returned to Bastion, it felt nothing like a homecoming. There was no surprise in that. He spent most of the past 2 years stationed in Annexus and Coruscant, and most of that time had been spent on M'Gara. After he'd left Corellia as a teenager without looking back, he'd spent most of his life aboard various spacecraft. M'Gara was but the most recent one in the line of transient homes, and not the most comfortable. Deep down he missed Chimera. It was the ship he'd spent the most years on, and the ship on which he'd accomplished the most. Chimera, unfortunately, had been broken and lost during the U.S. Henvong invasion. Critically injured and hauled to a shuttle by Vitor Riej, he'd been forced to abandon it over Bastion, and by the time they had retaken the capital and driven out the Vong, it was gone. He still felt, obscurely, a sense of guilt over leaving that ship, like he would after failing a longtime friend. M'Gara, at least, had escaped that fate. Like Dominion, she'd taken heavy damage during the initial assault and retreated to Bastion, where she'd undergone emergency repairs and helped fight off the Vong there. The one time he felt welcomed at Bastion was when Malgarin Riaj greeted him at the landing pad and escorted him to her office so they could speak privately. As they walked through the halls, she asked politely after her son, whom Pellaeon had left in command of M'Gara in orbit, and promised to send down in due course. When they reached her office, they sat down on either side of her desk and got down to real business. The good news is that there haven't been any more attacks, Riaj told him. She sat back in her chair, crossed one leg over the other. Maybe Ardiv is doing his job. Maybe, Pellaeon said. Admiral Nathal agreed to send elements of the Second Fleet to patrol the Alliance side of the border, for what that's worth. Riaj acknowledged that with a reluctant nod. I've arranged a meeting with the Moth Council for, Pellaeon glanced at his wrist chrono, recently set to Bastion Standard Time. 3 hours? What do I need to know before then? I don't know. What do you have for me? Pellaeon took the data rod Kalinda had given him out of his breast pocket and placed it on her desk. This was my parting gift. It contains all data recorded from sensor sweeps of the battle sites by Alliance and local parties. She didn't reach for it. Probably nothing our own haven't picked up. Still worth checking. Have you reviewed it yourself? On the way here? Yes. Whoever attacked those ships was using a very large force. According to scans of residual exhaust traces, they were all using ships of Kuwaiti design. That didn't mean much, of course. Imperial Star Destroyers, even the ones built now at Yaga Minor, mostly used Kuwaiti main engines. The planet and its shipyards had themselves been in Alliance hands for some 30 years. It's impressive, Riaj said, to destroy these convoys so completely that you leave no witnesses, not even shipboard sensors logs. It certainly implies a military operation. Exactly? She let the implication fall awkwardly between them. Pellaeon gave a small sigh. Malgarin, I've been trying very hard to hold our relationship with the Alliance together. I'm not going to go accusing them of anything without proof, and whoever's behind these attacks seems to be very intent on not leaving proof behind, which is itself suggestive of something. Riaj raised an eyebrow. Like what? It's something besides simple terrorism. Terrorists want attention. Whoever has been making these strikes doesn't. Their goals are more complex. Not necessarily. Revenge is a simple emotion. He was surprised to hear Riaj rush to judgment like that. He'd have expected it from other commanders, or arch-conservative moths like Fennick, but she'd always supported his role in the Alliance. She'd seen the wisdom of allying with it during the Vong War, and she had, with a little reluctance, agreed to support Pellaeon after he'd taken the role of the Alliance Navy's Supreme Commander. Has something changed that I don't know about? He asked. Do you have some data I haven't seen? No, she admitted, and gave a little sigh. And I haven't simply decided to lay blame on the Alliance. But from every logical viewpoint I can see, they are the most likely candidates, even if these attacks aren't sanctioned by Nathal or Bwatu. There is another possibility, Pellaeon said reluctantly. What's that? It was a road he didn't want to go down, but it had to be said. These attacks could be committed by Imperial citizens trying to break us away from the Alliance. Ridiculous. Old hatreds cut both ways, M'Gara. It sounds like everyone in the Empire's already assumed the Alliance is behind these attacks, even you. It's not possible, Gilad. These were military attacks, and all of our forces are accounted for. So are the Alliances, or so they say. The Alliance has far more worlds and ships than we do. It would be easier for rogue element to get lost. M'Gara, are you sure our ships are all accounted for? Absolutely sure. I can't show you all the schedules, all the data you want. And no, I'm not just taking Fennick's word for it. No, she'd have her own people working independently on Yaga Minor, spying on Fennick. She was no fool. There is, he acknowledged, one more possibility. Riach tilted her head. And what's that? M'Gara, what can you tell me about the Lior system? Riach got a distant look in her eyes, the kind she got when her thoughts fell back into the well-ordered catalog of her brain. Deep core system, she said at last. Located on a spur off the Bice Run. I knew that. What can you tell me about facilities we used to have there? None that I'm aware of, but we both know there wasn't really a we back then. That was right enough. Even when the Emperor's clone had nominally reunited the warring factions in the Empire, all the petty warlords had been keeping secrets from one another, always juggling knives meant for each other's backs. Miserable as it all had been, their constant scheming had allowed some hidden resources to survive the destruction of Bice, including Megador and Dominion. Well, Pellaeon said, there was some facility there. It was destroyed within the past 2 to 3 years by an unknown party. Riach leaned forward. Where did you learn that? A contact. In the Alliance? He nodded and said no more. The way General Selu, or all people, had contacted him had been alarming in itself. Selu was clearly very concerned about the potential of long-lost Imperial hardware getting resurrected, but there was more than that. Nathal and Kalinda hadn't even hinted at the matter, even though it was exactly the sort of thing they would have known about, that Selu would have taken to them the moment he found out. It meant that Nathal and Kalinda very likely didn't trust him when it came to Lior and the Empire's old secrets. It also meant there were probably other things they didn't trust him with. It had been a wounding realization, and it had been gnawing at him during the whole flight to Bastion, but he wasn't going to share all of that, not even with Riach. The attacks had her on edge. She seemed more willing to jump to conclusions than usual. When it became clear Pellaeon wasn't going to give any more, Riach said, I'll look into this too. I promise. Thank you. Do you really think it has a connection with the attacks? I think it's possible some third party, or some rogue element from either side of the border might have found an old weapon to use against us. And you have to admit that the timing does seem convenient. You said the installation was destroyed years ago. 2 or 3 from what I've heard. So around the same time I was busy dealing with the Killiks and Chiss. That timing is certainly too convenient to ignore. So is this information dropping into your lap just now? I don't think the Alliance is trying to throw me. I trust the source. Do you? Her gaze was skeptical, probing. Pellaeon was surprised to find that yes, he did trust Tycho Selu, much more than he trusted Kalinda or Nathal. Those two were younger. They had been brought up in a different era and approached things differently than Pellaeon and Selu, who had slogged through the same ugly war, many times meeting in battle on opposite sides. Between the right men it could breed a certain kind of mutual respect, even mutual trust. He hoped he was right to trust Selu. One way or another, he'd find out. All right, Riach said finally, I'll do everything I can to investigate the Lior system. Excellent. In the meantime, I need to prepare for my meeting with the moths. I don't envy you that. She allowed a familiar, knowing smile that hinted at the bonds they shared over the years. Send Vitor down at some point too, would you? You've monopolized my son for far too long. Don't blame me for that. He held up 2 hands. It was Vitor's idea to come to the core. He's a very big believer in the Alliance, you know. Something flickered across her face. A sadness perhaps, but it was gone quickly. She said, you're right. The optimism of the young, I suppose. He's not so young anymore. Younger than us, Gilad. Younger than us old fossils. That was what they were all right, 2 fossils, still with skin and flesh attached despite all they'd been through. Too many were gone, but a few were still left. Just looking at M'Gara and Riej, realizing that was enough to give him a little confidence. There was something off about Tycho Selu that morning. The old general was usually the picture of calm, confident respectability, but as he stood in Nathal's office he kept shifting balance from one side of the body to the other, and he could never quite look her in the eye. Maybe he just wasn't happy with his new assignment. "Admiral," he said, "I know the convoy attacks are important, but I'd like to finish what I started. I don't think what happened at Lior is less important. It might even be more critical now." Nathal looked up at him from behind her desk. "You believe this missing Imperial hardware might be involved in the attacks?" "I think it's definitely possible. Perhaps. Or it could not be related at all. I'll admit that," he said reluctantly. "There could have been nothing at Lior. That base might have been just that, a base, and the Imperials could have destroyed it 3 years ago because they found a loose end that needed tying up. It could be that simple." Selu nodded but didn't seem to believe it. He didn't suggest once again they contact Pellaeon, and she was glad for that. He probably figured that the Grand Admiral had enough problems right then. "If Lior and the convoy attacks are related, General, you'll have a chance to investigate that at Adumer also." "Perhaps. Put bluntly, Admiral, I still think you could send someone else. You have special contacts on Adumer, old friends. I suppose you could call them that. The Adumeri have always been prickly, independent. You could say that too. Then you agree your contacts make you the best person to investigate there. If there's a chance anyone on that planet was involved, or if their security was compromised and that led to the convoy's destruction, we need to know." "I understand." With a touch of resignation, he added, "I'll go to Adumer, Admiral. I just don't want the Lior investigation to go cold. Kalenda is a tenacious type. She won't let it." Nathal tilted her head in a Mon-Cal gesture of curiosity. "Has your contact on Corellia yielded anything helpful?" Selu had never identified his contact, but Nathal and Kalenda both assumed it was either Wedge Antilles or his ex-spy wife. Selu seemed determined to keep his retired friends retired, and she could see he was picking his words carefully. "I was able to learn a little more. My contact had people check with the 5 worlds traffic control and see if they could identify any YT 2800 ships moving at the basic time window that would match our target." "And do you have an identification?" "Maybe. There was an outbound ship and an inbound ship at about the right times, but they were using different transponder codes, neither of which matched the ship used at Empress Tita." "That means nothing." "No, but it doesn't guarantee either of those ships is the one we want. Do you at least have the data from Corellian flight control?" Selu took a small data rod from his pocket and placed it on her desk. "Excellent," Nathal nodded. "I'll send that to Kalenda's people." Selu put both hands on his hips and looked at her straight for the first time that day. "You're focusing on the convoy attacks now?" She nodded. "I'll be sending some ships close to the Imperial border. That's more likely to spook them than reassure them. I know, but I want ships standing by in case something happens. If we can stop one of these attacks while they happen, catch the culprits, it will help everyone." She was assuming there would be more attacks. Selu nodded. He'd assumed the same thing. "I've also set asset tracking to make sure all task forces are accounted for at all times," she added. Selu's white brows drew together. "Do you think this could be some rogue alliance element?" "It's a possibility we have to consider." Selu nodded grimly. That, too, was something he'd assumed. "Is there anything else from your Corellian contact?" Nathal asked. Selu shook his head. "Not yet. I've asked them to keep prodding. And they know to be in touch with you at Adumer. They will once you tell me what ship I'll be going on. I'll decide that within the hour." An awkward silence settled between them. They looked at each other without quite meeting the eyes. Despite Nathal's assurance, the investigation into Lior seemed to be coming to an end, even Selchu's transit information probably wouldn't come to much. Well, Selchu said at last, I'd better get packing. Have a good flight, General. Selchu nodded. For a moment, he looked like there was something else he wanted to say, but then his jaw set tight, he turned, and he walked out of the room. Nathal slumped back in her chair. After allowing herself a sigh, she took out her datapad and began reviewing the latest inventory of the Second Fleet. She had no idea what would happen to the ships she sent to the edge of Imperial space, and that meant she had to plan for anything. She could, of course, request aid from Boitu's Fifth Fleet, or any of the other naval divisions, but drawing even more ships away from the core would simultaneously scatter Alliance defenses and make the Imperials ever more edgy than they surely were now. There were other possibilities. Local detachments from Botho, Hapes, Dornia, and Corellia were still in the core after the recent naval exercises. The thought of sending a bunch of Corellians to defuse this tense situation, or any tense situation, almost made Nathal laugh. As for the Happens, they had a long and mostly unpleasant relationship with the Empire. The same could be said with the Bothans and Dornians, and many other races, but they might intimidate the Imperials less. With another sigh, she got up and went to her personal communication station. She had a few more calls to make. You don't have to come with us, Eltoth told Abot as they stood in the office that was now the former's, and once the latter. Eltoth had called the old general to see him right after getting orders from Nathal. Abot had to admit the thought of ditching was damn tempting, but he still balked at it. Ben Eltoth was part of the reason things seemed like they could get dangerous, and he didn't want to tell Kyles he'd left his son in the lurch. But there was more than that. Against himself, Abot was curious. The convoy attacks were a threat to the present state of peace, yes, but they were also a mystery waiting to be solved. They could, conceivably, point to a much larger threat. I'll come with you, he told Eltoth. Who knows? I might even be able to give helpful advice. Eltoth frowned a little. I'm not inexperienced. I fought the Vong and the Empire before that. I know. I didn't mean to imply that. Then why do you want to come? Just a few days ago you were telling me it was best for us to stay out of other people's fights. In certain circumstances, Abot corrected him. What about this circumstance? Abot thought for a moment. I think we're at a crossroads right now, Ben. The Alliance has held up since the Vong War, but there have been plenty of little fractures. Separatist factions on Corellia and other worlds, inequalities in recovery from the invasion. It's the kind of little fractures that, altogether, might rip the Alliance apart like it did the New Republic. This situation is different, though. It came out of nowhere, and is so very dramatic. Dramatic is very much so. A mysterious attacker drops out of nowhere, starts destroying Imperial civilian convoys in Alliance space, slaughtering thousands and leaving no trace. It's like someone wants to restart a war between the Empire and the Alliance. Some beings are saying it's a false flag attack. Rogue Imperials are attacking their own ships and blaming it on the Alliance. I'm sure in the Remnant, people are saying it's all the Alliance's fault. I have to admit, I'm more inclined to believe them. Why? Eltoth said, surprised. Because if there really is another war, the Imperials are going to lose. They're a pathetic rump state. They just lose even more sectors if they try to fight the Alliance. Maybe they don't see it that way. The Imperials are sick with pride. They always have been. But you'd have to be blisteringly stupid to think a war against the Alliance and all its coalition would be anything other than a disaster. Maybe they want something else, Eltoth said thoughtfully. Maybe they want to break off from the coalition, lock their borders down, cut out all outside influence, and become a fortified hermit state. Abot considered. That does sound rather believable. Eltoth sighed. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? When does Charak push off? 4 hours. We're to head for Jan Fathel, then patrol the Intrala route. Abot hadn't been in that part of space since the Arenda campaign, a quarter-century ago. It had gone very badly, and a return felt like a bad omen. Eltoth hadn't been with him then. Back then it had been Jadesi Kiori, that driven young human woman who'd been proud to captain a ship full of Dornians against her hated empire. She was dead now, lost to her own suicidal idealism, just like Farley Carson was lost to the Yvetha and Palam Morano to the U.S. Hinvong. Too many people had gone off and died. That was reason enough not to leave Ben El-Toth now. Last chance to grab a shuttle back to Dornia, General. Abot shook his head. No. Let's just consider this one more joyride in service of the galaxy's greater good. Well, I hope it's the last one. At least for you. So do I, Bet. So do I. Tycho Selchu hadn't stepped foot on Adumer in a quarter century. He first got on with Wedge, Hobby, and Jansen as part of a diplomatic mission trying to woo the planet's leading nation-state of Carton. When the first plan hadn't panned out, they'd allied with the other states instead. In the end, the Republic got a new partner and Wedge got a wife, so it had been a pretty good turn all around. It had certainly helped improve collective spirits after the disastrous loss at Arinda months before. He wasn't surprised how little had changed. The planet had escaped the U.S. Hinvong invasion, and they'd been suckers for tradition anyway. Honor duels with archaic blaster swords, so in fashion during Tycho's last visit, remained a cultural staple, though efforts to rein in and regulate the practice had significantly cut down on the number of duel-related deaths recently. That was what his welcoming party told him. Cheriske Hanaday was one of those things that hadn't really changed over time, despite superifical differences. The small, dark-haired woman was more than twice the age she'd been when assigned as their guard and guide on contested Adumer, but she still had the same large bright eyes, elegant movements, and easy smile. After Adumer had joined the New Republic, she'd in turn joined his starfighter corps, even flying with Wraith Squadron for a short time. After the U.S. Hinvong War, she'd gone back home and assumed command of his local defense forces, a position she still held. It's not that I'm not glad to see you, but I'm not sure what you expect to get by coming here, Shara said as she escorted him through the halls of the planet's defense headquarters. Admiral Niathal thought I might be able to open doors other people can't here, he said. I'm also here as a show of strength. Raise the flag and all that. Yes, that Alliance Star Destroyer in orbit does say strength, among other things. Cheris wagged her head from side to side. We've already given all of our sensor records from the site to Alliance Intel. We handed all the wreckage back to the Imperials. It was their convoy after all. I know. You did the right thing there. Did you see the battle zone yourself? She nodded. I got there before the Imperials did. You've seen battle zones before. What did you think of it? After a moment's thought, she said, there was nothing in the way of projectile weapon remains. No cases or thrust capsules from proton torpedoes or anything like that. Whoever attacked must have used turbolasers only. What about the dispersal pattern of the debris? Well, by the time we got there it had been cold for a few hours. Stuff was starting to drift in different directions. But you could still get a basic projection. As she led Tycho into her office, Shara said, it almost looked like the whole convoy had just been washed over by one big wave of destruction. It wasn't you could tell they'd been ripped apart by lots of turbolaser fire, but that's what the dispersal pattern reminded me of. Debris pushed along the ocean. So you're saying the attack came all from one direction? Pretty much. Whoever pulled those ships out of hyperspace must have had a jamming field up to block their distress calls, plus a low-level interdiction field. Why low-level? It didn't look like those convoy ships even had time to rearrange themselves into a defensive position. The moment they dropped out of hyperspace, the other fleet must have been right on top of them, ready to blow them to pieces with turbolasers. Tycho thought a moment, then asked, any signs of snub fighters? Nothing. Tycho supposed it made sense. If the attackers wanted to hide their identity, sending fragile little starfighters into the battle zone would be far too risky, just like lobbing torps and missiles whose manufacture could be traced. A handful of heavy capital ships would have been able to make short work of that civilian convoy even without the help of fighter support. Tycho decided to change tack slightly. I've got another question. I'm not sure if you can answer it, but it's probably worth asking. Cheris leaned back against her desk and crossed her arms over her chest. Go ahead. Has Adumer accepted any defense contracts with the Corellians lately? She frowned. Most of the defense companies on Adumer are privately owned. I'm not privy to everything they do. But you must have heard some things, right? Industry rumors. I haven't heard anything about Corellians, sorry. I'll let you know if I do. But even if they do make a contract, that's not illegal, is it? We just sold a bunch of missiles to the Remnant. Well, tried to. We're not sure if they're going to withhold payment yet. The Alliance has put caps on local defense capabilities. If the Corellians go beyond that, then yes, it is illegal. Cheris gave a little sigh. Adumer makes weapons, Tycho. That's our role in the big scheme of things. We could debate the morals of that for a long time, but in terms of legality, well, your company's big concern is credits. Just like any other business, she said, defensively. I'm not here to argue about this. Tycho held up both hands. I mean, without Adumery weapons, the New Republic would have had a lot harder time pushing back the Empire. So let's leave that all aside now. Gladly. Cheris seemed glad to escape that line of discussion. She asked, how are the others? Winter's back on Coruscant, thanks for asking. I thought so. But the others? Wedge, Hobby, Jansen. Well, Wedge and Lior are on Corellia. Still have 2 lovely daughters. Hobby's a consultant for income, and Jansen, well, last I heard, he's trying to start up some brandy enterprise on Tanal. Do you see them often? Sometimes, but not that much. None of them are on Coruscant anymore except me. She made a humming sound. Shame. You made a good team. Well, we're at peace now, and hopefully it's going to stay that way. I guess it takes a war or a crisis to bring people together. That was a weird way of thinking. Well, she wasn't wrong. Tycho would have never gotten through the war with the Empire without good friends on his wing, those 3 most of all. Once the fighting was over, they started, gradually, to drift apart. He wasn't sad the war was over. Not at all. But a part of him did regret that he no longer flew, plotted, laughed, and drank with those good men every day. Well, he forced a smile. I'm a senior military man now. Have to be mature and respectable, and I couldn't do that if I had Jansen around all the time, could I? She smiled back. No, I guess not. A comfortable silence dropped between them. Tycho savored it for a moment, but only a moment. He had something else to talk about. Cheris, he said, how's Admiral Ragas doing? Her big eyes blinked. He's all right, I think. You think? That's not very informative. He keeps to himself, Tycho. He retired after the Vong War, and he liked to keep out of the public eye. He's getting old, and I've heard his health isn't the best. It wasn't surprising, but it was still sad to hear. Terran Ragas had been one of the rare Imperials with a sense of honor, and in the end a mix of honor and war weariness had driven him out of the Empire's service to become head of Adumer's local defense force. Before that, Tycho and Ragas had, sometimes unknowingly, faced off at a number of battles, including Arinda and Quell, and worked together to track down warlord Singe. Is it possible I could talk to him? Could you put in a request? Cheris nodded hesitantly. I could try. I don't know if he'll want to see you, or what condition he'll be in. A request is all I ask. Please? It's important. She frowned. Do you think Ragas might know something about the attacks? He left the Empire so long ago. I'd like to ask him some questions. It's a long shot, but please, I'd like to try. She clearly didn't understand, but she nodded anyway. Thanks, Cheris. This could mean a lot. He allowed a small, honest smile. Nathal had been right. Good friends did come in handy. The shipyards at Yaga Minor were the only ones left in Imperial space, but they were as impressive as anything anywhere in the galaxy. During the U.S. Vong War, Fennick had led the 181st in defense of the clusters of orbital dry docks, defense stations, refueling pylons, and construction grids that hung over the planet. He felt, therefore, a bit of pride as his shuttle approached the largest orbital cluster. He had retired from Imperial service after the end of the war, but he was glad to have been able to undertake that one last, critical defense of the Empire. "We're going to a private dock," Cerulean explained as she directed their ship toward the highest and most empty pylon. "Keeping things secret?" Fenner asked. His tone was slightly joking but his intent serious. She simply nodded and took them in. A squadron of stormtroopers was there to meet them after they docked, but no officer stood at his head. Cerulean herself marched between the two columns of white armored soldiers, giving them just an acknowledging nod. Fenner fell in after her, and the soldiers fell in after him. "You're clearly a familiar face," he told her. "How long have you and Fennick been on such good terms?" "The 181st has been stationed at Yaga Minor for the better part of 5 years, sir. Naturally, I'd have to make friends." Cerulean, for all her skill as a soldier, had always had a certain political competency Fenner never had. More than once, he'd urged Baron Fell to simply overthrow Pestage, Isard, and all the other fools who started pillaging the Empire as soon as Palpatine was dead. Once Fenner had taken command of the 181st, he'd understood how naive he'd been, how ignorant he was to the complexities of managing an interstellar empire. He hadn't wanted to understand them either. He'd always been a soldier, and never once wanted to be an administrator. Cerulean, apparently, had. She got through several more layers of security with a few easy nods to the guards before she finally led Fenner into a conference room with a broad viewport looking down on the planet. Seated at the end of the table, half silhouetted against Yaga Minor's glow, was old Curlin Fennick. While Pellaeon had retained a certain square-shouldered, white-haired elegance in his twilight years, Moth Fennick had grown bald and fat. Dark liver spots marked hands that looked withered and bony compared to the sagging bulge of his torso. Jowls hung like melted candle wax down the edges of his face. Nonetheless, there was no mistaking the intensity in his small dark eyes. "I'm glad you could join us, General Fenner," Fennick said. His voice was still strong, too. General Cerulean made an enticing case, Fenner said as he took a seat at Fennick's right shoulder. Cerulean took a spot on his left. "Yes, I hoped your old, subordinate could persuade you." Without glancing at Cerulean, Fenner folded his hands on the tabletop and told Fennick, "She got me to come here and speak with you. I haven't been persuaded of anything yet. But you understand what we're doing here, don't you?" "Frankly, no, I don't. She says you're putting together a military force. One to defend us against Alliance attacks." Everyone kept assuming the elements of the Alliance, rogue or sanctioned, were behind the convoy attacks. Pellaeon admitted it was likely, but he still wanted some proof. "How is this force being organized? Is it being staged somewhere? Or are you just gathering loyal commanders?" "For now, loyal commanders. For now. And then what? You know Pellaeon's return from the Corps." "Of course I know. He just gave a speech at Bastion to the Moth Council." Fenner hadn't heard that bit. "You are part of that council, aren't you?" "I told Pellaeon to come see me. I said I'm busy coordinating the defense of our territory against unprovoked aggression." I was being more honest than he knows. "Are these loyal captains of yours taking part in maneuvers now?" "Some. Others are at Yaga Minor or elsewhere." "What happens when the source of these attacks is identified?" "Pellaeon's not a dawdler and he's not a fool either. He'll move against the attackers fast, whoever they are." "You assume the source will be identified?" "It has to be eventually." "And you didn't answer my question. This fleet you're building, this network, is it to move against the Alliance? Or are you planning a coup against Pellaeon?" Now that he'd finally come out and said it, an awkward pall fell over the room. He glanced at Cerulean for the first time since the conversation began. She averted her eyes. "If the culprits of these attacks do prove to be Alliance, we can't be sure Pellaeon will react accordingly," Fennick said. "They'll try to blame it on rogue elements, and he'll eat those excuses. He trusts them too much. He's been in the Corps for too long. You were just there for that funeral, weren't you? Didn't you see it?" Fenner's mind flicked back. It seemed much longer than a week ago. He and Pellaeon had hovered close to each other after the ceremony, but, for the most part, Pellaeon had done the talking, and Fenner had done the watching. What he'd seen had quietly disturbed him. An Imperial Grand Admiral talking easily with easy respect to his subhuman allies. A man who seemed more at home in his adopted environment than in the society in which he'd been raised. Pellaeon does have the best interests of the Empire at heart, Fennick said. He believed that, against all else, alien lover or no, Pellaeon was still a man of honor. Yes, but he not wholly Imperial anymore, is he? That was such a simple way of saying things, but it was accurate. Cerulean spoke up for the first time. Pellaeon believes we need to integrate into the Alliance, but he's wrong. If we do that, we'll dissolve in their waters. We'll lose everything we've been fighting for. Everything they all died for. He thought of all the stone monument on Bastion, all those names carved in white letters. Avrian, Dankin, Devis, so many more. He thought of that woman with the son who was growing up in peace. We can't just start a whole new war against the Alliance, Fennick insisted. We won't, Fennick insisted. But we can pull our ships back into our territory, fortify the border, and hold. The Alliance is doomed anyway. All those bickering aliens will tear themselves apart in time. That's what they said about the old Rebel Alliance too, and the New Republic. During the Vong War, it looked like that prediction was finally coming true. But when the dust had settled, all the fractured systems across the galaxy seemed more united than ever. Fennick was still amazed and incredulous. He had to cut to the heart of it. Fennick asked, "Do you plan to overthrow Pellaeon? Yes or no?" With equal directness, Fennick said, "If he refuses to hold the Alliance accountable for their crimes, yes." Define accountable. If he doesn't withdraw all cooperation and fortify the border. The Grand Admiral that Fennick had watched at Bel Iblis' funeral would never do that. He was too entangled in the Alliance web. It was no longer a question. Fennick felt something heavy fall over him. He asked, "How?" "With the forces I've arranged, we can make him stand down," Fennick said. "Can you really? What if he tries to fight?" "There are many captains loyal to him, personally. The critical thing about any coup is that it has to be over and done with before anyone realizes it has happened." Coup. That word piled more weight on Fennick's chest. Cerulean said, "We can draw Pellaeon to a remote location, then seize him." Seize him with what? He brought M'Gara with him. Fennick paused, thought. "Dominion. Do you have?" Fennick shook his head. "I didn't even attempt that one. Captain Ardif has always been loyal to Pellaeon. That was why I sent him to patrol the border." "Then how do you plan to deal with M'Gara?" Something wordless passed between Fennick and Cerulean. It seemed like neither was willing to speak. Then, with impeccable timing, the comlink pinned to Fennick's chest started buzzing. With those spidery spotted hands, he picked it up and held it to his mouth. "This is Moth, Fennick. Report." Fennick was close enough to hear a tinny voice say, "Sir, there's been another convoy attack." Breath caught in Fennick's chest. Fennick's sagging face twisted. "Damn. Where?" "Just outside our border, sir. En route from Ortrassi to Moonlist." "And where was Dominion?" "Down by Borosk, sir." "Damn," the old moth repeated. "Do we have people on the scene?" "Yes, sir. Alliance surveyors have yet to arrive. We've already started to gather material from the wreckage. Dominion is on its way." "Is there anything to gather this time?" "Possibly, sir. We're getting reports now." "Excellent. I'll be at Ops in 5 minutes." Fennick switched off the comlink. His dark little eyes fell right on Fennick. "I'll come with you," he said. It was impossible to say anything else. When they got to the station's control deck, barely anyone seemed to notice the famed old ex-general walking alongside Fennick in his hovering repulsor chair. The men and women were all clearly distraught by the newest attack, this one right on the edge of Imperial space. Fennick joined Fennick and Cerulean at the central station, where a young lieutenant informed them that while there were no survivors from this attack, some of the ships were more intact than in the previous cases. They probably didn't want to stay close to the border long, Fennick suggested. "Are they getting overconfident?" Fennick clacked his tongue. "Sloppy." The lieutenant listened to something on his earpiece, then said, "Sirs, It seems they've recovered a visual recording from one of the ships. Can they send it? Asked Cerulean. It's transmitting now, sir. Visual only. The lieutenant flipped a few switches, and suddenly a hologram blazed to life in the middle of the room. All the tense, scampering crew stopped to stare at it. Fennick barely noticed. He couldn't take his eyes away. The holo showed the bridge of a mid-sized freighter, at the stars beyond. Crewmen scampered soundlessly in the foreground, and explosions burst beyond the viewport. Suddenly it drifted into view, the long, lumpy, instantly recognizable shape of a Mon Calamari cruiser. The cruiser began firing. The camera shook. Crewmen fell to the deck. There was flash of light, and a burst of static. The holo flickered off. No one spoke. Fennick looked sidelong to see Cerulean's face tight and paled with anger. I'm with you, he said, so quiet it could barely be heard, even by Cerulean or Fennick. But it didn't matter. They already knew. Terran Ragas lived in a small but well-appointed villa some 50 kilometers outside Adumer's capital. The rolling hills surrounding it were all cultivated for farming, but Ragas' place was walled off from the other properties. A protocol droid ushered Tycho's speeder through the gate, then led him down a meandering pathway surrounded by trees and flowers. Finally, it bade Tycho to sit down in the waiting room of the ex-admiral's villa. It was modestly but tastefully furnished in Adumery fashion, with undecorated white walls that amplified the warmth of afternoon, sunlight spilling in from the garden. It was, Tycho thought, just the kind of place he'd like to spend his waning years in. When Ragas arrived a few minutes later, his spirits fell. He came in a repulsor chair that cradled a thin body half covered in blankets. Ragas had lost a lot of weight and most of his hair. Tired bags drooped beneath his eyes. Tycho got to his feet and tried to hide his shock with a quick salute. Admiral Ragas, it's good to see you again. Ragas at least had the strength to raise one bony hand up for a return salute. As Tycho sat down, he nudged his repulsor chair closer and said, I'm sorry to see you in such a state, but I rarely look better than this nowadays. It's perfectly all right, Tycho said, with a bland smile, wondering what specific illness had wasted Ragas away but dead set against actually asking. It's all Tuvian syndrome. The old admiral could read him well. Runs in the family. A degenerative neural disorder. No good cure for it. Tycho couldn't say anything else. Forget about that right now. Ragas waved a bony hand and regarded Tycho with those sunken eyes. You know, I'm not sure if we've ever actually met one-on-one. Selu. With Wedge Antilles, yes, and your friend, Garrick Lauren, but you. I don't think so. So I have to wonder why you came all the way out here to see me. Technically, I came to Adumer with the Alliance reinforcements. You've heard about the attacks on Imperial convoys. Ragas' head bobbed. It sounds very nasty. Tycho wondered whether he meant the attacks themselves, the political mess they set off, or both. I'm here to address those issues, but I also wanted to talk to you about something. Something related. I haven't had any contact with my old, friends for over 2 decades. I had to have special security follow me around everywhere for years because they kept threatening to assassinate me after my, defection. This isn't about the convoy attacks. At least, I hope it isn't. You're just making me more confused, Selu. He considered just how much to tell Ragas. Nathal and Pellaeon might not agree, but he couldn't picture the man as a security threat. This villa, nice as it was, felt hollow and empty. He probably hadn't talked to anyone besides his protocol droid in days, maybe weeks. Admiral, what can you tell me about a man named Temius Holt? Ragas frowned. He must be dead by now. He's not. On the way to Adumer, I had a conversation with Wedge Antilles' wife. You might have met her. She was a spook and worked the NRI end of our operation here back in the day. What did Antilles' wife tell you about Holt? Well, it's a long story, so I'll try to simplify. Basically, Ela has friends in Core Sec, the Corellian system's local police force. They helped us identify a certain freighter of interest. It runs a bunch of different transponders, but we're pretty sure it's been flying secret missions for Thrak and Zaldolo, the Five Worlds defense minister. I know who Selu is. I saw his stupid speech after Bel Iblis' funeral. What does any of this have to do with an Imperial intelligence agent from 30 years ago? Well, once we got a tentative ID on Selu's point man, Ela's contact in Corsac told us that said point man had recently been spotted talking to Temius Holt, formerly Imperial intelligence, now freelance information dealer based on Duro. Intra-government intrigue is fascinating, but I don't see what this has to do with me. What can you tell me about Holt? I understand that you and he worked together when you were part of Grand Moff Kane's Pentester alignment. We did. I didn't trust him at all. Kane only did to a point. He worked for Teradoc after Kane, and he wasn't loyal to anything except fame and influence. When those weren't enough, he quit Imperial service and started working for credits. That was the same time Pellaeon put all the pieces back together again and tried to flush out all the personnel who weren't appropriate for his reformed empire. So he worked for Teradoc in the Deep Core. Do you know anything about that? Not really. Ragas shrugged his bony shoulders. I was based at Arinda or Agamor for most of that period in the Mid-Rim. I didn't even fight in the Reborn Emperor's campaigns. So you don't know about any research stations Teradoc might have had in the Deep Core? Any shipyards? I know a little, Ragas allowed. You know Pellaeon and Dala went around and ransacked every Deep Core warlord base they could find once Teradoc and the others died. They got M'Gara and Dominion from Hersk and Night Hammer from Delavardis. Did they get anything from Teradoc or the others? He considered a moment. Not that I recall. He might not have had the right hardware. I know he was running a whole fleet of nothing but old Victory-class destroyers. Pellaeon was in charge of that. Of course, Teradoc was always big on secrets, even more than the other warlords. So, Holt might have been privy to information no one else knew, not even Pellaeon. Ragas sighed. What kind of information do you have in mind, Selu? Does the Lior system ring a bell? Though Selu eyes blinked. Vaguely? I think it was in Teradoc's territory. Well, we think Holt sent the Corellians off to the Lior system, but if he did, it was on a wild bantha chase. There was some kind of facility there, but it was destroyed 3 years ago. 3. Ragas echoed. That's quite recent. If there was something at Lior, why didn't Holt give it to Pellaeon? Tycho thought out loud. They didn't like each other. At all. Holt probably thought he could sell the information to someone else and get a better value for it. But that was decades ago. Why would he finally be selling the location to the Corellians now? I don't know. Maybe he couldn't find anyone willing to pay what he asked for. Maybe he thought his information wasn't really that valuable. Did you talk to your, friend's friend in Corsac? Can't they arrest him, or bring him in for questioning? I told you, he's normally based on Duro. I already passed this on to Alliance intelligence. They might be able to get the drop on Holt, but they might not. After his deal with the Corellians went bust, he might have decided to, relocate for his own safety. Maybe it was a fixer-upper, Ragas muttered. Excuse me? When Pellaeon found Dominion and M'Gara, they were both in bad shape. You can see all the refitting he had to do to M'Gara, the engines he had to add, all of that. We ended up scavenging Hersk's old cruiser, Ilthmer's Fist, just to get the other two up and running. It was what Tycho's thoughts had been dancing around for days, what he'd been too scared to get close to. So you think there might have been another ship at Lior? A big ship. A ship Holt thought was worth a ton of credits. Something as big as M'Gara or Night Hammer. His head lolled back and forth. You're putting words in my mouth. This is all speculation. Ragas trailed off. Something in his eyes seemed to look back through the decades, searching for something, maybe an ethereal strand of half-forgotten memory. Tycho waited patiently for about a minute before asking, very softly, did Holt tell you something, Admiral? Is that it? The old man's mouth hinged open, like he was about to speak. Then Tycho's comlink buzzed in his pocket. He swore. He wanted to just ignore it and get on with questioning Ragas, but he remembered telling the destroyer in orbit that he was to be contacted only in the case of severe emergencies. He quickly excused himself and stalked out into the garden. He thumbed on the comlink and said, "This is General Selu. What is it?" "General, there's been another attack." He recognized the voice of Crawl Neville, ex-rogue, and now the Destroyer Diadem's captain. This one was right by the Imperial border, near Moonlist. He'd been expecting another attack, but the timing couldn't have been worse. "Have we scouted the site yet?" "The Imperials got there first, sir. They're blocking a pair of Bothan ships attempting to access the site." He could hear the anxiety in Neville's voice. Tempers were rising far too fast. "We need to convince them we aren't a threat." "That's, not very likely, sir." "Why not?" "It appears the Imperials have footage of the attack from one of the wrecked vessels. It shows a Mon-Cal cruiser firing on an Imperial ship." Tycho felt weak at the knees, dizzy in the head. He steadied himself before losing balance and asked, "Has Pellaeon responded?" "Nathal." "The Admiral's ordered all Alliance ships in the area to pull closer to the border. She wants to assure the Imperials we're protecting them." "They're going to get the exact opposite idea." Sir, I think she wants to try and secure the area in case the attacks are still out there somewhere." Space was too big. There were too many places to hide. "General, we've been ordered to leave at once." Tycho restrained a curse and glanced back at the entry to Ragas' villa. He could still see the man's shrunken shape through the window. "Go without me, Captain Neville." "Sir, That's an order. Nathal sent me to Adumer to investigate the attack in the system. That's still what I'm doing. You are to follow the Admiral's further orders to the letter, but I am staying here. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." "Of course, sir." Neville knew his old commander better than to argue. "Then go now." Before turning off his comlink, he added, "And please, stay safe, Crawl." He stuck the comlink back into his pocket and tried to wrap his mind around the sudden escalation. If there was some rogue Alliance fleet out there attacking Imperial convoys, and it damn sure sounded like it now, then the awkward cooperation both sides had been building for the past decade were instantly broken. It could even lead to another war, only this wouldn't be his to fight. It would belong to Sial and Miri and all the other kids whose parents had fought for them to grow up in a galaxy at peace. No, not just could. It almost certainly would. The bad blood on both sides of the Imperial Alliance divide was still strong, even after all this time. He looked back at the window, saw Ragas still there. He marched back into the villa, praying that whatever the Admiral had to say might avert what now looked inevitable. As soon as word had come down of the attack near Moonlist, Pellaeon had returned to M'Gara and set course. Admiral Riage had insisted on accompanying him, though given the circumstances, her reunion with her son was not a pleasant one. The mood soured further when they arrived at the location of the attack. 2 star destroyers from Yaga Minor sat between the field of slowly drifting debris and the 2 smaller Bothan cruisers the Alliance had sent to the site. Clearly, Fennick was attempting to block their access to the debris. Captain Ardif had brought Dominion as well, and a 7-kilometer-long vessel sat on the other side of the Bothan ships, effectively boxing them in. M'Gara dwarfed even Dominion. It cut like a white sword into the space between Fennick's destroyers and the Bothan ships. If anyone was going to start shooting first, it would be them. Pellaeon doubted if the Bothans knew that or cared. He sent an immediate message to them first, telling them to hold their position or be fired upon. After that, he sent Ardif a brief message, telling him to hold Dominion where it was and not open fire unless directly ordered to do so. Then he turned his attention to Fennick. "We have all the proof we need here." The old moth looked irate even over the shrunken blue holo image. "The rebels destroyed another convoy. We know this. All I saw was a Mon-Cal ship on the holo you sent me, Curlin. We have no idea whether these Bothans were involved." "What do you suggest then?" "Just let them go." "That's exactly what I suggest, but first, I'm calling a conference on M'Gara." His face twisted into a sneer. "The Empire is under attack. This is no time for a conference. I am trying to avert a war, Curlin, a war we could not win. You've spent too long in the core with all those. You have 15 minutes to come to M'Gara, Pellaeon said. Be there. He flipped the holo off. He took a deep breath to see the Regis, mother and son, standing behind him in the doorway to his personal salon. The resemblance struck him instantly. Despite all the stress and shock, he allowed himself to wonder how many times the three of them had been together in the same room. There had probably been only a handful, but if they really were a family in the blood sense, then it was still more than he'd ever gotten with Helena and Minor Devis. As he stared at them, unspeaking, something welled in his throat. After so much war, so much attrition, he was looking at the only family he had left. Losing Minor during the Vong War had been brutal. He'd lost a piece of himself forever. But these two, even if Vitor wasn't his blood son, had become more precious to him than anything else, so quietly that he'd barely even noticed until they were staring him in the face. He cleared his throat and said to Vitor, "Call the Bothan ships. Tell them to send one representative here within 15 minutes. Assure them that no harm will come to them." The look on Vitor's face gave no confidence, but he nodded and quickly left. For a long moment, Pellaeon and M'Gara and Rei stared at each other across the room. Then Pellaeon said, "I want a full sensor sweep of this area. I'm particularly interested in residual exhaust that we can analyze." He could tell Rei was angry at the rebels, the attackers, and him, but she still understood his meaning. We might not be able to identify exhaust from a M'Gara engine, not if it was part of a larger fleet. "Just let me see it, please." "I'll get it immediately," she said, but didn't move. "What else?" "Gilad, what do you plan to do with those Bothans?" "I intend to give them a copy of our sensor data and send them on their way." "You can't be serious. Whatever happened here had nothing to do with those Bothans. If they were involved in the attack in any way, they wouldn't just rush back to the scene of the crime." "And what of the people who sent them?" Pellaeon didn't believe Nathal was involved, not directly. He wasn't sure if he trusted her anymore, but he couldn't believe she'd try anything this dishonorable. Whether she'd cooperate after this was, unfortunately, another issue entirely. "M'Gara, please," he said. She nodded slightly. "I'll be at your conference." "Good. We'll be meeting on K deck." Rei nodded one more time and left. Pellaeon suddenly felt his strength leave him. He sagged to one side and had to brace himself against a wall to keep upright. And to think just a week ago he'd been sure he'd die in bed, in peacetime, like Bel Ibis, Nance, Akbar, Dodana, and all those other lucky rebels. He should have known he wouldn't be so lucky. His own son had it. When he was sure he was steady, he walked straight to the conference room. 4 stormtrooper bodyguards fell in silently behind him, following him the whole way. He tried to walk straight and steady for their sakes, though his mind and body still felt submerged in awful possibilities. He got to the conference room on K deck just as Fennick and the Bothan captain were docking. Admiral Rei was already there. She had a data rod in her hand. He took it carefully. "What do we have?" "Mostly KDY exhaust signatures," she said, "but some that may indicate M'Gara vessels." Somehow, he'd been hoping for something different. His body sunk into the chair at the table's end. He felt like he'd never have the strength to move again. Fennick arrived shortly thereafter, along with the brown and white-furred Bothan who tersely introduced himself as Captain Selu. When everyone was seated, Pellaeon placed the data rod on the table and pushed it towards Selu. It rolled until it met the Bothan's outstretched paws. "Those are M'Gara's analyses of the battle zone," he said. "It confirms what we've already suspected, including the presence of a M'Gara cruiser." Selu's claws tightened on the data rod. "I'd like to see this visual recording also. We'll send it to your ship once you return." "So we are allowed to return, are we?" "Take them back to Admiral Nathal. Tell her I await her response." Selu nodded but said nothing else. "What about the rebel ships encircling our border?" Fennick asked. Still looking at the Bothan, Pellaeon said, "I expect Admiral Nathal to pull her forces back. No Alliance warships within 5 parsecs of our border, until further notice. Is that understood?" Selu nodded again. He was clearly in well over his head and knew it. All the Bothan wanted was to get out of this meeting alive. Very well. Pellaeon waved a hand. You may go, Captain. Don't you at least want an explanation? Fennick snarled. An apology. Anything. We know nothing about what happened here. Save to insisted. We were on patrol near Ortrassi when we got an Imperial distress call. We only wanted to help. Pellaeon believed him. He looked too scared to be lying. Captain Save to, you may go now. Return to your ship. I'll tell ours to stand down in a moment. Moff Fennick, Admiral Riech, please stay. The Bothan nodded one last time, then walked out of the room as quickly as he could without breaking into a panicked sprint. As soon as the door slid shut, Fennick hissed. That's all. That's how you respond to an assault on our sovereignty. I believe the Bothan was not involved. The Alliance just declared war on us. That was the enemy. Right now, we're likely looking at a rogue Alliance fleet, not a full-blown invasion. How do you know? Because that fish friend of yours told you so. I haven't spoken with Admiral Nathal since I left for Bastion, he said firmly. However, I very much intend to hear her explanation of this. She'll be held to account. In truth, he'd have suspected that Fennick himself was staging these attacks in order to break the relationship between the Empire and the Alliance. The holocam footage of the Mon Cal cruiser could have been faked, but he couldn't argue with Riech's sensor data. What if Nathal continues to deny Alliance involvement? Riech asked. It was a question he didn't have an answer to. Fennick was just the face of the mass of Imperial citizens who'd want not only a full withdrawal from the Alliance coalition but retaliatory strikes against any vulnerable target that would satisfy their personal hunger for revenge. We can't afford to get into a war with the Alliance, Pellaeon said firmly. We risk losing what little we have left. We need justice for our dead, Riech said simply. We need to fortify our borders at once, Fennick insisted. We need to send ships to all major crossing points in and out of Imperial space. Pellaeon shook his head. You'd put thousands of angry soldiers with itchy trigger fingers close to Alliance ships. They won't be close if Nathal withdraws like you requested, Riech said. No. I don't want this to spiral out of control. Then what? Growled Fennick. You just let the rebels cut straight into our territory. No. We'll disperse our fleet, guard key worlds near the border but not the border itself. They could slip halfway to Bastion before we'd even notice. The Alliance is not trying to invade us, Curlin. You've been blinded by your alien friends, the old moth snarled. You've let that Supreme Commander rank go to your head. Your first oath, your real oath, is to protect the Empire. My first oath was to the Old Republic, Pellaeon corrected. I promised I'd keep the peace, protect law and order. I've followed that oath no matter what government I've served. There has to be a compromise, Riech interjected. Like what? Sneered Fennick. Riech looked directly at Pellaeon. Grand Admiral, send Dominion to patrol the border along Moonlist. You trust Captain Ardiv, don't you? He trusted the man with Chimera for years. Pellaeon nodded. She leaned a little closer. And please, let me take one ship. It doesn't matter which. I'll patrol the border near Adumer. Together we should be able to detect any Alliance ships crossing into our space. What about the rest of the fleet? Asked Fennick, surly and reluctant but no longer adamant. We scattered those out to protect major worlds, Pellaeon said. Before Fennick could object again, he added, I will personally station Megador at Yaga Minor. Your world will not be at risk, Curlin. My concern is the Empire's whole. So is mine. I've made my decision. Fennick shook his head. You're being a fool. We have nothing else to discuss. You can go now. Fennick slowly pushed his repulsor chair away from the table and drifted out of the room. It should have been a relief to have him gone, but right now he was the smallest of Pellaeon's problems. Thank you, he told Riech. You defused the situation a little, I think. Are you sure you don't want to reinforce the border, Gilad? I meant what I said. Put our boys on that line and you're asking for some itchy trigger finger to start a war. And what about Nathal? The Alliance? When they come you and tell you they have no idea what's going on, will you believe them? He didn't have an answer to that. He liked Nathal, respected her, but they'd come from opposite sides of a line that trust might never be able to cross. He already knew that she didn't fully trust him. But then he remembered Tycho Selchu. When he thought of that one, another old soldier, he couldn't muster a doubt. "M'Gara," he said, "have you looked into Lior?" The woman blinked, clearly surprised by the sudden shift in topic. "Only superficially, with everything that's come up." "What did you find?" "Not much. There were indications that Teradoc was using it as a research facility, but it was supposedly abandoned before the clone emperor died." Pellaeon fought a frown. He served under Teradoc for a time, captaining a group of Victory-class Star Destroyers, but he'd never heard of any base on Lior. Of course, Teradoc had been a man of many secrets, ones he'd never share with a man he'd viewed as disposable. "Clearly those reports were inaccurate," he said. "I suppose so." She frowned. "At the moment, I think we have bigger problems than some old research station." It was the kind of casual dismissal he hadn't expected from her, a woman who usually considered every option, no matter how small. The stress was getting even to her. "I understand. I just wanted to check. I'd like to try to catch up with Fennick, sir. See which destroyer I can wrangle out of him for the patrol." "Of course. If you need anything else from Megador, let me know." "Gladly." She moved for the door, paused, lingered looking back at him. "I thought you were in a hurry." "Of course." She smiled a little, sadly. "It's a little like old times, isn't it, Gil?" No, it wasn't. The galaxy had changed, and they changed. For Vider's sake, I hope it's not. She nodded, turned, and left. He sank back in his chair. He didn't know if he had the strength to rise. He was almost 90 now, far too old for yet another war, far too old to lose the few people he cared about still left. But the galaxy didn't care what he wanted. He'd learned that one a long time back. He picked up his comlink, thumbed it on, and told Vitor Riesch to cast the captives free. Fennick and Cerulean were there to meet Quell and Fennick when his shuttle returned to the orbital station from Megador. The old moth descended the landing ramp with help of a repulsor chair. His face was set in an unhappy scowl, as Fennick had been expecting. He braced himself to find out just how bad things were. "Well, sir," Cerulean asked, impatient. "How did the Grand Admiral respond?" "As you'd expect," Fennick sneered. "We're to fortify major planets, but not the border. He's afraid of itchy trigger fingers and thinks the rebels aren't going to invade." "They've already come damned close," Fennick said. "Pellaeon still trusts his alien friends on Coruscant. He thinks this is some rogue operation, that they'll help him find the perpetrators and bring them to justice." "Justice is something you take for yourself," Cerulean said, "or you don't get it at all." "Well, it's a good thing we're ready to take it, aren't we?" Fennick smiled, baring yellow teeth. "What exactly do we plan to do now?" Fennick asked. It took effort to rein in his anger at this most recent attack, at Pellaeon's complacent trust in his old enemies. Another one of those looks passed between Cerulean and Fennick. Fennick said, "You can't trust me. I am committed to this, I promise. I'll help you in this however you want." "I'm glad to hear it, sir." Cerulean placed a hand on his shoulder. "The 181st will be glad to have you back. You've got allies outside Yagami, ones we can meet with, used for a launching site." "Oh, yes. It won't be easy to move the whole wing without anyone noticing. I've already been sending squads out on long-range patrols and their defenders. There's only 2 squads stationed at Yagami right now. I can't send them off in 2 patrols, spaced out over a few hours. No one will question it." Fennick hadn't been inside a TIE Defender, or any other fighter cockpit, in years. "I'm not sure how much good I can do for you behind a control stick. My reflexes aren't what they used to be." "It doesn't matter," said Fennick. "We have other things planned for you, General." Fennick glanced at the old man in his repulsor. "What kind of things?" "For what we're doing, we need a face." Cerulean squeezed his shoulder a little tighter. "Many people in the Empire still love Pellaeon, despite his faults. He's a hero? We need a hero of our own." He looked away, uncomfortable. I never tried to be a hero. I just tried to fight rebels. That's exactly why we need you, said Fennick. You're not tainted by politics. You're a soldier, through and through. People admire you for it, and they'll admire us once you join us. So you just want me to be a face on a poster, then a puppet. Oh no, Cerulean's voice went husky. We have something much more special planned for you. A command of your own. A command of what? You'll see soon. She smiled a warm, honest, beautiful smile. You've needed a ward, soldier. We've got one for you. Nathal had fought a long line of engagements against the Empire and the U.S. involved, as everything from a gunnery ensign to an admiral, but she felt that the most challenging battle of her career was right in front of her, waiting on the winking light of her office's transponder. Without hesitation, she punched the controls. Grand Admiral Pellaeon's holographic image sprung to life in front of her. Grand Admiral. She inclined her head slightly. Thank you very much for calling. Pellaeon skipped all formalities. You won't like what I have to say. I'm aware of that. But I'm glad we can still talk to each other like civilized beings. I let your 2 Bothan ships go. I know. I appreciate that. His whole image stared at her in stony silence, waiting for more. I promise, she said, I have no knowledge of any rogue elements in the Alliance who would attack Imperial civilians. Have or had? Have. At this moment, I'm not certain any Alliance ships were behind the attack. A scowl tightened Pellaeon's face. What is there to deny? Sir, we've analyzed all sensor scans of the battle taken by the Bothan ships. None of them picked up any trace of fuel exhaust we'd associate with the warship of Mon Calamari design. Everything points to vessels of coup origin, just like in the previous attacks. His eyes showed surprise, but he kept it out of his voice. My sources have assured me there was a Mon Cal vessel present at the attack. Well, that was interesting. Do you trust those sources, Grand Admiral? Very much. Well, in that case, you should know I've also set my asset tracking people to work. As you know, no 2 Mon Calamari warships are exactly the same. They're analyzing the footage from the attack now. They should be able to positively identify the attacking vessel within a few hours. You're asking me to trust your people? Frankly, Admiral, you're asking a great deal right now. Sir, have I ever done anything to make you doubt my honor? To her surprise, he didn't respond. The scowl just tightened his face even more. Naturally, we are looking at other possibilities, she said, including a Rouge Alliance element. Asset tracking is on that too. And what happens if they do, in fact, realize that rogue ships have been slaughtering Imperial civilians? All commanders and crew of those ships will be dealt with. By whom? The Alliance military, or the Galactic Empire. His tone was quiet and measured, but she'd never seen him this angry. I'm not legal expert. That can be determined later. But if by some small chance, the perpetrators are Alliance, they will be dealt with. I'll give them no special favors. I'll see that justice is properly and impartially handed out. He regarded her carefully. You're saying it comes down to trust, eh? Trust has always been the basis for this coalition. He blew out breath through his nose. You should also know, Admiral, that I've pulled most of our ships away from the border. Aside from a few patrol ships, under commanders I do trust, I've scattered our fleet to individual planets. He wanted to avoid a confrontation, a chance for tensions to flare, and for the situation to spiral even more out of control than it already was. He was also, potentially, leaving his border open for an offensive thrust by the Second Fleet now marshaled at the edges of Imperial space. She said, I appreciate your trust in me, Grand Admiral. He grunted. The value of that trust will be decided very soon, I think. As your still Supreme Commander, I've acceded to your order to keep my ships outside 5 parsecs of the Imperial border. They'll still stay close, in constant patrol, unless I personally find cause to move them further in. I'm still hoping we can catch the perpetrator somewhere. I promise you, sir, I will do everything I can to keep our coalition together. He didn't say he believed her, or that he'd do the same. He just said, you should be glad you're dealing with me, Admiral. There are many in the Empire who wouldn't even give you this chance. Believe me, I'm well aware of that. Can we make provisions to speak again? She wanted to do everything possible to keep communication lines open and flowing. Pellaeon considered. How long did you say it would take to identify the Mon Cal cruiser? Give me 3 hours. She hoped nothing would happen to spark a war in that short window, but no thing was certain anymore. Very well, he nodded. 3 hours. Then the holo winked out. Nathal stared at the dark space where Pellaeon had been, and wondered if they'd ever talk again. The next call came after Gilad Pellaeon had retreated to his personal cabin, laid down on his bunk without removing his uniform, and closed his eyes. He felt sleep slowly rising up to claim him when the buzzing started. His tired brain refused to believe Nathal was calling Arity. He was ready to ignore it, but the damn thing kept buzzing and buzzing until it felt like it was digging a hole into his chest. Without sitting up or opening his eyes, Pellaeon took the comlink in hand and said, "Report." "Grand Admiral," Vitor Riach said, voice tense, "Are you all right?" "Just tired, Captain." "What is it?" "It hasn't been 3 hours." "Sir, we've just received an emergency distress call from Admiral Riach's ship." His eyes popped open. "What did it say?" Don't know, sir." It was very short. It just said she was under attack. His whole body protested as he shoved himself upright on the bed. "Do we have a source location?" "Yes, sir, we do. Still in our territory." "How far away?" "At top light speed. 6 hours." 6 hours? M'Gara had taken a decent ship with her, an Imperial 2 class, but these rogue rebels seemed to have a whole fleet with them. It was a miracle she'd gotten a distress call out at all. The others had all been jammed. She'd never last 6 hours, but he couldn't abandon her either. Not M'Gara Riach. She was one of the few good ones left. "Jump us, Vitor." "Sir, what about?" "Take us into hyperspace immediately. Put all crew on yellow alert and tell them to prepare for a combat situation." "Yes, sir. But what about Yaga Minor?" Pellaeon fought a sigh. "Tell Fennick we're responding to an emergency situation." "Yes, sir." "And tell him I'm sending Dominion to protect the shipyards." "Then tell Ardif that too." "Yes, sir." "Of course, sir." "We're going to save your mother, Vitor. I promise." A tiny, tiny pause. "Yes, sir." "Bridge out." Pellaeon let the comlink fall soundlessly into his bedsheets. Half of him wanted to jump up and run to the bridge as fast as his creaky old legs would let him. The other half wanted to collapse back into his bed, curl up like a child, and hide from a galaxy that was falling apart around him. But hiding was something he'd never done, not in 60 years of service. With effort, he swung his feet onto the floor and stood up. Then he walked over to his personal communication station. There was one more person left to talk to, possibly the most important of all. Abot had ventured to the border of Imperial space out of a sense of loyalty to Ben Eltoth and a curiosity about what lay behind the recent convoy attacks. It didn't take him long to wish he hadn't. When word came down of the attack near Moonlist, Nathal ordered all Alliance ships in the area, including the Dornian and Bothan vessels, to hold at 5 parsecs from the Imperial border. Charak climbed up the Intrala route from Jan Fathel and joined the scattered chain of heavy cruisers, star destroyers, picket ships, and corvettes that were scouting the vast wastes of space for any sign of the enemy. In practice, this meant a good deal of waiting. Charak sent out multiple reconnaissance sorties and unmanned probes, all of which turned out no trace. Whatever force was attacking those convoys was clearly a powerful one, and Abot was starting to suspect that it had fled deep into Imperial territory, where the Alliance search parties would never find it. It was restless work. The entire crew knew that, sooner or later, some message would strike them like a lightning bolt to announce another ambush, or an engagement between equally edgy Imperial and Alliance ships. Dornians were not as keen on showing their emotions as humans, but Abot could still read the signs of nervousness in Charak's crew as they went about their normal duties. He was with Eltoth when Charak received a high-priority message intended for the ship's commander. Fearing the worst, Abot followed Eltoth to the captain's office to retrieve the transmission. He stood off to one side while Eltoth fired up the holo projector. To Abot's surprise, it was a Corin male he didn't recognize, wearing the pips of a mere captain. "Captain Eltoth, this is Captain Neville of the Star Destroyer Diadem. I read you clearly, Captain."
Go ahead.
"We've just received a communication from Adumer. We recently dropped General Tycho Selchu off on the planet, and were ordered to leave him there and begin patrolling the border. Does he need a pickup?" "As soon as possible. However, we've moved a substantial distance from Adumer since then. I checked with Fleet Command and was told your ship was the closest. I do this myself, Captain, but it's important to maintain the line's integrity." "I understand completely." Eltoth inclined his head slightly. "We'll take care of it. Thank you for asking us personally." "Thank you for the help. Diadem out." And just like that, the holo flickered off. Eltoth glanced sidelong at Abot. "You're relieved?" "Don't lie. There's not much to be relieved about. Once we swing past Adumer, we'll be right back to the front line, probably with some especially dangerous mission." "Do you think so? If Selchu needs an immediate retrieval, there has to be a reason." "Probably. Excuse me a moment." Eltoth fetched his comlink from his breast pocket and put in a quick call to the bridge, saying, "Lieutenant, break off from the patrol chain and set a new course for Adumer at maximum light speed." "Yes," I said. "Adumer. Leave as soon as you can warm up hyperdrives. Tell our recon flights to link up with the closest ships in the chain. We'll retrieve them later." "Excellent. Thank you, Lieutenant." Looking very much like an authority figure, young Eltoth switched off his comlink, pocketed it, and turned back to Abot. "Well," he said, "they keep on throwing new surprises at us, don't they? I have a feeling Selchu is going to throw the biggest one yet. Do you know General Selchu well?" "Not very, but I know his type. He may cut the respectable elder type now, then, but he's a fighter pilot in his bones, and fighter pilots always want to do something rash. If he requested immediate retrieval, it has to be for something important." "Oh, I don't doubt that." There was a slight shudder as Charnak jumped to hyperspace. Blue and white light flashed outside cabin the window. "Well," said Eltoth, "at least your last joyride is a memorable one." Abot just grunted and hoped he'd stay alive to remember it. Turfinner's TIE Defender shuddered only a little as it dropped out of hyperspace. For a moment, all he saw was a broad field of black, marked by scattered pinpoints of distant light. Then his eyes adjusted, and he saw the black sword cutting between the stars. For a long moment, his mind simply refused to comprehend the thing, even as his TIE Defender plunged toward it and its black hull swelled to block out the stars and fill his vision. He groped for a sense of scale. This vessel seemed nearly as large as Lusankaya, Reaper, and Executor had been, but its body was far more narrow. Then he realized how similar its longsword-like body was to that of Megador, though that ship had a wide aft section to accommodate additional engines, and its hull was a distinct off-white instead of midnight black. Then he realized he'd seen this ship before, half a lifetime ago, hovering over an edge and offering an fleeting specter of hope to where soldiers fleeing the disaster at Endor. "This is vengeance," he breathed, "the original." "That's right." Cerulean's voice was proud in his earpiece. "But where did it come from?" "Recovered from the deep core 3 years ago, while Pellaeon was busy with Chiss and Killix. Turns out Pterodoc was working on it before he died. It took a long time to fix back into fighting shape." "Who found it?" "How?" "All in good time, General." He could hear her smile. "All fighters, follow my lead." Cerulean kicked her fighter ahead and dipped it low. She angled herself toward the hangar opening along the ship's belly. Fennick joined her, as did the 10 other red-striped TIE Defenders that had come with the M'Gara Minor. When they sailed into the hangar, Fennick was struck by the vastness of it. It was so like Megador's in scale and design, but it was so empty. The only other starfighters were attached to docking racks in the far opposite wall, 3 full squadrons of red-striped 181st TIE Defenders. Fennick was quick to dismount his starfighter. He met Cerulean on the catwalk as she pulled her helmet off, spilling dark brown hair over her shoulders. Magnificent, isn't it her? Her white grin shone against her tan face. But what is it? Fennick held out one arm, as if to encompass the entire empty hangar. It's our hope. This is how we hold back the rebels. This is how we restore the empire we loved. Her black-gloved hand grabbed his, squeezed it tight. General Fennick, this ship is yours. Reaper, 13 years after the Battle of Yavin. Fennick's TIE Defender shot out from beneath the bow of the superstar destroyer Reaper. The 12 red-striped fighters of Blue Squadron followed him in a single line as they raced toward the asteroid belt that strung out before them. Even without aid of his sensors, he could spot the 3 world devastators that were currently eating away at the mineral-rich rock strung like a garland around the midsection of the Selu system. They were the last 3 world devastators in the galaxy, unless there were more hidden someplace in the deep core, which Fennick didn't discount, and they spent the past 2 months gradually nibbling at an asteroid chain that had once housed the most profitable mining, contested borderland sectors that straddled the line between Empire and so-called New Republic. Shortly after the Battle of Arinda, seeking to both consolidate its territorial gains and increase the Empire's industrial output, Admiral Pellaeon had decanted a flagship over Selu and declared that all mining assets in the asteroid belt were hereby seized by the Empire. The natives weren't happy, but there wasn't much they could against Reaper. Selu was still a wealthy trading planet. Even without the mines it would survive, and maybe even thrive. Fennick wished he could be so sure about himself. It had been almost a year since Arinda, and the high had worn off. The rebels hadn't brought Lusankaya back into play against them, but they'd been launching smaller attacks in the borderland regions, taking Arda and Quell, almost taking Lukazek, and inching way too close to Selu for Fennick's liking. Leaving Reaper at Selu while Dominion guarded Arinda and Megador hung back at Adumer, Pellaeon and Riech had taken a trip back to Bastion to consult with the moths, as if those preening governors would have valuable advice. Fennick would still have been able to cling to the glow of post-Arinda optimism if it hadn't had been for Adumer. In seeking to extend his influence into a system renowned for his weapons manufacturing, the Empire had sided with Adumer's strongest nation-state in the planet's civil war. Pellaeon had sent Admiral Ragas, Fennick, and 3 of his best pilots to Adumer to woo the natives. The so-called Republic, attempting to win planets through diplomacy instead of terrorism, had sent Antilles, Selu, and their 2 most insufferable flying friends. Through some process Fennick still couldn't fathom, Antilles and Selu had convinced the other nation-states on Adumer to come together on the side of the rebels. Even more incredibly, they convinced Ragas to betray his oath to the Empire and join the Adumery. Worst of all, they had killed all 3 of his pilots, including Seth Avrian, the leader of Blue Squadron. Admiral Pellaeon had been foolishly generous, letting Fennick remain in command of the 181st after the disgrace at Adumer. His only goal left was to prove to everyone else and himself that he was worthy of that trust. Fennick adjusted his pitch and led Blue Squadron on a plane above the Devastators and the asteroid belt. He checked his astronavigation computer, double-checked the coordinates, and finally began warming up his TIE Defender's hyperdrive engines. Blue Squad, he called, assemble into flights. Pull up hyperdrive coordinates. Prepare to jump at my mark. Affirmative, leader, said the new head of Blue Squad, a kid named Sir Damkin. He had a great natural talent for flight, but he was nowhere near the officer Avrian had been. Not yet, at least. One of Fennick's many tasks was to whip him into shape. Prepare to jump for the Quell system on my mark, he said. 1, 2, 3. Deep breath. Mark. 13 TIE Defenders plunged into infinity, but they wouldn't stay there for long. They came without warning, but General Abot wasn't surprised when Charnak's tactical officer reported that a squadron of TIE Defenders had dropped into the outer orbit of the planet Quell. The Imperials had been launching sporadic raids on the Republic forces massed at Quell and Arda, on and off for weeks. They were almost fighting like rebels, with fast hit-and-run attacks designed more to unnerve the enemy than score any real tactical victory. "What's the nearest ship?" Abot asked as he walked over to the tactical station. Including his own, the Republic currently had a half-dozen capital ships strung around Quell, including 2 anti-starfighter DP-20 gunships, the Mach-40 light cruiser Naraka, Captain Carson's Yaquez, and the new Star Destroyer Kenobi. It was a Nebula class, the first of its kind, part of the same program that had produced Admiral Bell's ill-fated Endurance. The Arda system, their other beachhead onto this part of Imperial territory, was guarded by a similarly sized force that included Admiral Sin Sab's flagship, Mon Cassima. "Looks like it's us, sir," the lieutenant reported. "Lovely," he muttered. "Is there a fighter cap patrolling nearby?" "Is there a problem?" interrupted a voice from the entrance to the bridge. Another Imperial fighter patrol dropped in system, "Captain," the tactical officer said. "I see." Ben Eltoth's face creased in a very wide Dornian frown as he stepped up to the holo. "Is there a fighter patrol nearby?" Abot restrained a tight smile. A part of him still missed Charnak's old captain, but after the debacle at Arinda she declared she'd had enough of the New Republic and gone off to help resettle Bavanire. The son of his old friend Kyle's Eltoth was making an admirable replacement so far. The tactical lieutenant put a finger against his earpiece, listened, then said, "Slingshot squadron from Yaquez is on cap. They're moving to intercept." The slingshots were A-wings, fast and nimble, but not as durable as the Empire's top fighters. Abot said, "Scramble 2 squads of wings to help. Make sure they keep those defenders from all ships and orbital installations." "Yes, sir." "General," Eltoth asked, "do you think there's more on the way?" Abot doubted it. In theory, the Imperials might be trying to draw them off their guard and launch a major attack from another direction, but they could have done that any of the dozen or so times they pulled his stunt recently. "They're just trying to unnerve us, Captain," he said. Eltoth glanced at the holo and let his face settle into a frown again. "It's working." Fenner's TIE Defender had a good long-range scanner package, and it picked up not only the A-wings, but the 2 U-wing squadrons on an approach vector. "Blue Leader," he called, "take flights 1 and 2 and engage the A-wings. Flight 3, follow me." "Understood," Damkin replied. Damkin's 8 fighters should be able to hold their own against a dozen A-wings. Taking on the U-wings with just 4 ties at his back gave Fenner the harder challenge, but frankly, he was quite ready for one. Damkin's fighters engaged the A-wings first. Fenner left them to tangle and pushed his flight toward the New Republic Star Destroyer. It had been there for the past 2 sorties to Quell and Ragas' fleet until people had pegged it as Obi-Wan Kenobi, the first of a new line that used the basic superstructure as the carrier the rebels had lost at Arinda. The destroyer retained the basic wedge-shaped hull as a standard Imp Star but melded it with curved edges more reminiscent of rebel capital ships. The bridge was low against the infrastructure instead of on a tower while the stern swelled downward. More detailed specs were yet unknown. Fenner wanted to buzz the ship before it could scramble defenders, or before the U-wings could catch up to them. He checked his scanners, made a quick estimate in his head, then said, 3 flight, we have time for 1 pass on Kenobi. Arm your gun cameras. We want to get a good look at this one." The pilots clicked compliance without clogging up the comm line with verbal affirmations. As the destroyer looked ahead of them, she began to open fire with her cannons. Fenner threw his ship into a few spins and bounces, and the flight behind him followed. They were on the destroyer fast. Fenner ducked his fighter beneath its bow and raced along its underside. The defensive cannons on his belly spat green plasma at them, but none hit. He whipped past the entrance to the hangar bay just in time for a few X-wings to spill out. As his flighter shot past the destroyer's engine glare, he said, 3 flight, on me. We buzz the bridge, then head outbound. He pulled his TIE Defender upward into a steep climb, then leveled out with the daggers of his solar panel stabbing toward Kenobi's upper hull. He hadn't counted on the X-wings, though. They had also pulled above Kenobi and were vectoring to intercept Fenner's fighters on their port flank. 3 flight, he called, intercept the pointers. Cannons only. Break port in 3, 2, 1. Go. They did as ordered, peeling off in perfect formation, and spitting green plasma bursts that forced the X-Wings to break their own formation. Fennick watched it on his scanners but didn't break course. He dipped low over Kenobi, buzzing past the sunken bridge, weaving his TIE defender back and forth so their defensive cannons could only clip his shields. When he raced past the ship's bow, he spun toward the fight he'd missed. The X-Wings had 3 flight outnumbered, but they hadn't lost any yet. Fennick switched to torpedoes, locked onto one of the X-Wings, and fired. A single torp lanced out and caught the pointer at the same time as it was countering a laser blast from the TIE defender. The projectile weapon slipped through his shields and exploded the hull. Good professionals that they were, nobody from 3 Flight congratulated Fennick on his kill. That was fine. The sight of an X-Wing bursting into flame was satisfying enough. If only it could have been a rogue. Of course, they'd never have gone down so easily. Fennick plunged into the fray and slipped onto the tail of another X-Wing. He splattered plasma against his aft shields until a blast tore through, ripping apart its top port S-foil. Rather than fight to the death, the X-Wing peeled back toward Kenobi. Cowardly, but prudent. Everyone in this brawl knew it was nothing but a skirmish. Fennick commented Damkin and said, "Blue leader, report. Holding off the A-wings, sir. 2 edges down. Losses. None for us. Sir, those U-wings are almost on you." Fennick checked his scanners. He'd almost forgotten them, but there they were, probably less than a minute from interception. "Blue leader, pull your ships back. Disengage and head for Selu." "Understood, sir." Damkin didn't ask questions. He didn't want to lose his life or any of his pilots' lives, not for a fight like this. Fennick switched his comfreak and called, 3 Flight, on me. "We're falling back." The pilots clicked compliance and disengaged from the X-Wings. The X-Wings fell back toward Kenobi, right in time for the U-Wings to fall on 3 Flight's tail and begin splattering laser blasts on their aft shields. Fennick's ship rattled around him as he called, "All ships, prepare to jump to hyperspace on my mark." He checked his engines, made sure they were ready. His scanner started beeping, telling him that one of the U-Wings had popped off a torp that was heading for him fast. "Mark," he said, and all 5 ships jumped into hyperspace, leaving the lone torpedo to streak ahead and chase empty space. Kenobi's captain Warwick roared something. Abot had no idea what, but a small basic subtitle appeared beneath her holo image saying, "We lost one of our X-Wings. Another was damaged but can be repaired." Abot had to lean forward and squint just to read the translation. He had no idea how Warwick's crew functioned in a combat situation. Maybe her ship was all manned by other Wookiees. Farley Carson, apparently, didn't need subtitles to understand her, because he was saying, "We lost 2 ships from Slingshot Squadron. 1 pilot ejected. We lost the other." Warwick roared something else. The subtitle just read, "I'm sorry." Carson waved a hand. "We both lost people today, Captain. At least our ships weren't damaged." His holographic image shifted attention to Abot. "Any word from Admiral Sav yet?" "Not yet. I just sent the alert a few minutes ago." "Well, the imps don't seem to be sending these sorties in any sort of pattern. They just wanted to keep us off guard." "Let them," Abot said. "Nothing's going to change, not until we restart the campaign." "Any word from Coruscant?" "Nothing I've heard, but they speak to Sav, not me." A light went up on the communications console. Ben Eltith, who'd been monitoring the conversation from the side, whispered, "It's the Admiral." "Excuse me," Abot told the captains. "I've got another call." Carson nodded. Warwick roared salutations. A second later, their holograms were replaced by a single head and shoulders image of the Celestin seen Sav. "Admiral Sav," Abot said, "thank you for contacting me." "Are there any further disturbances to report, General?" asked Sav. "Nothing. Kenobi lost 1 X-Wings, Yak has 2 A-Wings. Carson was able to recover one of the pilots." "Did you manage to kill any of them, General?" "I'm afraid not. According to our Ewings, they had red blood stripes on their solar panels. The 181st. It seems so. The Republic's own elite fighter group was currently stationed at Arda aboard Sal's flagship. He wondered if that might have had anything to do with the 181's choice of targets. Of course, both Selu and Antilles were back on Coruscant, and the rogues weren't really the rogues without their most famous aces. I'll contact Captain Clivian and tell him to put a fighter patrol out, Sav said. Though I don't expect anything yet. Any word from Coruscant? Nothing started moving yet, Sav said ambiguously. I'll let you know when it does. Until then, we're holding positions. Understood. Thank you, Admiral. Sav gave a little nod, and with that, the holo winked out. Ototh stepped carefully beside Abot and asked, Sir, when we do move, where do you think we'll go? Their attempts to stab into Lukaszek and Barisan had been repulsed. They didn't have any major resources on the ground at Quell or Arda either. If they wanted to pick up both fleets and charge deeper into Imperial territory, well, that was easily done, and there was one target in the borderland sectors that tempted more than any other. But Abot just said, We'll see, Captain. This isn't the Dorney Navy. Our futures are no longer in our hands. Ototh made a sound deep in his throat, indicating that the idea displeased him. It didn't please Abot much either, but he'd been a soldier for a lot longer. He was used to it. Admiral Gilad Pellaeon may have been commander of all armed forces left in the Empire, and therefore its most powerful individual citizen, but as he stood in front of the semicircle of seated moths, he didn't feel like it. I have to make this very clear, he said. Our resources are limited. I recommend against any major offensive at this time. Moff Colonel Fennick, seated in the middle of the rounded table, leaned forward in his seat. Perhaps you've forgotten, Admiral, but you have 3 superstar destroyers. The rebels only have 1. They have more vessels overall, and more material to build them, Pellaeon said. The only major shipyards we possess are at Yaga Minor and Ortrassi. The rebels have Bilbringi, Kuit, Rothana, Corellia, and more. All the more reason to press the advantage now, before their production output catches up with ours, Old Moff Willem Disra said from Fennick's right side. Winning battles is very different from administering entire sectors, Pellaeon reminded them. They require very different kinds of resources. I thought you, gentlemen, would be especially aware of that. That sent some frowns rippling through the group. Before anyone could speak, someone from the far left side of the semicircle cleared his throat. Pellaeon turned his head and looked at Drickle Lesserson, the newest member of the Moth Council and the only one without a head full of gray hair. I take your point, Admiral, Lesserson said. However, if the Empire becomes content to simply hold onto its current territory, I think we risk becoming complacent. And when we become complacent, we leave ourselves open to rebel attacks. Exactly, Fennick said. The rebels are an existential threat, Admiral Pellaeon. They're rabid, and they'll stop at nothing until the Empire, everything we represent, our entire way of life, has been crushed by their so-called republic. That's why we have to strike now. That wasn't quite what I was saying, Lesserson demurred. It's only a limited time until the rebels launch a new offensive, Disra said. They've been holding back ever since Orinda, but they know they can't let the conflict rest that way. Their people are restless. The government knows that if they don't unite all their bickering species against a common enemy, us, all their subhuman tribes will start fighting one another. Perhaps we should find a way to sow discord among their races, another Moth suggested. Pellaeon fought a frown. He was used to sparring with Fennick and Disra in this council, though the men themselves were far apart. Fennick was a loud, irascible blowhard. Disra was much more clever and therefore more dangerous. And despite the nakedness of his anti-alien prejudice, the man had a point. The government that called itself a new republic was a motley assemblage of thousands of different civilizations, and the only thing that kept them together was the myth of the glorious, righteous resistance against imperial tyranny, never mind the fact that even without Palpatine, the lauded old republic was already fracturing into dozens of corrupt pieces. This new republic was destined to break apart too, The only question was whether the Empire would live to see the day. Pellaeon let his gaze settle on Disra and said, "The internal politics of the rebels aren't my affair. My job is the survival of the Empire, and right now that means defense against external threats. We've already lost too many people and systems by fighting beyond our limits. We are the Galactic Empire." Fennick snapped. "We have no limits." Even Disra rolled his eyes at that, but it was Lesserson who said, "We had no limits, but that was a long time ago. Look around this table. We're the only moths left. All the other sectors that used to be represented in the Moth Council are now represented by New Republic senators on Coruscant." That sent off another round of indignant grumbling. Pellaeon decided he wasn't getting out of this meeting unless he threw the Moths some bone, so he said, "Expansion into the Mid-Rim would tax us too heavily. Our intervention at Adumer was a failure, and Lusankaya is still posted at Keilera, which means it could easily counter attacks at Ord Mantell, Bilbringi, or Aether. However, the borderland regions are less heavily defended." Angry murmurs turned to hungry ones. Disra said, "The rebels have medium-sized task forces stationed at Quell and Arda. What would it take to dislodge them?" Disra was better informed than most of the Moths. He probably had his own spies reporting back to him from Selenon, giving him a blow-by-blow of every skirmish and every decision Pellaeon made. Still looking at Disra, the Admiral said, "A major strike at one planet would bring reinforcements from the other. The upside is that both worlds could be taken at once." "Excellent," said Fennick. "Admiral Pellaeon, you should begin planning an offensive at once." Most of the Moths muttered agreement, but Pellaeon kept watching Disra. The old man said, "The rebel hold on the Meridian sector is still tenuous. Might you use that to your advantage too, Admiral?" "I was planning on it." "Excellent. Then it seems we have some place to start." "What about Yavin 4? asked Fennick. "The Jedi base is right on the borderlands. Taking them out would be a major blow to the rebels." "Yes, that worked out so well for Admiral Dalla," Lesserson said sarcastically. "Dalla was a fool. I'm sure Admiral Pellaeon could build a much wiser offensive. It was probably meant to be a peace offering or a compliment, but when Fennick turned a wide grin on him, Pellaeon fought hard to hide his revulsion. There is no offensive plan for Yavin 4 at this time." Fennick shrugged as if to say, "Oh, well," Disra said, "reclaiming our territory in the borderland sectors is now our top priority, Admiral, is it not?" "It is." "Then I suggest you head back to Selenon and begin planning." Disra spread out his palms. "I believe that, from here, we can leave things in your most capable hands." The lights in the briefing room were turned down low, but through the soft blue glow of the holographic display in the middle of the chamber, Tycho Selchu could make out the faces of the senior New Republic military officials peering at the presentation. Admiral Akbar was in the center of the table, big bulbous eyes reflecting the hollow image of a TIE fighter. To his right were white-bearded Jan Dodana and craggy-faced Carlos Riekin. To his left, Garm Bel Iblis gently stroked his white-bearded chin, while Firmus Nance watched with arms crossed and eyes narrowed. On the other side of the table, Tycho stood with Wedge Antilles and watched, of all people, Wes Jansen give the briefing that could make or break the war effort. "Now, I can't take credit for this myself," Jansen was saying. "Slicing is not my thing. I'm more into shooting imps and making bold-fashioned choices. But for some other members of Wraith Squadron it is, and they've been working this over with our best techs on the front lines." "Have you had an opportunity to field test it?" asked Nance. His tone was skeptical, and Tycho had never known the man to be anything but. "Field testing would give away the element of surprise, sir." Wedge spoke up, "And frankly, that's the pivotal element we're going to need if we really plan on moving forward. We've intercepted the transmissions the imps use to control their droid fighters every time we've encountered them," Jansen said. "We've analyzed them and compared them, and we found only one constant element within the shifting algorithm. And, realistically speaking, there has to be some constant. The droids need some way to identify whether any given signal bouncing through real space is meant for them." "It sounds like all you need is a TIE fighter to try it on," Riekin said. We have tested it on TIE-D models captured during the Arenda campaign last year, Jansen said, and the old officers relaxed just a little. Given the nature of the test, we could only do it a couple times, but every time we did, things went off perfectly. When they received our signal with the key algorithm, they did exactly what we told them to: overload their engine core and self-destruct. Simulations are one thing, Nance said. Combat situations are very different. You don't know whether the Empire's adjusted its TIE-D manufacturing process since Arenda. There's been no indication of that when we fought them, Tycho said. The signal the Imps are using hasn't changed the key algorithm either. We haven't gotten any indication that they've modified their world devastators either, Wedge said. So how do you gentlemen plan to use this new trick? Asked Bel Iblis. It seems to me you can only use it once. Dodonna added, in that case, it had better be for something big. We know, Wedge said, and we have something appropriately big planned. Then please explain, Nance said curtly. Wedge glanced at Tycho, then Jansen, then took a deep breath and said, Sirs, I want to launch an offensive at Selenon. They didn't get the reaction they'd expected. The 5 old warhorses just stared back at them without reply, without change in expression. Finally, Admiral Akbar said, after Arenda, any offensive into Imperial space is considered high risk. We don't know what other tricks Pellaeon has, Riakan said. If he had Dominion in his pocket, he could have other superstar destroyers we don't know about. And we do know that he has Reaper at Selenon, said Nance. General Antilles, I don't need to remind you how your last encounter with that vessel went. To his credit, Wedge didn't show the aggravation Tycho knew he felt. The disaster at Arenda had been a lodestone weighing his friend down for the past year, at least until their mission to Adumer. I wasn't intending to lead from Lusankaya's bridge, or any other one, Wedge said. In fact, I wanted to request permission to shift my presence back to an X-Wing. I think we all know that's where I belong. Nobody argued, but Akbar said, Who do you intend to command the offensive against Selenon, General? Admiral Saf. To be honest, sirs, I was hoping one of you would volunteer. That got another stony non-reply from everyone except Bel Iblis. The old Corellian general leaned forward and said, What do you want to accomplish at Selenon exactly? Take the planet. Break up the world devastators in the asteroid belt. He paused intently. Destroy Reaper. None of us would mind seeing Reaper destroyed, Wedge said, and if we can get these droid TIE fighters to detonate while inside the ship, the damage would give us a huge advantage. You're asking us to risk the entire defensive position on a trick we don't even know will work, Nance said. We can't test it, Jansen insisted. By its very nature. We understand, Dodonna interrupted. And I'm afraid I have to agree with Firmus. I can't endorse this mission. This could be our only chance to destroy Reaper, Bel Iblis said. If the trick with the droid ties doesn't work, what then? Nance asked. And how can we be sure Pellaeon won't just drop Dominion or another superstar destroyer on us? He has to know Selenon is a primary target. He'll have layers of defense. Several interdictor cruisers, spread out, could prevent any unwanted surprises, Akbar said evenly, though to Tycho's ears he didn't seem as enthused about the plan as Bel Iblis. If we're going to pick a fight with Reaper, Wedge said, I prefer to do it away from the planet. The asteroid belt. Then, Riakan said. And those world devastators. Lusankaya is the only ship we can trust to fight those monsters, Bel Iblis said. There are enough ships to Kialara to mount a defense of the mid-rim if needed, said Wedge. Attention seemed to fall on Akbar. The old Mon Calamari seemed to be staring right ahead, at nothing and everything. Bel Iblis said, I believe this is a chance worth taking, Admiral. I agree, said Riakan. Nance and Dodonna didn't need to make their opinions known. Akbar tilted his head thoughtfully, blinked those big eyes, then said, General Bel Iblis, please work with General Antilles to put together a tentative attack plan for the Selenon system. Tycho heard Jansen's intake of breath, but when he looked sidelong at Wedge, his friend's face was tight and stony. Thank you, sirs, Wedge said. This time I won't let you down. I promise. It wouldn't do for the Supreme Commander of the Imperial navies to ride between Bastion and Selenon in a shuttlecraft or freighter. So after leaving his conference with the Moths, Pellaeon looked a light shuttle into orbit, where Aaron Dorha's Relentless was waiting for him. Pellaeon made his way straight to the meeting room located behind the destroyer's command deck. By the time he got there, the ship had already slipped into hyperspace, and flickering blue-white light ran by outside the viewport. A minute after he sat down, he was met by Dorja and Colonel Riech. As they joined him at the far end of the conference table, Riech asked how the meeting with the Moths had gone. As you'd expect, Pellaeon drummed his fingers on the tabletop. They want a new offensive to prove our strength and keep the rebels on their toes. Will we be giving it to them? Dorja asked. Always hawkish, he had an eager look in his eye. We will, Pellaeon nodded. Colonel Riech, you should start gathering intel on rebel efforts in the Meridian sector. See how much they've buffed up their presence since they took it from Moff Chatels. If we're going there, does that mean we'll be attacking Arda and Quell? Riech asked. That's right, Pellaeon nodded. Though right now I'd prefer just to hit one target. We'll draw enough ships from the other. Or we leave Selenon open for an attack? Dorja said. Selenon's no good if they lose their stepping stones into the borderlands. Riech shook her head. Admiral, the 181st has been on a few sorties since we left. They say the rebel flagship Mon Cassima is at Arda under Admiral Sav. Then we should plan an attack at Arda. What do we know about Sav? Riech being Riech, she didn't even have to think about it. Celestin, as you could tell, first cut his teeth defending his homeworld from Dovardis. Since then he's had sporadic engagements against Hersk and Teradok, and led an expedition into the deep core against Fogabril's forces. Most recently, he led Mon Cassima at Adumer. Pellaeon fought a frown at the reminder of that world, and what it had cost. He'd long considered Terran Ragas to be one of the Empire's best admirals. Instead of the vanity and ambition most officers displayed, he'd been content to serve instead of grabbing power for himself. Apparently, service hadn't been enough. His defection at Adumer had left a hole in Pellaeon's command staff he still couldn't fill. He'd been considering promoting Aaron Dorja, but in all the years they'd known each other he'd never been able to fully trust Relentless Captain. Ambition had once nearly prodded him to rebel against Grand Admiral Thrawn, and though Dorja was now older and more worn, Pellaeon knew the pride was still there. Who commands at Quell? Dorja asked. Riech didn't have to think about that either. His name is General Eden Abot. Dorja frowned. I've never heard of him. He's Dornish. His people joined the rebels only a few years ago. First saw action with their unified fleet at Arenda, apparently. Well, I'm glad we gave a favorable introduction. For now, we can count Abot as an unknown quantity, Pellaeon said, which is all the more reason to focus on Sav. Agreed, Riech nodded. He has a reputation for being a little conservative in his strategy, which we can play to our advantage. That's good, said Dorja, assuming the rebels don't send anything else to help their offensive. All the more reason to act quickly then. Pellaeon placed a hand on the table. Captain Dorja, go to the bridge and send messages to Captain Brande and Captain Ardif. Tell them to bring their ships to Selenon. Very good, sir. Dorja rose and made for the exit. After he slipped out, Riech turned to Pellaeon and asked, What else do you need, Gilad? I'll need the latest intel reports from Arda and Quell, and anything you can get me from your agents on Coruscant. That may be a little trickier, Riech admitted. We know the rebel high command has been huddled in some conference, but I haven't been able to get anything beyond that. I know. We'll just have to monitor their actions closely and guess their intentions. Riech didn't like that word, guess. It was all over her face. She made a career by knowing things for sure. Nonetheless, she got to her feet and said, I'll get everything I have. Do you want me to bring them here? Please? Pellaeon didn't have the energy to rise from his chair right then. He was getting too damned old. Some of the weariness must have shown on his face. Riech tilted her head and asked, Are you all right, Gilad? Just thoughts. He offered a smile. Riaj's hard expression softened a little. He was reminded of the woman sheeping 10 years back, of the brief time when their relationship had passed beyond personal friendship and mutual respect. It was a time neither of them tried to dwell on, but had never quite been able to pull away from, just like he'd never wholly been able to put aside his memory of Helena, even after all that had gone between them. Because of that long-off time, because of that look, something inside him gave in. He said, "M'Gara, I have a son." Her eyes went wide with surprise. Before she could ask anything, before Vitor could drop into the converser, Pellaeon said, "He's a pilot. He flies for the 181st. Riaj's jaw worked silently for a moment before she managed to say, "I had no idea. I didn't either. Not until Arinda." Riaj thought a second, asked, "His mother?" "Long dead." She thought again. "Does he know? Your son?" "No. What could I tell him? I didn't even know he existed. His mother and I didn't part on good terms. It was why I tried too hard to forget her. It was why I never mentioned her to you. If you feel you have to explain something to me." "That's not it." He cut her off, but wondered why he was saying this to her now. The looming threat of another operation had rattled him. He'd never told anyone about Minor before, but if there anyone he could have told, anyone at all, it was Riaj. Despite all that had passed between them, or because of it, she was the closest thing he had left to a friend. "I just needed to tell someone," he offered weakly. "Oh," Riaj said softly. "I thought you were looking for advice." That might well have been it too. Pellaeon hardly knew himself, not since that talk with Minor after Arinda. "Do you have any to give?" "Gilad, Admiral, you can't afford to be thinking about family now. We're about to go into battle against the rebels again, and the stakes are higher than ever. The entire survival of our government, our people, is at stake. This distraction is dangerous. I know. What I want to say is that you should put it all aside. Forget about your son, about everything, and focus on the battle." It was what he'd expected from her. When Vitor gets old enough, would you send him into battle, then just not think about him? "No," she admitted. "Then you see my dilemma too well." She looked down at the table. "Gil, I can't tell you what to do. It's your life, your family." Riaj had almost been family. Possibly she still was. It was one of those thoughts he'd had to push aside, a hope he'd had to surrender for the sake of survival, the Empire's, and his own. More than ever, he felt weighted down by this war's awful attrition. "If you tell him you're his father, what then?" "I have no idea," Pellaeon admitted. "But at least it would mean something new. At the moment, I'm stuck." It might be hard for him. Getting that kind of revelation right before battle. "I know. I can't drop it on him now. I won't. Then whatever you do after the battle, think about it then. We need all of your wits here, Gilad." "I knew, M'Gara," he forced a smile. "I know. Thank you." She nodded hesitantly, then turned. She knew when the conversation was done. Once she was gone, Pellaeon kicked his swiveling chair around to face the blur of hyperspace. It wasn't often that he simply stared at it anymore. When he was a cadet training in the judicial forces, one empire and 2 republics ago, he'd loved to spend hours in transit just staring at hyperspace. A lot of cadets did. And then, gradually, it had become so commonplace that they'd lost interest. It was sad, getting numb to wondrous things. He'd realized that recently, and had been making a more conscious effort to appreciate them since Arinda. It hadn't been the battle itself that had moved him, but the discovery he'd made there. One day, he'd reveal it all to Devis. He told himself that now, made himself swear that vow. One day, when the campaign was over, when the rebels and the Empire weren't constantly at each other's throats, when a lifetime of war had run dry, and they finally had the space and time to live like a normal father and son should. He told himself that, and he believed it. He only doubted whether that day would ever come. When they got back to Quell, things happened fast. General Bel Iblis came with them, and the moment he stepped onto Lusankaya, it was clear the old warhorse had the respect and obedience of everyone on board. Tycho could see the relief on Wedge's face as the destroyer's command staff escorted Belle Iblis from the landing bay to the bridge. "Ready to get back to flying?" Jansen asked. "You have no idea," Wedge said, and he even allowed a smile. By the time Tycho, Wedge, and Jansen had deposited their belongings in their quarters, Lusankaya was already in hyperspace, en route for the staging points on the edge of Imperial space from which she would launch one of the 3 prongs of the assault on Selenon. Wedge quickly called a meeting of the pilots for Rogue and Wraith squadrons. They assembled in Lusankaya's secondary launch bay and clustered between rows of docked X-wings. Both squadrons were at full strength again, and it was the first time they were meeting as a team since before Wedge, Tycho, Jansen, and Hobby had been whisked away for their mission at Adumer. It felt like a whole new mood had swept through the crew. They were about to plunge into their biggest battle since Arinda, but just seeing Wedge back in a flight suit was enough to rekindle everyone's optimism. The young ones, like Neville, Varth, and Paget, seemed a little awed by the sight. Veterans like Enery, Gavin, Face Lauren, and Kel Tainer were grinning, like they were back in some good old days. Tycho spotted one pilot who still looked reticent and slipped beside her. Charis K. Hannity had joined up with the New Republic following the Civil War on her native Adumer. The small, black-haired young woman had been brought up in a culture that idolized dueling, be it hand-to-hand or in starfighters, and she'd been one of the best back home. Now, though on the deck of a superstar destroyer and surrounded by luminaries, she looked uncharacteristically unsure of herself. "You'll do fine, Charis," Tycho told her. "I'm not used to flying in combat missions like this." She tugged awkwardly at the neck of her baggy black flight suit. "Just think of it as a whole bunch of one-on-one duels thrown together, including Lusankaya versus Reaper. Yes, and you should stay well away from that duel. What's your designation, Charis?" "I'm flying as Wraith 2. "Then you're flying Jansen's wing. That's good. Follow him. Do what he does." She raised a black eyebrow. "How far do you want me to take that advice?" Tycho glanced across the crowd to where Wraith leader was currently making conversation with an incredulous-looking Shalanelprin. His garish yellow and black checkerboard flight suit and helmet could be spotted from anywhere in the hangar. "Keep it in the cockpit," he told her. "I thought as much. Definitely not the fashion sense." "The thought never occurred to me." Tycho grinned. Before he could add anything more, Wedge clambered up onto the nose of his X-wing and held out his hands, calling for a stop to the chatter. When everyone quieted down, Wedge said, "All right, thank you all for being here. And getting quiet when I told you to." "You're welcome," Jansen shouted, far too loud. Wedge rolled his eyes but couldn't stop his grin. "All right, as you probably know by now, we're going to be running a mission to Selenon very soon. This is going to be a critical battle. We'll be going up against Admiral Pellaeon, Reaper, 3 world devastators, and whatever else the imps can throw at us." The jovial faces in the crowd got quickly sober. Wedge continued, "Our squadrons are going to play a critical role in this fight, and you all need to be aware of that. Now, some of you have worked with Lusankaya's text to crack the algorithm used to insert commands into the Empire's TIE fighters. As you all know, we found a way to hack into their little droid brains and insert commands. Since the frequency the imps use keeps shifting, we won't be able to input a given command for more than 1/3 of a standard second, which means it's got to be simple, short, and sweet." He paused, took a breath, and said, "We're going to blow them up. In other words, now we're going to be projecting the signal through a bunch of modified skip rays, the ones Spotter Squad usually uses for recon and sensor probes. Our job is to safeguard those blast boats." A hand shot up. Wedge nodded, and Gavin asked, "Why can't we just pump out the signal from Lusankaya?" "Very good question. Wes, do you think you could field it?" I'll try my best," Jansen said. Raising his voice, he went on, "Basically, if the signal came from one big source, it would be more vulnerable to imp jamming fields, and you know they'll have those up. If we keep a short range, we can make every turned-on droid within a specific radius self-detonate no matter how they try to scramble us. In other words, Wedge said, we'll zip past a devastator, and all we need to do is broadcast our signal to burst it open from the inside. A few people clapped. Wedge said, the important thing, the critical thing, is to protect those skip rays. That is every pilot's top priority. Another hand went up. When she got the go-ahead, Inari asked, Sir, do you know if the 181st is going to be at Selenon? They've been reported there. Yes. Wedge nodded grimly. But engagement with them is not our priority. We're to avoid them if at all possible. It was easier said than done, and they all knew it. Fennick would seek them out, especially once he realized what they were doing to the droid ties. All right, people, Wedge clapped his hands. We've still got a few hours. Hit the fresher, get a little food, but get ready and stay alert. I want everyone reassembled here and ready to fly at exactly 0800 hours. A few pilots clapped or shouted affirmation. Most slipped away, eager to get the last necessary business while they still could. Tycho slipped away from Charis and met Wedge as he climbed down the X-Wings' ladder and back onto the deck. Well, he asked, did that feel good? A little. Wedge ran a hand through his dark hair. It looked like it felt good, Hobby said as he sidled next to Tycho. Jansen was right behind him. I can't tell you how much of a relief it is to have Bel Iblis command in this fight, Wedge admitted. Don't worry, we already know, said Hobby. Wedge feigned offense, but Tycho said, we'll watch your back, Wedge. Ila made us promise we'd bring you home. Wedge looked suddenly embarrassed. Did she? Did she really? Jansen nodded eagerly. Oh, yes. She said, if my fiancé doesn't come home from this riding mission, I'll personally tear off your. She didn't say it quite like that, Tycho said, but she was pretty forceful. Well, Wedge thought for a moment. It's better than asking you to vape me when I don't expect it. Don't worry, said Hobby. I'm sure she'll get around to that after you've been married for a few months. Jansen gave an overdramatic sigh and clapped Wedge on the shoulder. To think my baby's finally leaving the nest. He's all grown up. He's found himself a nice girl to settle down with. Oh, it's so bittersweet. I always knew you'd be the first one to get paired off, Wedge, said Hobby. Really? Wedge frowned, like he'd always thought the opposite. Well, it wasn't going to be Wes. Hey, Jansen pouted, but shifted his attention to Tycho. Any chance for marriage number 2? Now Tycho found himself embarrassed. I don't know. I've never really talked to Winter about it. Why not? Wedge asked seriously. Oh, you all know how it is, Tycho tried to wave them off. The lives we lead is not like we get time together. You just saw her on Coruscant, Jansen said. He was trying not to think of Winter. He always tried not to think of her before going into a combat situation, to keep his mind clear. Yes, because the Solo kids were visiting their parents, and I was in town for a couple days. That was luck. Luck's what you make of it, said Hobby. Tycho twisted his face. That almost sounded like optimism, Hobby. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Hobby coughed, put on a deep frown, and said, we're all going to die miserable old bachelors, even Wedge. The other 3 regarded him for a moment before Jansen shrugged and said, better than dying today. That's how I'm taking it, Tycho said, just one day at a time. Good enough for wartime, Wedge said, but I'm hoping we can start wrapping up this war at Selenon. Me too, Tycho admitted. But for now, we do it like I said. One day at a time. Gilad Pellaeon was halfway through his sleep cycle when Lusankai had decanted from hyperspace near the Selenon system's asteroid belt. If he'd been younger, he would have thrown on his uniform and scrambled to the bridge within 5 minutes. As it was, it took him 7. The moment he stepped on the command deck, Riage was on him, simultaneously apologetic and seething. They got the drop on us, sir. I don't know how. They must have anticipated our next strike and moved to block it. Did we know Lusankaya had left Keilera? No, only that the conference on Coruscant had ended. I'm sorry, Admiral. I should have seen this. I should have. It's all right, M'Gara, he said, though they both knew it wasn't. Reaper was currently positioned midway between Selu and the asteroid belt, and Captain Arnev had already started moving the Superstar Destroyer out to engage Lusankaya. The rebel Superstar Destroyer was already moving in on one of the World Devastators, while the other two were slipping awkwardly through the asteroid belt as quickly as their massive sluggish bodies could, desperate to put distance between themselves and Lusankaya. Captain Dorha's Relentless, as well as Nemesis, were also out by the asteroid belt, awkwardly keeping their distance from Lusankaya while still launching fighter screens to match the rebel ones. Pellaeon made for the comm station, walking quickly but without visible panic, and called up Relentless. "We're on our way to your position," he said as soon as Dorja's hollow image came up. "Hold where you are now, and do not engage Lusankaya directly." The thought never crossed my mind, Dorja gritted his teeth. "We'll bring Judicator and Tyrant as well. What if this is just a feint to lure you away from the planet? I'll leave Rampart behind, along with Chimera, Death's Head, and the Interdictors." Dorja gave a curt nod. "We'll hold out as long as we can, Admiral." Pellaeon killed the connection. Riaj hovered anxiously over his shoulder. "Call Fennick if you haven't already, Colonel. Tell the 181st to take vanguard position." "Gladly. And, sir, should we send out a call for more ships?" They'd already amassed a sizable fleet at Selu with the intent of using it for a renewed offensive. That included every Star Destroyer Grand Admiral Thrawn had mustered for his main fleet, save Inexorable, which had been lost with Bice, and Stormhawk, lost at Arinda, as well as the massive Rampart and, of course, Reaper herself. Despite it all, he didn't feel confident. The rebels probably had the task forces from Quell and Arda sitting in the wings. "Tell Dominion to come as fast as she can," he said finally. "Gladly, sir," Riaj nodded, and went off to relay orders. Dominion was at Tangrene, many hours away, but she still might be useful, even without an admiral as experienced as Ragas at her helm. Every minute might end up counting in an engagement like this. Alternatively, the fight might be well over by the time Dominion arrived. This entire battle was full of unknowns. That made it the worst kind. Tycho Selchu's X-Wing shuddered slightly as it slipped out from beneath Lusankia's bow and shot toward the asteroid belt. The Superstar Destroyer had begun pumping out her fighter wing the minute after leaving hyperspace. B-Wing attack craft and K-Wing heavy bombers soared up to engage the two Impars while squadrons of fast interceptors raced toward the belt, where the World Devastators were already starting to pump out their robotic TIE fighters. The Rogues and Wraiths fell in behind the interceptor squads and kept close formation around the modified skip ray blast boats. The skip rays were more nimble than a shuttle but sluggish compared to an X-Wing, and once the Imps figured out what they were doing, they'd throw every manned fighter they had at them. "Stay in formation," Wedge warned them. He flew at the head of the broad span of spacecraft, both as Rogue leader and Wraith leader. Bel Iblis wants to try and pound the first Devastators from a distance. "Stand by." Wedge dropped his X-Wing speed, and the rest of them followed. Tycho shifted in his cockpit, uncomfortable not to be fighting as the space ahead of them lit up with explosions. Lusankaya was pouring turbolaser fire into the World Devastator's forward shields, and so far the great machine was absorbing those attacks while his massive tractor beams continued to automatically pull mineral-rich space rock into the mouth of his fiery interior furnace. It was easy to tell what Bel Iblis' game plan was. He wanted to wait until Reaper was close enough to engage before playing their trick and detonating the TIE fighters. Assuming their trick worked, it would have a spectacular effect. If it failed, well, they were in for a long slog. Thankfully, Bel Iblis wasn't relying on one trick alone. As the Rogues and Wraiths sat waiting over the asteroid belt, watching as Reaper's dark dagger grew closer and closer, Tycho's sensors reported that the second task force had arrived from Arda. Led by Admiral Saf's powerful new MiG-90 cruiser Mon Cassima, they dropped out of hyperspace at the exact location Bel Iblis must have given them, behind the two Impars. The two Star Destroyers suddenly found themselves squeezed between powerful enemies. They immediately began moving closer together to cover each other's exposed flanks, while also drawing their fighter screens close to defend against bomber attacks that now came from two directions. Those Impars aren't going to last long, Phase Lorne muttered from his X-Wing. Reaper's almost in range, Wedge reminded them. Her fighters are already breaking over the asteroid belt. Looks like they're going to help the Impars. Our sensors are showing those are TIE defenders, said a voice from Spotter 1, the lead skipray. Fennick, Hobby breathed. The man must have been eager for payback after Adumer. Tycho was relieved he was being sent after someone else. Ahead of them, Lusankaya's torrent of fire finally cracked through the Devastator's shields and began tearing up its infrastructure. Its target now vulnerable, Lusankaya slipped forward and began firing repeated concussion missile barrages. The forward section of the Devastator was ripped apart by a series of spectacular explosions. By moving ahead, though, Lusankaya brought herself closer to Reaper. Pellaeon's Star Destroyer unleashed its first barrage, which Lusankaya caught with her bow shields. More fighters coming out of Reaper, Spotter 1 reported. Looks like droid ties. A second later, Wedge said, we've just got the go from Lusankaya. All ships on me. His X-Wing raced forward. Tycho followed, keeping on Spotter 1's port flank. Krall Neville and Enry Forge were right behind him, while the lead Wraith Squadron flight, made up of Wes Jansen, Cheris, and Vort Piggy Sabinring, guarded Spotter 2. All told, they had 23 X-Wings guarding 6 modified skip rays. As Reaper loomed ahead of them, Tycho prayed it would be enough. Tell us when to fire up the signal, Spotter 1 called. Wait until we get closer, Wedge said. Any closer, and we'll get a face full of ties, Hobby warned. That's the idea. Oh, lovely. Cut the chatter, Tycho warned. There wasn't time for banter, not when the first swarm of droid ties was almost on them. They were coming on a wave. Once they washed past, there would be a clear shot at Reaper. Wedge clearly hoped to destroy as many droid ties as possible when they were inside their berths, thus doing maximum damage to the Superstar Destroyer. The trick of it was that they had no idea how many squadrons of droid fighters Reaper actually had. She was already starting to pump out some I-7 Howlrunners as well, so Wedge was basically gambling that they were keeping some warmed up but in reserve. Well, it wasn't like the whole battle wasn't a gamble anyway. All power to forward shields, Wedge commanded as the TIE wave washed over them. Green laser blasts scattered around Tycho's X-Wing, blinding him. The TIE fighters kept coming, and for a moment he wondered whether the things hadn't been programmed to execute suicide collisions that would wipe them all out before they even got close to Reaper. To his relief, their droid brains and nimble engines were working as expected. The little fighters swept past the X-Wings and skip rays without a collision. Report, Wedge ordered. Anyone down? This is Spotter 4, one said. We've taken heavy damage on our dorsal S-foil. They're coming back around fast, lead, face warned. Reaper was getting damned close too. She was already sending out turbolaser blasts in their direction. Okay, Wedge called. All spotters, get ready to broadcast on my mark. Wait a second, said Spotter 4, we've got it. Suddenly there was a burst of static. Tycho saw one skip ray marker wink out on his sensors. They're coming behind us fast, Wedge. Face called. It's now or never. All right. All spotters, fire it up. The remaining 5 skip rays began broadcasting the signal. For a moment that seemed to last forever, nothing happened. Then the wave of TIE fighters on Tycho's rear sensors simply winked out. What happened? Cheris asked excitedly. Did we get them? They're down. Face cheered. Went up like a criffing ribbon of fire. Tycho wished he could have seen it, but it was far behind him and Reaper was ominously filling his view. That got some cheers nonetheless, which Wedge quickly quieted down. All ships, head for Reaper. We're going to buzz her hangar before they figure out what we're up to. Lot of hot light coming out of that ship, lead, Hobby warned. Then keep dancing. You too, spotters. Affirmative, said Spotter 1. Ready when you are. Let's kick it in, Wedge called, and his fighter burst forward. They stabbed upward toward Reaper's massive underside. Wedge had them pull up right close to the ship's ventral shields before leveling out to fly in parallel to the flat hull. It was a maneuver they'd done dozens of times beneath Lusankaya, but the ship was trying to kill them. They hugged close enough to the shields to avoid most of Reaper's turret guns, but one turbolaser blast clipped Spotter 3 and sent it tumbling. Another blast vaped it in an instant. In minutes, they'd lost a third of their skips, but at least they hadn't lost any X-Wings yet. "Hangar's coming up," Wedge called. "Get ready." The cavernous mouth to Reaper's flight deck suddenly opened up above them. Tycho craned his head back, saw the white shining guts of the ship, the crew in orange jumpsuits, the pilots in black crawling into their howl runners, the racks of TIE D fighters clinging to one wall. Suddenly the whole hangar burst bright. Tycho winced, squeezed his eyes shut, and when he opened them again they were racing along Reaper's underside once more. "That got it," Wedge called. "I told them it would work," Jansen said. "Didn't I tell them?" "All ships, peel away," Wedge said. "Let's hit up the nearest Devastator." "Yes, sir," fused Charis, a little too loud. As they dove down, away from the superstar destroyer, Tycho craned his neck back and got a better look. Debris was pouring out of Reaper's main hangar and spreading into the vacuum. Its turbolasers kept firing on them, but the shots went erratically, while its explosions continued to rock the warship. He had no idea how much damage they'd really done to Reaper, but from here it looked pretty damn good. It was a satisfying thought, but Tycho had to push it away. Wedge led them into a downward dive into the asteroid belt, toward the second Devastator. The fight was off to a good start, but it was far from over. "Damage report," Captain Arnav snapped. "Now." A hapless lieutenant in the crew pit shook her head in confusion. "I'm sorry, sir, but communications with the hangar are down." Then calm a nearby section, "Tell them to send a runner." Pellaeon ordered her in as calm a tone as he could muster. "Yes, Admiral." "Right away, sir." Another voice behind him said, "Admiral, those X-Wings and skip rays are pulling away." "I'm glad to hear it," Riad said from Pellaeon's side. "Lieutenant, was there any sign they fired a warhead into the hangar?" "Nothing." The tactical lieutenant shook his head. "But, sirs, we're getting strange readings. We're losing signals from droid ties. Lots of them. Howlrunner pilots are reporting them detonating. Sirs, all at the same time." The answer was instantly obvious to Riad. They found a way to make the droid tie self-destruct. Pellaeon cursed. It was an obvious flaw in the automated fighter's design. The rebels had used a similar trick to destroy the world devastators at Mon Calamari. Pellaeon had removed the slave circuity from his remaining devastators, and had his best techs create new encrypted signals to coordinate the droid fighters, but in the end the rebels had outwitted them again. Now, at least, he knew the great surprise they'd come to Selenon to spring on him. "Admiral, I am so sorry." Riad's face had gone pale. "I should have anticipated this, sir. And I should have known Lusankaya was coming. I missed it, sir, I completely." Pellaeon to her firmly by the shoulders. "Recriminations come later. We have to fight now," M'Gara understood. She shivered, and gave her firmest nod. Pellaeon turned away. "Come, get online to the Devastator commanders. Tell them to shut down all droid TIE fighters immediately. And call Chimera and Death's Head. Tell them we need their assistance. And call Colonel Fennick. Tell him to chase down those X-Wings and skip rays before they do any more damage." Pellaeon had been loath to bring Chimera into a combat situation, just as he'd been reluctant to send the 181st Chasing Rogue Squadron, but the fight had turned suddenly desperate. "Admiral," the tactical lieutenant said, 6 more rebel ships have just dropped out of hypersaps, midway between us and the planet. Looks like 2 gunships, a light cruiser, 3 heavies. Matches profile of the Quell task force. Tell Ardif and Harbit to fight their way through." Reaper's deck shook beneath them as the rebels raised an interdiction field from the drag ships they'd brought with them from Arda. Even if Dominion got here, it would be pulled out of hyperspace too far away to take immediate action. Strange enough, Pellaeon felt a little relief. To himself he muttered, well, at least they've played their full hand. When the task force from Quell dropped out of hyperspace at the exact mid-system coordinates that Bel Iblis had given them, they found themselves staring down an unpleasant surprise: 2 Imperial-class destroyers and 1 2-kilometer-long, diamond-shaped Secutor class. All of them were spilling out fighters, TIE interceptors, Howl runners, droid fighters. It was not the greeting that an Abot had wanted. Charak, Ragas, and Kenobi immediately began launching fighters and opened up with their forward batteries. The Imperial ships gave as good as they got. The 2 destroyers were clearly trying to push ahead to help Reaper battle Lusankaya, and as Charak's bridge shuddered under repeated turbolaser volleys, Abot staggered over to the tactical station to get a better read on the fight in the asteroid belt. The battle seemed to be going better there. Reaper had one flank pressed against the edge of the belt while her other exchanged broadsides with Lusankaya. Admiral Sov's task force was brawling hard with 4 Empires. The 2 remaining world devastators were moving out of the asteroid belt to help them. General, they're chewing up our fighter screen, Ben Eltoth reported. I can see that, Abot growled as Charak shook again. Captain, get me Lusankaya. Gladly, sir. Eltoth walked across the shaking bridge more quickly than Abot, and by the time the general got to the comm station, he was looking down at the holo image of Garm Bel Iblis. How are you holding up, Charak? The old Corellian asked. Just barely. That carrier is full of droid TIE fighters. Can we get help with that? After a tiny pause, Bel Iblis nodded. I'll send a few fighters to help you. Good. General, they're trying to push over the asteroid belt to help Reaper. I'm not sure we can hold them off. You can't start falling back to the belt, General. Abot was a little surprised by that. Those 3 big destroyers the Imperials would surely follow, and once they reached the belt they'd come close to tipping the balance of the fight in Imperial favor. Bel Iblis apparently didn't notice the Dornian's hesitation. The skip rays will meet you soon. Will you need any other assistance? I'll let you know, General. Good. Lusankaya out. The holo winked off. Abot glanced at young Eltoth, clinging to his side. He said, follow your orders, Captain. Eltoth did. Ragas and Kenobi turned around first and began their fighting retreat toward the belt, while Charak lingered a little longer, slowing down the 3 destroyers that kept pressing forward. By now the fighters were on them. Droid ties tangled with Charak's wings while Scimitar bombers made attack runs on the cruiser's hull. Their payloads thundered against Charak's shields, and Abot knew that if help didn't get help soon, they wouldn't make it to the belt. When Tycho had first laid eyes on a world devastator, it had been hovering close to the surface on Mon Calamari, like a sinister floating mountain of durasteel, sucking up everything that got too close to his ravenous furnace mouth. They didn't look quite as intimidating as they floated in space, but they were intimidating enough. Tycho hung close behind Spotter 1 Skipray as it dove close to the Devastator. The monstrosity had pulled itself halfway out of the belt by now. Its partner had already escaped the drifting chain of rocks and was heading toward Admiral Sov's fleet as fast as its repulsors could push it. A chunk of Wraith Squadron had just been pulled away to help General Abot's task force on the inner side of the belt, which meant they were down to just a pair of modified skip rays and the hope that the Devastator hadn't shut down power on all of his droid ties just yet. Okay, wedge called, just like before. Make a pass on the underside. Copy, Rogue Leader, Spotter 1 said. Shields at maximum. They slipped between the world Devastators to foot-like aft repulsors and beneath his flat, broad belly. The Devastator, designed for ground assault, had more accurate weapons on his underside than Lusankaya, and laser blasts splashed against Tycho's shields and rattled him inside his cockpit. Little Harry, lead, Hobby warned. Hold tight, everyone, Wedge said. Tycho heard a shout, and a burst of static, and saw that one of Gavin's pilots was gone. A second later, a series of explosions began to burst through the world Devastator's hull. Elation replaced grief. Wedge called, all ships, pull back. Pull back! Tycho was happy to comply. As they pulled away from the Devastator and out into the space beyond the asteroid belt, he angled his fighter to get a better look. The explosion wasn't as satisfying to see as the one from Reaper, but it was still pretty good. The World Devastator vented debris from the hole in its underside. Its two rear repulsor engines went dark, though the forward ones kept straining to drag the rest of the massive craft clear of the asteroid belt. Its furnace mouth still flared as well. Tycho was vaguely reminded of a man trying to pull himself head first over the mouth of a cliff while his legs dangled off the edge and his jaw hung open, lungs straining for breath. Just when he was starting to feel confident, Spotter 1 called, "Incoming TIE defenders, 10 o'clock. All 4 squadrons of the 181st Imperial fighter wing dropped into a steep dive, spraying laser blasts ahead of them. The X-Wings and skip rays that had just crippled the Second World Devastator broke formation and tried to flee. Fenner overcame the momentary temptation to locate Rogue Squadron's leader and chase him. Wedge Antilles was a secondary priority. He vectored toward the closest blast boat and locked torpedoes on the target. The skip ray's defensive laser direct tracked him, spraying red blast against his shields. He jerked clear, then let his torps fly. The skip ray tried to knock the torps out with his cannon and picked off the first warhead. The second curved around and slammed hard into the skip ray's starboard shields. A wash of flame overcame the craft, and for a second Fenner felt sublime satisfaction. Then the flame fell back like a red cape being cast away, and the skip ray charged at him, guns blazing. A second later, 2 torps slammed into his port side. The first hit the shields, but the second tore through them and then the hull. The skip ray exploded brilliantly and was gone. "Thanks for the help, lead," Minor Devis whooped as his red-striped TIE defender circled around to settle behind Fenner's ship. "Quite," Fenner grunted. He checked his scanners and saw that the other skip ray had also been knocked out of the fight. It was just them and the Rouges now, and the X-Wings were already starting to fall back into the asteroid field in a desperate attempt at evasion. "All ships," Fenner called, "break formation and go after the rogues. Weapons free?" His squad leaders clicked affirmative, and the 181st fell into the asteroid belt. The tumbling space Rosk, ranging in size from a small city to a human fist, only added to the chaos of the chase. X-Wings and TIE defenders, the latter far outnumbering the former, weaved around the asteroids, spraying laser blasts or popping off torps, braking, dodging, running, dancing. It was impossible to pick out one X-Wing from another, no matter how much Fenner wanted to find Antilles, Selchu, Jansen, or Clivian. Those 4 pilots had cost him 3 of his best at Adumer, ones he'd picked specifically for their raw dogfighting skill. He'd already had to replace Seth Avrian as squad leader, and would have lost Minor Devis too, if he hadn't gotten a last-minute request from Admiral Pellaeon, of all people, to keep Devis on Reaper as temporary wing commander. Fenner got behind one X-Wing long enough to light up its aft shields with laser blasts, then pop off a torp. The pointer broke into evasive maneuvers, and wound a tight corkscrew around a long spinning spindle of space rock. The torp impacted on the asteroid, but Fenner cut over the top of the rock and intercepted the X-Wing right when it pulled away. His laser blast tore through his forward shields and shredded its nose, detonating the forward magazines. Fenner was barely able to pull up and avoid the resulting fireball. That pilot had been good, but not as good as the ones on Adumer. Fenner spun around and scanned the asteroid field for more X-Wings. All his eyesight could pick up were intermittent flashes of lasers and brief explosions, scattered and random throughout so many drifting rocks. Then he glanced at his scanners and his gut fell. A big wave of rebel fighters was sweeping into the asteroid field from the other side. He switched to long-range sensors and got the bigger picture. The 3rd Rebel Task Force was crossing over the asteroid field with Chimera and Death's head on its tail while Rampart lingered behind, reluctant to engage for some reason. The rebels were pumping starfighters into the belt to help the rogues. Suddenly, the 181st was drastically outnumbered. "Lead, we have incoming," Damkin called. "I'm getting X-Wings, U-Wings, A-Wings." A new transmission cut him off. Suddenly, Admiral Pellaeon himself was speaking in Fenner's ear, saying, "Colonel, You must fall back at once. Not yet, Fennick snapped instinctively. He didn't want to run from this fight, not until he absolutely had to. Chimera and Death's Head still need fighter support. They have their own screens, but they won't help yours in time. Pull out, Colonel. Admiral, the rogues are. Pull out. Pellaeon almost shouted. He sounded more frantic than authoritative, but it was enough to stop Fennick from arguing. Understood, he growled. Pulling out now. He switched his comlink to the 181st channel and said, all ships, fall back to Reaper. Do not, repeat, do not engage. Yes, sir, Damkin said, voice quavering with relief. Fennick spun his TIE Defender to face Reaper, still slugging it out with Lusankaya on the edge of the asteroid field. Beyond them, the 4 smaller Star Destroyers were holding their own against the 2nd Rebel Task Force. The last World Devastator was, even now, dropping down in front of a Rebel Star Destroyer with his furnace glowing hot and hungry. The arrival of the 3rd Rebel Task Force would threaten Reaper's other flank, but thankfully Chimera, Death's Head, and Rampart could handle them. The fight was far from over. Fennick was glad for that. It meant he still had the opportunity for revenge. Gilad Pellaeon watched from Reaper's forward viewport as the pointed prow of the Rebel destroyer was pulled into the last Devastator's mouth. Escape pods were already shooting out of his hull, and the other Rebel ships were frantically trying to catch them all, even as the Devastator kept on chewing up his victim. With the 2nd Rebel Task Force in disarray, Pellaeon had an opening. He ordered communications to call Nemesis over to help Reaper defend against the last Rebel Task Force now trying to cross above the asteroid belt. If he could press this force on both ends, they might actually have a chance of turning the tide of battle. Admiral, Riage told him, the 181st has fallen back to our position. What should I tell them? Pellaeon thought a moment. He called Fennick's people back in a fit of panic, knowing that the new wave of Rebel starfighters would tear up the 181st in the asteroid belt and maybe even kill his son. He could accept throwing Miner into a battle, but only if the odds were in his side's favor. If he could have ordered the entire wing back into Reaper's hangar, he would have, but the main flight deck was still out of commission, and Fennick was clearly still in a fighting mood. Pellaeon considered for a moment, then said, tell Red Squadron to form up on Nemesis and protect our starboard flank. The other 3 squads can begin an attack on Lusankaya. Riage blinked. Pellaeon usually didn't micromanage the fighter wings in such detail. Giving Fennick the order to charge a superstar destroyer was also a little bold, though he didn't doubt the colonel was eager for a bloody challenge, especially after he'd been denied revenge against Rogue Squadron. Keep Bel Iblis distracted, Pellaeon explained. The rebels get the drop on us, but if we can confuse them, we stand a chance of keeping the battle going until Dominion arrives. I understand. She should drop into the interdiction field very soon, but once she does, it will be a crawl, I know. We have to be ready anyway, Colonel. Of course, Riage nodded. I'll send the order now. General, Eltith reported, our fighters are pulling out of the asteroid field. They'll form around us shortly. And not a moment too soon, Abot said. His task force had now risen over the asteroid field and sat poised to attack Reaper's starboard flank while Lusankaya kept pounding her port. In theory, it was the perfect attack position, the one General Bel Iblis had been hoping for when he planned this attack. Unfortunately, things had gone awry. There were more Star Destroyers at Selenon than the most recent intelligence reports had indicated, and now that the surprise of the attack had worn off, they'd repositioned themselves to fight effectively. Even now, an Imperial destroyer crossed over Reaper's boat to attack Kenobi and the gunships head-on, while 2 more destroyers were biting at Charnak and Yakez from the rear. Wraith Squadron had effectively destroyed the Secular-class destroyers' Type D squadrons, and with its supply depleted, the ship hung back. But Abot knew it, too, could join the fray at any moment, and when it did attack, it would be a formidable opponent. What he needed more than anything, certainly more than a regrouped fighter screen, was help from Saab's fleet, but right now Policy was tackling 1 Star Destroyer, Mon Cassima barely handling 2 more, and the Star Destroyer Freedom was being swallowed up piece by piece by The final act of World Devastator. Abot had seen holos of what they'd done at Mon Calamari, including eating the destroyer Emancipator, but he'd never expected to see one of the monsters in action with his own eyes. The one good thing about their position was that Lusankaya had already destroyed one Devastator, while the second had been crippled when its TIE complement exploded inside the hull. Even now, though, the Devastator sat on the edge of the asteroid field just beyond Reaper's Bow, furnace blazing and repulsors just barely keeping it from being chewed up by all that space rock. As Abot watched that struggling Devastator from Charnak's bridge, an idea came to him. A mad, stupid idea that was so ridiculous it could never possibly work. He shifted his attention away from it, to the blaze of Kenobi's thrust engines as she began to exchange fire with the Imp Star ahead. Captain Wyrick's ship was designed for the express purpose of going head-to-head against that larger vessel in fast attacks, and Abot could only pray it was up for the task, because he didn't know how much longer Yakez and Charnak could hold out taking fire from the rear. General, Otat said, "We're picking up 4 squadrons of TIE defenders inbound." Well, that was the end of that. Tell the fighter screen to intercept. Are the Rouges and Wraiths with us? Yes, sir, and the last 2 skip rays from Spotter Squadron. Tell the spotters to hold back. Everyone else needs to engage those defenders. Rogues, Wraiths, everyone. Understood. General, I think. Before Eltith could get out another word, the tactical officer called, "Sirs, another ship has just dropped out of hyperspace." And it just kept getting worse. What kind of ship, Lieutenant? After a grave pause, the officer said, "It's Dominion." The bridge went silent. The 7-kilometer-long Bellator-class destroyer had turned the tide at Arinda, and had come to do so again here. The only difference was that Sov's 2 interdictor cruisers had a gravity well up over half the system, and it would take Dominion time to cross it at sublight speeds. That left them a very small window to break the impasse. Abot hurried over to the comm station. "Get me a link with Lusankaya. I need to talk to Bel Iblis right now." "I'll try, sir, but the imps are putting out a lot of jamming," the comm officer said. After a long moment, he said, "I can get you audio but no visual." "Good enough. Patch it into my personal comlink," Abot said. He removed it from his uniform pocket and brought it to his mouth. "Lusankaya, this is Charnak. Can you hear me?" After a short, too long pause, Bel Iblis said, "I hear you, Charnak. General Bel Iblis, I have a plan. It's unusual, but I believe it will work. Right now, we need the unexpected. Go on." Abot explained as quickly as he could. When he was done, he waited for what again seemed far too long before Bel Iblis said, "Can you do it with the forces you have now?" "Do I have another choice?" "I suppose not." "Good luck, General." "Thank you. We'll do our best." Abot turned off his comlink and took a breath. He turned and saw Eltith staring up at him. He probably heard the whole thing. "General, do you really think that can work?" he asked. 5 minutes ago, he hadn't. Abot wasn't sure if he did now, but Dominion's sudden arrival had changed everything. "There's only one way to find out," he said, and turned back to the comm lieutenant. "Get me rogue leader right away." "You heard me right," Wedge said. "We're forming up on those gunships in Noraka. They're going into the asteroid belt." Gavin asked. He sounded as shocked and incredulous as Tycho felt. Noraka was smaller than the Dornian ship or the 2 Star Destroyers, but the McForty light cruiser was still bound to get chewed up by all the space rocks. "Those gunships can track asteroids and keep Noraka clear," Wedge said. "We'll give them all the help they need." "Where did you even get these orders?" asked Face. "Direct from General Abot. Okayed by Bel Iblis. What more do you want?" Nobody answered that. Tycho would have preferred something sane, but given that Dominion was going to arrive soon, they really didn't have any other choices. At least it would get them away from these damn TIE defenders. The Wraiths had just lost their second pilot to the 181st. "We'll leave the other squads to tangle with Fennick," Wedge said. "Everyone else, form up on me." Tycho obeyed. He and his flight settled behind the Corellian gunship Cerulean as it dove toward the asteroid belt. None of the Imperial pilots seemed foolish enough to follow, not even the 181st ones. They still had plenty to keep them occupied. Several flights began making attack runs on Kenobi as it desperately tried to fight off the Star Destroyer in front of it after suddenly being deprived of its gunships. The DP-20 gunships Viridian and Cerulean dove into the belt first. Their directional laser turrets, usually used for anti-starfighter purposes, blew large asteroids down to space dust and cleaved a hole for Naraka to pass through. The Rouges and Wraiths flitted around the McG-40, and the gunships, using their laser cannons to blast every large chunk of space rock they could see. As Tycho knew what happened, they ended up filling the space around them with many small pieces instead of a relatively few big ones. Again and again, asteroid debris came up on him before he could spot it and rocked against his shields. The only good thing about their second dip into the asteroid belt was the fact that they no longer had to fight off ties, and could therefore shut off their energy shields and shunt all defensive power to the particle ones. He just popped one asteroid off the side of Cerulean when he spotted a rock spinning fast toward Naraka. It wasn't huge, maybe about the size of a Corellian freighter, but that might be big enough to tear through the shields and do serious damage to the command deck. He dropped his targeting reticules on them and opened fire with his laser cannons. Most of these asteroids had significant amounts of ice in them and broke apart easily when hit by burst of plasma, but this one was all stone, and his shots only knocked it slightly off course. He swore and switched to torpedoes. He only had 2 left in his cache, and he wasn't even sure if that would be enough. Then another X-wing shot forward over Naraka's dorsal ridge. Laser blasts took the asteroid head-on, slowing its approach. 2 torpedoes lanced out and nailed the asteroid, exploding its center, and scattering it into chunks of rock that Naraka could easily deflect. "Nice flying, Wraith 2, he told Charak. "This is a different kind of duel than I'm used to," she said, and he could hear the pride in her voice. "You're doing fine. Now form on my wing. We're almost at our target." Tycho and Charak pulled alongside each other and pointed their noses directly ahead at the bulk of the World Devastator they'd crippled with the help of Spotter Squadron. Its aft section was slowly being gnawed away by the smaller asteroids that drifted along the edge of the belt, but its forward side still faced the raging battle between Reaper and Lusankaya. "Okay, everyone," Wedge said, "let's clear the road one more time." As the gunships held back on Naraka's flank, the Wraiths and Rogues bounded ahead to blast away the remaining asteroids in between the light cruiser and the World Devastator. Once the path was clear, they fell back to the capital ship's flanks. More rocks were drifting in their path all the time, and they had to keep flying circles to keep the ships clear. Still, they'd gotten through it all without losing anyone. Tycho was glad of it, but the really impossible part was what came next. Naraka, Viridian, and Cerulean pushed themselves close to the Devastator's battered rear section. The asteroids had chewed up the hull enough that the section's turbolaser batteries were non-operational, which meant all 3 could get close enough to lock their tractor beams onto different sections of the Devastator. To Tycho, sitting in his X-wing, it was an absurd sight. Those 3 capital ships, just small enough that they could slip through the asteroid field without getting pulverized, were absolutely minuscule in comparison to the Devastator. Getting right up close to it strengthened their tractor beam's grip on the World Devastator's hull, though, and when they started to push the World Devastator forward, they were working together with the front pair of repulsorlifts on the opposite side of the craft. Slowly, impossibly, absurdly, those 3 little rebel ships gave the Devastator the boost it had been wanting, and began to push it out of the asteroid field toward Reaper's narrow, pointed bow. "General, they're moving." Eltoth's voice trembled, part with excitement and part with disbelief, but there was no denying it. Abot could see it with his own eyes. The edge of the World Devastator was being pushed out of the asteroid field and toward Reaper. Pellaeon's flagship didn't seem to notice yet. It was continuing its long brawl with Lusankaya. It might notice soon, and that meant a distraction was in order. "Come," Abot called. "Contact Captain Wyrick. Tell her to push ahead now." and tell Carson to hold tight on our flank. We're pushing through. It was a bold move, trying to smash through the screen of TIE defenders and Howl runners and break the Empster guarding Reaper's starboard flank, but like the trick with the broken Devastator, it was the only move they had to make. Captain Wyrick's vessel seemed to move forward eagerly. It pushed through the enemy fighters, even as they started dropping missiles and torpedoes against its hull, and shifted slightly so it would pass broadsides with the enemy destroyer. Captain Abot announced, "Take us in on that Imp Star's right flank." "Yes, sir," Eltoth said. He almost sounded eager. Likely he was happy to finally break free from the two destroyers that had been pounding away at their aft shields. The destroyer in front of them suddenly found itself getting pounded from both sides. Squeezed between Kenobi and Charak, her shields became awash with flame until they started to crumble. Kenobi landed a volley of missiles on her midsection, and Charak directed a turbo-laser spray that destroyed her port cannons. Finally, a flight of K-wing bombers from Yaquez managed to break through a screen of Howl runners and drop their eggs directly on the destroyer's command tower, vaporizing the entire bridge in an instant. Yaquez, Charak, and Kenobi powered past the dying vessel, pummeling it as hard as they could before it fell out of weapons range. Their shields were straining hard under continued attacks from the TIE defenders, but suddenly the dying destroyer was behind them and Reaper in front of them. Abot hurried over to the front of the bridge as fast as dignity would allow. He peered downward in time to see the crippled World Devastator as it was pushed right in front of Reaper. As three new vessels started hitting Reaper's starboard shields, the Devastator's voracious furnace continued to burn. Reaper's tip slid forward, right into its mouth. The World Devastator was barely big enough to swallow an Imperial-class Star Destroyer. Reaper was far too massive to fit inside that maw, but getting the tip inside was enough. The destroyer's shields began to shudder. More attacks from either flank slipped through and began to eat at the superstructure. Finally, the Devastator's furnace began to overload. The massive machine burst in an impressive explosion that raced up Reaper's nose, tearing up more of his hull. The explosion died out, but not before consuming nearly the first third of Reaper's 19-kilometer length. At that point, all of its shields collapsed. Bel Iblis tore at it from one side, Abot from the other. Its engines struggled, failed. It had no place left to run. It was one of the worst disasters of his life and the Empire's, almost on par with Endor or Bilbringi. Maybe because he'd been through it all before, Gilad Pellaeon was strangely calm, even as the bridge trembled and alarms wailed, and Reaper was torn apart from every side. Riet staggered toward him, grabbed him by the shoulders. "Admiral, we have to hold out. We can't hold out. Call Chimera, Judicator, Relentless, call Nemesis." "Nemesis is dead," Pellaeon reminded her. They'd just seen it overwhelmed by 3 other ships. It had provided critical distraction as the rebels shoved that crippled World Devastator right onto Reaper's nose. Riaj blinked twice. She licked her lips and said, "We just need to wait for Dominion, Admiral. Once Ragas gets here." In all the years Pellaeon had known her, he'd never seen Riaj like this. He shook his again and said, "It's too late, Malgren. We have to abandon ship." "No!" Riaj shouted, but on this frantic bridge nobody even noticed. "Sir, this was our symbol, our hope. We need this ship. We need to survive." Pellaeon squeezed her shoulders hard. "Survive, Colonel." He couldn't be caught by Riaj's stupor any longer. He lurched across the shaken deck to the comm station, grabbed his lieutenant by the shoulder, and said, "Give the order. All hands abandon ship." The lieutenant swallowed. "Understood, sir. Tell the other destroyers to pick up as many escape pods as they can. And tell Admiral, all external comms are down." They do it anyway. He knew Dorja and Brandeis, Ardif and Harbit. He trusted them. They wouldn't fail him as he failed them. "Just give the order, Lieutenant." Pellaeon's words scraped in his throat. "Reaper is lost." The Battle of Selenon was decided the moment Reaper's boat dipped into the mouth of the World Devastator, but the fighting didn't stop for hours. With her main hangar still down, Reaper's crew evacuated through her auxiliary launch bay and threw themselves into escape pods. The other Star Destroyers broke off their fights with the new Republic vessels and grabbed as many of the pods as they could. The Republic vessels did not let up the fighting. The Imperial Star Destroyer Tyrant lost her engines after a long fight with Mon Cassima and surrendered to Admiral Sov, while Deathhead took a series of crippling blows from Kenobi and Yaquez and barely lasted until Dominion finally arrived on the battle scene. Once the second Super Star Destroyer came, Bel-Iblis broke the battered Lusankai away and moved his fleet to the inner side of the asteroid belt. For a long, anxious moment, it seemed like the battle might dip into a long standoff, followed by a second phase of fighting. But in the end, Dominion gathered up as many ships and escape pods as it could from Reaper, then tore the dead destroyer apart with volley after volley of turbolaser fire. The concussive force of the attack kicked Reaper into the asteroid belt, where millions of chunks of floating space rock further carved away at the ship's massive corpse, ruining it beyond all salvage. With that done, Dominion and the remaining 5-star destroyers jumped to hyperspace, leaving Selenon firmly in New Republic hands. Naturally, the celebrations went on for hours on every ship. Lusankai's secondary hangar bay was pandemonium as the rogues and wraiths flew into roost. Republic pilots clambered out of their battered starfighters and ran around the deck, shouting and hugging. Tycho was half-tackled by some ecstatic Elam and kissed by a Togruta he didn't even know before he finally found where the other rogues and wraiths had clustered, around Wes Jansen's unmistakable black and yellow checkerboard X-Wing. Jansen was swinging a bottle of something foamy around, accidentally spraying half the people around him, until Keltainer plucked it from his hand and downed the whole thing. Piggy and Runt were arm in arm, and you could almost make out smiles on their big unhuman faces. Kral Neva was explaining some maneuver to Lig Panet with his hands while Alan Varth looked on. Gavin was telling something to Innery while Face listened over the din and nodded eagerly. Tycho finally found Wedge and Hobby standing behind Jansen's X-Wings, between the jutting engine nacelles. They had chairs with them. The woman looked pale and breathless rather than exuberant, and Tycho wondered if something had happened to her. He couldn't see any physical damage. When Hobby spotted him, he waved him forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Good flying, Tycho?" "Yeah, I can't believe that worked." Tycho ran a hand through his messy brown hair. "Feel good to be in the cockpit again, Wedge." "Feels good to be out of it, too." Wedge gave one of his trademark weary smiles. Tycho shifted his attention to Charis. "Are you hanging in there, Wraith 2? "Best I can, sir." She gave him a tired smile of her own. "That was unlike anything I've ever done." Tycho tubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Honestly, that was unlike anything I've ever done, too." "Yeah, I've never shoved a world devastator into a superstar destroyer and made him kiss before." Hobby nodded. "Have you, Wedge?" "Not to my knowledge," he said, then added, "Hell of a kiss, though, wasn't it?" "Not one the imps will forget," Tycho said. "They've still got Dominion," Hobby warned. "Who knows what they'll do next?" "Don't look at me." Wedge held up both hands. "I haven't talked to Bel-Iblis, or Sav, or Abot, or anyone else. So I have no idea about the larger strategic implications or any of that. I was just a pilot today." "Good day to be one," Tycho said. "Right, Charis?" She seemed to hesitate before answering. Tycho wasn't sure how much he wanted to press her, or if she'd already had some kind of serious talk with Wedge and Hobby, but before she could say anything, he heard a loud cry behind him and felt a body sag against his shoulder. "Whoa!" Jansen yelped. "Hell of a place for a party, isn't it?" "Yeah, you could say that." Wedge laughed a little as Jansen threw an arm over his shoulder, too. "Hey, Wedge, come on, they're gonna start dancing any minute now. People are that happy. Come on, let's go, let's dance. You're a great dancer, Wedge, even better than me." "Wes, you're drunk." "No, you think?" "Come on, Wedge, let's show him that Ewok dance." "Wes, really, I don't think." "Come on, Wedge," Jansen said. "I want Holos of it this time. We can't show it at your wedding party." He dragged Wedge around the garish X-wing by the shoulders. On the way, he hooked an arm around Hobbies and dragged him too. Tycho was pleased to see Charis laughing, girlish and easy, as she watched them go. Looking down at her, he asked, "Are you okay, Charis?" "Really?" Her face went serious. She swallowed, nodded, and said, "It was a pretty overwhelming. It was overwhelming for all of us. It was one of the biggest, messiest fights I've ever been in, and you know that says a lot." There were times when I thought, she trailed off, then said, "I think I need more training. Proper training. The Wraiths, they're an informal unit, so they could just take me on, but I think I need to jump through some proper hoops, if you get what I mean. I need some proper training." Tycho smiled in relief. For a while he'd been wondering whether she wanted to quit flying altogether. He put a hand on her shoulder and said, "Get all the proper training you need. I can set you up with some fine instructors, and when you're ready, I'll be happy to fly on your wing." "Thank you," she said. "This isn't the future I thought I would have, but I'm glad I have it. I'm glad I know where I'm going." With that, she slipped around to the other side of Jansen's X-wing to take part in whatever festivities were still going strong there. Tycho found he couldn't join them. For all the still strong adrenaline and happy clamor, something inside him felt hollow. He knew what it was. Charis had laid it out for him with a single word: future. The Empire would have a hard time recovering from the loss of Reaper, even if they did have another superstar destroyer or two in their pocket. There was no way to know for sure, but Tycho was betting they'd fall back, consolidate their holdings, and lick their wounds for a time. If hostilities resumed, it wouldn't be happening for 6 months or more. Whatever happened then, the weight on everyone's shoulders since Orinda had been lifted now. The future was something they could plan for with confidence for the first time in a while. There was really only one way to deal with that. Tycho knew what it was. He'd known it for a long time, and for a long time he kept making excuses. Tycho turned his back on the celebration in the hangar bay. He doubted anyone even noticed he was gone. He made his way through Lusankai's halls until he found his quarters. He locked the door to his small room, fired up the HoloNet transceiver, and put in a call to Karusket. The reply was a long time coming, but when it did, he found himself looking at a Winter with tousled hair, gummy eyes, and a bathrobe slipping off one shoulder. "Tycho," she asked, blinking repeatedly, "do you have any idea what time it is?" He didn't. He hadn't even considered the local time on Galactic City when he made the call. "Sorry, I didn't think." Winter blinked again. Then her eyes went wide with realization. "Tycho, is everything okay? What happened at Selenon?" "We won." He leaned forward. He knew what he wanted to ask but was suddenly nervous, more anxious than he'd been charging world devastators just hours ago. "What does that mean, what? Did you take the planet? Did you?" "Reaper's been destroyed," Tycho said. "The Empire's lost its flagship." "Oh," Winter breathed out. "Oh, Tycho, that's fantastic. I can't believe West's crazy plan worked." "Not for the first time." Tycho smiled stiffly. Apparently Winter couldn't spot his nervousness, or the holo was just bad, because she went on, "Do you have any idea what happens now? Has Bel Iblis made a statement?" "Nothing that we've heard, but the battle just ended. I'm sure the imps need to figure out what they want after this." "What about Pellaeon? Is he?" "I have no idea. It might be better if he did survive. He's got a more level head than most of the moths. He might convince them to hold onto their possessions without trying another offensive." "Winter," he said softly. "He might even try to get them to sue for peace. I know it's a long way off, but—" "Winter," he repeated. She stopped, blinked again. "What is it, Tycho?" He leaned a little closer to the holo. "We won't know how the Empire will react for a couple days at least, but we can still plan for the future." "Well, yes. I'm sure NRI's already putting up all sorts of—" "Our future, Winter?" She stopped and stared at him across countless light years. This was the sort of thing that should have been done in person, when they could see each other with real eyes, touch, and smell and taste each other, but right there, in Lusankia's hangar, It had suddenly become crucial that he do this right now. Slowly, her lips slanted into that wry smile of hers. Which got to you, did he? Maybe a little, Tycho admitted, but this is my choice, and I've been putting it off for far too long. He leaned forward even closer, until he could see a little light of hope in her hollow blurred eyes, and asked, Winter, will you marry me? Pellaeon's return to Chimera wasn't the kind of homecoming he'd wanted, or even imagined. All his time on Reaper, the ship had felt too big, too empty, and a part of him had wanted to return to the tight halls, small rooms, and familiar worn furniture he'd known for most of his career. After Selenon, Chimera didn't feel like home. He'd forgotten how small it was, how old, how battered by battles and memories. It felt like a punishment, and one he certainly earned. He tried, awkwardly, to explain this to Nadasi Dala as he commented her on the way back to Bastion, but she didn't seem to take his message. From what you've said, it sounds like the rebels got lucky, she told him. That's not true. He shook his head as he looked down at her holo in the cabin that had once been his, and which Captain Ardov was letting him use once more. They won because they managed one bold feat after another. They weren't just relying on big ships and firepower. They kept doing the unexpected. They were fighting like the old rebels, the ones that killed Palpatine and 2 Death Stars. I was wondering where they went, she said with a touch of wry humor. Something has to change. Dala tilted her head thoughtfully. What kind of change are you talking about, Gil? I don't know, but what we've been doing hasn't been working. All this time we've been trying to fight like the old Empire, and we've just kept losing. So you want to start aping rebel tactics now? I didn't say that. Then what are you saying? I'm not sure. I just know that something needs to change. He paused, hesitated, then said, when they call me before the Moth Council, they'll probably ask for my commission, or at least for me to step down as Supreme Commander. I don't intend to argue with them. Oh, don't be an idiot, Gil. Her sudden harshness surprised him. What do you mean? Who else do you think can run the Imperial Navy if not you? Who else has even left? He hadn't thought about that. There were some officers who might want the job. Certainly, old Dorja had never given up on his ambitions. He wondered if Riege would be willing to step up to the role. The woman still acted stricken from the loss of Reaper, but Pellaeon had trusted her sharp mind and unwavering loyalty to the Empire ever since she first stepped onto Chimera's bridge. Of course, her experience was more with intelligence and strategy than battlefield tactics, and a lot of the Moths would be loath to appoint a woman as Supreme Commander. Weakly, he said, that's for the Moths to decide. The Moths, Dala snorted. If I could do to them what I did the warlords, I would. Pellaeon couldn't help but laugh. Still the same old Dala, after everything. The Empire needs to make adjustments to survive, Gilad. If anyone is going to change this Empire, it's you. Flattery. And the truth. What kind of changes, then? Well, they could definitely stand a few more female Admirals and Moths, in my opinion. Dala's cruel frown curved into a still fierce smile. Maybe even some non-humans, if they're capable enough. You're asking a lot. I wouldn't ask anything I don't think you could give me. As to what else, I don't know. But if anyone can think of a way to salvage the Empire, it's you. Your confidence astounds me. He said it like a joke, but he meant every word. It's like you said, what we've been doing hasn't been working. It's time to try doing something new. It's time to be someone new. Pellaeon shuddered. Her words had shaken him to the core. She could see that, even over the blurry holo. Will you help me if I need it? He asked her. He hadn't asked about Ligius. He wondered if she was still with him, with her family. On her menu, she said, we have a certain legendary hero. He is called Derricker and he sleeps under the ocean. When someone plays his rhythm on drums, they can call for him. And if the need is great, he'll come back from the dead to save his people. Are you my Derricker then, Nadasi? Or you're mine? We'll just have to wait and find out together, won't we? That one word, together, made all the difference. When he closed off the link with Dala, he stood for a long time in front of the holo emitter. Like most of the things in the captain's cabin, It was the same as he'd left it. Maybe Ardiff had kept everything like this, just for him, because he'd known that one day Pellaeon would end up back on his chimera again. He didn't know how to feel about that. In the end, though, what he felt didn't matter. What he did mattered, and there was one very important thing left to do before they arrived at Bastion. He pulled out his personal comlink and patched in a call to Captain Ardiff on the bridge. "How may I help you, Admiral?" Ardiff asked. "Captain, I understand that the 181st Red Squad docked on Chimera before leaving Selenon." "That's correct, sir." "Can you locate the squad leader, Lieutenant Devis?" "One moment," Ardiff said. Pellaeon felt like he waited forever before the captain said, "Lieutenant Devis is in the ready room forward of the auxiliary hangar bay. Would you like me to send him to you?" The wait until Miner got to his cabin would be interminable. "No. I'll go find him myself. Thank you, Captain." Pellaeon immediately turned for the door. He didn't break stride as it slid open before him, but when he turned into the hallway he was immediately by the side of M'Gara and Riege. The woman half jumped in surprise. She must have been lingering outside his door, mustering the strength to call him when he'd come barging out. The expression on her face reeled his thoughts away from his son. He'd seen that expression once before, on a much younger face, right after Endor. It contained equal parts shock, sorrow, and shame. But she managed to hold his eyes, stand up straight, and say, "Sir, I'm here to resign my commission." "Oh, M'Gara," he shook his head. "I mean it. What happened today was my fault. I should have known Lusankaya and Bel Iblis were on the move. I should seen it. Stop them? Don't please. I mean it." Her voice quavered. There was something within her eyes. "I can't even imagine what's going to happen next. We still have Dominion and Megador, but neither of them can match Lusankaya. We might have to surrender more sectors, or—" He put a hand on her shoulder. A current ran between them, a memory of what once had been. He said, "Things are going to have to change, M'Gara. Lots of things. I'm going to need your help." "Me?" She blinked. "After what I did today." "You didn't do anything." "Neither did I. That's the problem. We've been relying on big battleships, and the rebels have relied on their wits. It's no surprise we lost today." "Gilad, I don't think I can help you. I'm going to need good people. People I can trust. People who can help me shove change down the throats of people like Fennick and Disra." She looked skeptical. "Do you really think I'm the person you need?" "I do." He squeezed her shoulder a little. "And if it's any consolation, I just had someone talk me out of resigning." That didn't seem to cheer her. "Do you think they'll even let us keep our positions?" "That's in the hands of the Moth Council, but I've learned to deal with them. Just hold on, M'Gara. We just have to be willing to change." He took his hand off her shoulder, stepped away. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have something else to do." She blinked, confused. "Talk to the Moths." "No." He smiled a little. "My son." She didn't say anything as he walked away. She just watched him go. It was a long walk from the captain's cabin down to the secondary pilot's ready room, but walking felt good. It kept him from thinking too hard about the things behind him and in front of him. When he got to the pilot's room, he found a noisy, messy place that smelled of sweat and alcohol. He hadn't spent time in places like this since before the Clone Wars. Surprising nostalgia washed over him, but only for a moment. When the pilot saw him, they all jumped off the chairs and sofa, threw down their cards and bottles, and snapped their best salutes. Minar Devis was in the middle of them, standing in front of a table with Sabbath cards laid face down. "I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Devis," Pellaeon said. "May we have some privacy?" Exhausted, depressed, or alcohol woozy, it didn't matter. They were still soldiers of the Empire, and they knew how to follow orders as quickly as possible. Within 30 seconds, it was just Pellaeon and Devis staring at each other across an abandoned card table. "Can I help you with anything, sir?" Devis asked, still saluting. "At ease, Lieutenant. Please?" "Yes, sir." He lowered his hand but didn't relax. Pellaeon stared at that expectant face, those big Helena-like eyes. After talking with Dala, he'd known what had to be done, but now that he was here, staring at Devis, he didn't know how to actually do it. There was no point in beating around it, playing formal, not now. He asked, "Lieutenant Devis, what did your mother tell you about your father?" Confusion flickered over his face. "I believe I already told you, sir." It wasn't much. She just said he was a naval officer, and that he was dead. Did she say where or how? No. She didn't like to talk about him, I don't think. Why was that? Well, I never knew exactly. Like I said, she died when I was young. When she talked about him, was she angry? Sad. I'd say sad, sir. That's what I remember, but it was a long time ago. And you've set yourself to serving the Empire, have you? That's right, sir, he said firmly. How Helena would have hated that. She would have hated the way she died too. Something mundane and stupid. Something that abandoned her son to be molded by forces she couldn't control and didn't like. It was such a sad waste of a woman's life. The grief must have shown in his face. Devis asked, "Are you all right, sir?" "Of course, Lieutenant. I was just remembering." Cautiously, Devis said, "Remembering what, sir?" It was time to come out with it. There was no point in going back. "I was remembering your mother." Devis stared, unspeaking. Lieutenant Pellaeon said, "I am your father." The younger man still stared at him. His eyes had gone distant, like they were staring back at all the pieces of his life, trying to make sense of them in light of this new revelation. "I never knew about you," Pellaeon said, "not until Arinda. Your mother and I, we parted before you were born. On bad terms. I am sorry, so sorry, that I was never here for you before now." He noticed for the first time that Devis was trembling. The man grabbed the back of his chair with one shaking and awkwardly lowered himself into it. It screeched across the tile as he sat down. "Helena Devis was a very special woman to me," Pellaeon said. "When she left, the way she left, I tried very hard to put it all out of my mind. I never thought a day like this would come. I thought she, and everything she ever meant to me, was gone." Devis blinked, licked dry lips, and finally looked up at his father. "What happens now?" he asked. Pellaeon stepped close enough to touch his son for the first time. He laid one hand on his shoulder and said, "The future is something the two of us are going to figure out. Together." Vengeance. 37 years after the Battle of Yavin. It took a mere 3/4 of a standard second for Megador's navigational systems to compute the amount of time it would take them to get from Yaga Minor to the source of M'Gara and Riage's distress call. 6 hours. 6 hours was a long time to wait. Vitor Riage put his crew on red alert 30 minutes after they jumped to hyperspace. By that time, Pellaeon had finished his last minute calls and preparations. After that, distractions were exhausted, and there was nothing left for them to do but stir anxiously on the bridge. They were both up there, Pellaeon and Riage, pacing, checking on the crew stations, harassing the poor lieutenants and ensigns who were almost as nervous as they were. Both men consciously avoided each other's eyes. They worked tight movement around each other, and said nothing aloud about the woman they were both terrified that they'd already lost. A part of Pellaeon knew he could have at least attempted something more. He could have pulled Vitor aside, gave his best assurances that together they would save his mother, but Vitor was too smart to believe them, and it would only sharpen the fear both felt at the prospect of losing M'Gara and Riage. Mother or friend, she meant more to them than either were used to putting into words. All the same, Pellaeon could have done better. He had done better once, with Minor. After he revealed himself to Helena's son, the two had slowly settled into a relationship close to what a father and son should have had. After the disaster at Selenon, the Empire had retreated deeper into its critical territories, giving up more sectors to the New Republic with minimal fight. There had only been one major campaign afterward, climaxing at the Battle of Anx Minor, where Megador and Dominion both took heavy damage from Guardian under Admiral Akbar's command. The 181st had fought in that battle and survived, And just 2 years later, Pellaeon sat down with new Republic President Pont Gaversum aboard Chimera and signed a formal cessation of hostilities. But even without a war to fight, Pellaeon had been a soldier. So had Minor. Pellaeon had spent most of his time on Bastion, while Minor had gotten a ship of his own, the interdictor Rack, alternately stationed at Yaga Minor or the capital. When he was at Bastion, father and son would meet once a week or once a month, like an adult parents and children were supposed to do. Pellaeon's parentage had never been made public, and he shared the truth only with a handful of close associates, including both M'Gara and Vitor Riage. And then the Vom came, and Minor died in an act of terrible heroism, and with Minor gone, Pellaeon had been left with Vitor, who may have been his blood son too, but after losing Minor, he had become more dead set than ever on not knowing the truth. Even when they returned to peacetime, he didn't want to know, because he'd seen too many wars to think war done forever, and losing one son was already more than any man deserved. And so, because of Minor, because of the strict military reserve he'd pounded into himself since he was young, and used as a shield against so many losses and so many wars, Gilad Pellaeon didn't talk to Vitor on the bridge, didn't offer words of comfort or encourage, or, worst of all, hope. Like Vitor, he simply waited. In the end, he didn't have to wait nearly as long as he'd been expecting. M'Gadore's commanders and crew might have been on her bridge, waiting for the fight to start, but they were still taken aback when, just 4.5 hours outbound from Yaga Minor, the superstar destroyer was roughly yanked out of hyperspace by an interdiction field. The inertial jerk of their reversion to real space nearly knocked Pellaeon to the ground. He would have fallen over except for Vitor. The captain dashed out of nowhere and caught the old man right before his kneecaps cracked against the deck. Once Riage had helped steady Pellaeon, both men turned their heads up and looked out the forward viewport. Their jaws dropped open as one. Pellaeon's eyes set first on two pale wedges hovering maybe 20 kilometers ahead of them. One was an interdictor-class destroyer, bulging with 4 spherical gravity well projectors. The other was an Imperial-class vessel. In his many years of service, Pellaeon had fought with virtually every ship in the Imperial Navy, at least once, and he'd gotten good at recognizing the tiny modifications and patches that separated one old destroyer from another. He thought this one might be the Age Judicator, once Captain Brande's ship, now someone else's. Brande had gone out like Aaron Dorja in his bed, in peacetime. M'Gara and Riage had taken Judicator to patrol the core ward border. Pellaeon, a moment, he understood nothing. Then his eyes found the blackness that blocked out stars. It sat between M'Gadore and the other 2 destroyers, shielding them from any attack. It was as long as M'Gadore, shaped like M'Gadore, a colossal sword stabbing through space. Its hull, all of it, was a vivid night black, in perfect contrast to M'Gadore's off-white. Pellaeon looked on the superstar destroyer Vengeance for the first time in 33 years, and couldn't believe what his eyes were telling him. He still couldn't believe, not really, not even when the communications officer reported, "Sir, we're being hailed by the superstar destroyer." She'd identifying herself as Vengeance. Odd whispers ran through across the crew pits, much of it confused. Many of those men hadn't even been born when Vengeance cut through the Post-Ender Fleet Conference, or when it had fled to the deep core after its architect and master, the High Inquisitor Charak, had been killed by the Jedi. When Pellaeon didn't respond, Riage squeezed his shoulder gently. "Admiral, should we respond?" Pellaeon kept staring. He stared at Vengeance, at Judicator, at the Interdictor, and tried to put the pieces together. They seemed like they were falling into a pattern he dreaded to face. "Sir," the comm officer repeated, "we're being hailed again. She's asking for you personally." "She?" Riage asked. "Ah, yes." The lieutenant swallowed. "Is Admiral Riage, sir. She wants to speak with Grand Admiral Pellaeon." Pellaeon staggered upright and pulled himself away from a shocked Vitor. He stood up straight, squared his shoulders, tried to look like the best Grand Admiral possible, and said, "Lieutenant, patch her into my personal comlink." "Gladly, sir." Pellaeon pulled his comlink from his chest pocket and stalked stiffly to the rear of the bridge. He made sure he was too far away to be heard and turned so that the crew could only watch his back. Then he flicked the comlink on. He said, "This is the Grand Admiral." She said, "Hello, Gilad." "Admiral Reg, I order you to explain yourself. Immediately." Reg's side crackled over the comlink. "I want to, very much, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to come over to Vengeance. And if I refuse, I'll open fire naturally. Admiral, Vitor is here, on this bridge. I don't know what your feelings to me are anymore, but I can't believe you'd open fire on your own son. I don't want that either. That's why you should come over to Vengeance." "As what?" "Your prisoner. I only want to talk." "About what?" "About saving the Empire, Gilad. Something you've forgotten how to do." He'd been reproached like that before, from Fennick and Disra, from Aaron Dorja and other hard-headed captains and moths who refused to recognize that the old empire was forever gone and whatever they were now had to adapt to a changing galaxy. He never thought he'd heard it from M'Gara, and it wounded him beyond words. She said, "It took a lot of doing, but this ship is back to full combat status. Check your scanners. You'll see that we're a perfect match for Megador, and we have 2 more Star Destroyers besides. We've also begun jamming your long-range hollow-net transmissions." He thought he'd been prepared for anything, but he wasn't prepared for this. She had outplayed him, probably in ways he wouldn't even comprehend until he saw her, talk to her face to face. And that was what he'd have to do. He found he wanted to see her, to look her in the eye. It was the only way he'd understand any of this, that he would know he hadn't gone mad. "I'll come alone," he said. "Vitor stays on Megador." "Very well. And I'll need time to prepare. 30 minutes. 15. 20. He heard what might have been a fond sigh. "All right, Gilad. But if your shuttle is not on his way in 20 minutes, we will open fire." He didn't doubt that. He asked, "What guarantee do I have that you won't shoot down my shuttle?" There was a long, pregnant pause. Finally, she said, "I would never kill you without telling you why." He must have been a sentimental old fool after all, because he found he believed her. He said, "All right, 20 minutes." He turned the comlink off but kept his held it to his mouth while he gathered his thoughts, and his crew kept staring at his back in hushed anticipation and dread. Then, when he thought he knew what to do, he turned and walked straight for Vitor Reg. The captain was doing his best to hide his emotions, but when Pellaeon got close he could see the shock and confusion in the younger man's eyes. Pellaeon put one hand on his shoulder and held those eyes. "Captain, are you with me?" Reg gave a jerking nod. "I can't do what you need me to, sir." "I promise." "Good." Pellaeon have his shoulder a squeeze. "Now listen carefully, and do exactly as I say." For a moment Tycho Selu forgot himself, and in frustration he punched the face of the communications console with the clenched fist. He immediately regretted it for the sting in his knuckles and the looks it drew from across Charnak's bridge. All those Dornians were too stony to comment on it, even Ben Eltoth and Etna Abot as they stood just behind Tycho, staring down at the comm system. A lieutenant, also stony-faced, said, "I'm sorry, sir, but we just can't get a line to Megador." Admiral Nathal gave me her personal communications codes. Tycho shook his head. Pellaeon should have picked up. "We could try calling Yagominer," Eltoth suggested. "I believe Pellaeon was supposed to have stationed himself there." "All right." Tycho pushed hair off a forehead gone damp with nervous sweat. "Patch us in. Tell them it's an emergency." As the comm lieutenant got to work, Abot pressed in close to Tycho's side. The old general said, in a low voice, "If there's an explanation for all of this, I'd like to know." He was right to ask for one. The moment they'd picked up Tycho's shuttle at Adumer, he'd ordered them back to the edge of Imperial space, even crossing the 5-parsec boundary Pellaeon had warned Nathal about. He'd put this entire ship in danger and barely paused to think about the men whose lives he was risking. "It's a long story," Tycho warned. He wanted to talk to Yagominer first, assuming Pellaeon was even still there. His gut told him he wouldn't be, that they were already too late. Nonetheless, Abot took his meaning. The Dornian's small eyes darted to the comm lieutenant, who was pressing his earpiece to the side of his head and listening closely. A few moments later, the lieutenant said, "This is the Alliance cruiser Charak with General Tycho Selu aboard. We have an emergency message for Grand Admiral Pellaeon. We were unable to hail M'Gara, and I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?" "I see." "Yes." "Of course." "I see." "Thank you." Charak, out. "He's not there, is he?" Tycho asked, even before the lieutenant turned to face him. "I'm sorry, General. They said M'Gara jumped to hyperspace over 4 hours ago." "Jumped where?" asked Abot. "They wouldn't say, sirs. They only said it was an emergency. We haven't heard of any more attacks," Abot said. "Not on this side of the border. At this point, they've probably put a freeze on all their convoys." Abot looked thoughtful. "Captain, how many prowlers do we have left aboard?" "We have 3. Abot glanced at Tycho, like he wanted him to say that sending scout ships into potentially hostile territory at a time of a crisis was a really terribly idea and shouldn't even be considered. Abot was right, but Tycho didn't see what other options they had. "Captain, send prowlers over the border on my authorization," Tycho said, knowing full well that he might have just thrown away his career. Discomfort showed on Abot's face, but he nodded anyway. "Right away, sir." As the captain went off to oversee the deployment of prowlers, Abot leaned close to Tycho again and said, "Can we get some explanation now?" "All right, but not here. We'll use Bean's ready room then." Abot marched off for the captain's office, and Tycho followed him. When the door slid shut behind them, Abot spun around on Tycho and said, "You found out who's behind these attacks, haven't you?" "I don't know who, but I'm pretty sure what." "Explain." "When I was on Adumer, I visited Terran Ragas. He's a former Imperial admiral. I know who Ragas is. I was at Arinda." "What did he say?" Tycho wasn't going to unravel the entire story of the Corellian search party in the deep core, and the former Imperial spy who sold them the location. That was beyond need to know for a retired general. Ragas remembered a conversation with an old spook back before he left the Empire. This spook got a little too drunk and spilled the story about how Warlord Teradok was trying to refit an old superstar destroyer, Vengeance, at one of his hidden deep core bases. Ragas didn't believe him at the time and forgot about it all. What now? This destroyer is performing the attacks. Abot considered. That does seem aligned with what we've gleaned about the attacker. KD-watt thrusters, overwhelming turbolaser attacks, the works. Tycho nodded. "But what about the recording? Everyone's seen it. The Imperials are broadcasting it everywhere so they can show off that Mon-Cal cruisers slaughtering their cargo ships. Admiral Nathal put her asset tracking people on that video. I talked to her just before I left Adumer. No 2 Mon-Cal cruisers are identical, so they were able to pin it down as poesy." Abot blinked. "She was destroyed during the Vong War. At Duro." "Exactly. So it was fate. But they must have known someone would catch that. Does it matter? We can't deny that video all we want, but all the citizens in the Remnant have already seen the most iconic kind of ship in the Alliance blow away a bunch of innocent civilians. So you think this whole thing has been some elaborate false flag attack? That someone's been trying to drive a wedge between the Alliance and the Remnant?" Tycho nodded. "Maybe even start a war. That's madness. The Empire can't fight off the whole galaxy. That's not just arrogance, that's staggering stupidity." "I know. I think it's more likely they want to cut all ties to the Alliance and bunker down. But who is behind it? Not Pellaeon. Definitely not. I don't know enough about politics to make a guess, but wherever Pellaeon is now, he's in danger. He still has M'Gara. Yes, and his enemies have the only ship in the galaxy capable of going toe-to-toe with it. So is that what our prowlers are looking for, then? A big light show. Lots of debris. I don't know. I'm hoping we get there before then. And do what? This is one cruiser, General, an old one. What do you think we can do?" Tycho didn't have an answer. He didn't know. He only knew they had to try. Fenner felt fundamentally out of place as he stood at the front of the stormtrooper column receiving Grand Admiral Pellaeon and Vengeance's yawning, empty hangar bay. He would have at least felt better in his uniform, black with red blood stripes. He would have felt like the general again. As it was, he was in the same civilian suit he'd hopped Bastion in. When Pellaeon came down the ramp in that perfect white uniform, it made him feel even more inadequate. Nonetheless, he drew himself up straight and let the old man's eyes meet his own. There was no surprise in them. Fenner didn't know how to feel about that. Pellaeon seemed to stand there at the base of the landing ramp, staring at him for a long time, before the Grand Admiral finally spoke. "So, you've come out of retirement." "It seems that way," Fenner said evenly. Pellaeon made a show of looking around the empty hangar. "Tell me, General Fenner, how long have you been involved in this plot?" "Not very. I only learned of this ship a few hours ago." "So this was Admiral Riage's project, was it?" "Her and Moth Fennick, as I understand it." He wondered what he should tell Pellaeon. He probably figured that much already. Pellaeon puffed out a breath. "Well then, let's not keep her waiting." Pellaeon moved smoothly but slowly. Fenner kept step alongside him and led him into Vengeance's hallways, with the stormtrooper column right behind them. He'd only gotten a short tour of this vessel after coming aboard, though his entrails were nearly identical to Megador's. Unlike Pellaeon's destroyer, this one had been floating in the vacuum, cold and preserved, for over 20 years. The bulkheads, newly scrubbed clean by a small army of maintenance droids, had a strange, septic quality about them. Combined with the sparse crew, they felt like the hallways of a half-empty hospital, not a warship equipped with full armaments and sophisticated automated gunnery computers. Conversationally, Pellaeon said, "So tell me, General, what's your role in this little drama?" "I can see that Riage and Fennick have both been putting on a show, trying to lure me out here. I haven't been part of any drama yet. It took effort to kill the instinct to call him sir. He hadn't always liked Pellaeon, but he'd been Supreme Commander for almost 3 decades now." "Is that so?" The old man sounded skeptical. "Very much. Fennick and Riage decided that they need a public face for their operation, someone everyone in the Empire knows and admires. They also offered me command of this vessel. Appealing to your ego all around, aren't they? The attack, casually delivered, stung hard. They appealed to my sense of duty. Rebels had slaughtered 3 convoys full of Imperial civilians. If you won't stop them, someone has to. Even if it means a war we can't possibly win." Riage had already explained all that. As soon as they stripped off their flight suits, Cerulean had taken him straight up to the Admiral's ready room, where M'Gara and Riage had given him a summary of the 2-year, top-secret rehabilitation project that had brought Vengeance back to life. Riage had also laid out her plans for the future: borders closed and guarded, increased industrial output, and a military buildup that would dispel the image of the crippled remnant and ward off further violations of Imperial sovereign territory. "I'm sure the Admiral will explain everything once you meet her," Fenner said. "I'm sure she will." They arrived at the newly operable shuttle car that whisked them up the destroyer's long spine to its command section. Fenner went in first, then Pellaeon, then all of the stormtroopers crammed into the car. It was a short but tight and awkward ride that passed without a word spoken, and when it was done, they filed out in reverse order. Before going further, Pellaeon patted and tugged his white uniform until it was pristine and straight. As Fenner led him forward once again, he said, "Tell me, has this vessel been battle-tested?" "Not under my command, but I understand the Admiral has run drills. Crew might be limited, but the automatic targeting computers are top of the line." "Yes, Riage always was good with procurement," Pellaeon muttered. He glanced at Fenner and asked, "Do you know where she tested the weapons? What she tested them on?" Fenner thought a moment. It was something she hadn't mentioned in her little speech. "I'm sure the tests were properly carried out." Pellaeon surprised him by laughing a dry laugh. "General Fenner, you don't seem to know much about this new monstrosity they've handed you. I did see all those 181st TIE defenders in the back of the hangar. They reeled you in through the old unit, didn't they?" My point of contact was General Cerulean, he admitted. Ah, Cerulean? She came on around the same time as Minor Devis, didn't she? That was a man Fennick hadn't dwelled on for a long time. He'd always been erratic, annoyingly so, unlike the straight and dutiful Cerulean. I believe he did. And to see you now, tell me, General, do you think Mr. Devis would have approved of this coup attempt? I have no idea, Fennick said. He'd never given it thought. It seemed pointless to, even now. He just wondered why Pellaeon cared so much about one pilot 7 years dead. Pellaeon looked down at his boots as he walked, black and freshly polished, of course. So much better than Fennick's scuffed up ones. When they reached the door to Riage's ready room, Fennick waved Pellaeon forward and told half his stormtrooper squad to stand guard. Pellaeon waited for them to take positions on either side of the door. Then the old man walked through without hesitation. After the doors slid shut behind him, Fennick called the other half of the squadron to follow him to the bridge. He walked fast to hide his agitation. Conversations with Pellaeon had always unsettled him in ways he couldn't name, and this was no exception. He was happy to leave him to Riage. He couldn't hide his anxiety from everyone, though. When he arrived on the bridge, Asira Cerulean was there. As he stepped up beside her, she examined his face. What is it? Fennick grunted. What did Pellaeon say? Does it matter? He's with Riage now. It's no longer up to us. Well, that is. She pointed to the forward viewport. M'Gara's long white sword had angled his port side to face their black starboard. Admiral Riage's son was on that ship, and he doubted the man would fire on his own mother. Whether the Admiral would fire on her son was another question. He'd always thought of her as a Pellaeon loyalist, smart but timid in critical ways, just like her mentor. Apparently she'd fooled everyone, from Pellaeon on down. Asira, he said, gather your pilots. Take them out and fly cap around Vengeance. Don't get too close to M'Gara, just show them you're there. Show off the blood stripes, you mean? He nodded. M'Gara had a full fighter complement, potentially enough to tip a pitched battle in its direction, but Vengeance was the one with the most famed and honored fighter wing in the galaxy. You can count on me, Cerulean said, then slipped off the bridge. Fennick watched her until she was gone. Then, reluctantly, he turned to face M'Gara again. All he could do now, all any of them could do now, was wait. M'Gara in Riage's ready room was a Spartan thing, unsurprising for a vessel just recently returned to fighting shape. It had one broad window that looked out the port side, away from M'Gara, and toward the two smaller destroyers. Riage sat him down on an old low-slung reading chair, then took her own place in the seat opposite it. No desk or table blocked the space between them. She hunched forward, elbows on her knees, and said, I'm not sure how much Fennick told you on the way here, but everything I told him was accurate. Pellaeon took a deep breath and rested his hands on the cold, hard arms of the chair. Beneath his uniform, he wore a comlink attached to a small portable transceiver that tight-beamed its audio pickup back to M'Gara's bridge. He kept himself still so as not to rustle. His clothing spoke clearly enough to make sure the comlink picked up all his words. It seems you brought him in at the last minute. Yes, well, we've been planning to enlist him for quite some time. You've enlisted the entire 181st as well. Impressive. That was Quell and Fennick's idea. He developed a good working relationship with their commanding officer. You and Fennick. A strange pair. He leaned a little closer, tried to examine her face for signs of the woman he'd once known, trusted, maybe even loved, a long time ago. Who else in the Moth Council isn't on it? Only Fennick, she said. He was surprised to hear that one. He wondered if she was telling the truth. He wondered how honest she'd be. If she was wholly truthful, it probably meant she planned to kill him. And how did you recover Vengeance? He asked. I already know the when and where. I wasn't expecting that information to come up. I shouldn't have neglected your friends in the Alliance. The timing was very inconvenient. Did it affect your timetable? Somewhat. Her eyes wavered away from his. So what's your grand plan, M'Gara? You wanted me to surrender M'Gara to you, correct? Give you 2 whole Star Destroyers to play with. Or is it 3? You probably want Dominion too. I want to strengthen our border and protect the citizens of the Empire. Gilad, you should have never accepted Cal Oma's offer. Your work with the Alliance has made you soft, taking you away from the realities of the Empire. You encouraged me to take that job. I did, because I thought it might help us tame the rebels. I was wrong. The rebels tamed you, the Gil? I don't understand. He shook his head. What exactly did I do to turn you away from me, M'Gara? Oh, Gilad, you're so blind. This alliance, this coalition, is nothing but the New Republic in another form. They're trying to make us into them before we can even notice. They're worse than Nathal. At least those monsters let us know they were trying to conquer us. The alliance is more insidious. They're trying to take us over without firing a shot. We're trying to promote peace and keep the galaxy stable. What you're doing could restart a war. We? She echoed with a sneer. Yes, we. Me? He stabbed a thumb at his chest. That's all I've ever fought for. Peace and stability. You should know that. It doesn't matter who's in charge, what crest they wear, what they call their government. Peace and stability, that's what's important. Gilad, you're talking treason. Maybe, he allowed, but it's what I've believed for 70 years. I've never betrayed that. She looked down, disappointed. Then it seems there's no hope for you. What do you plan to do with me? He raised his voice a little more, hoping Vitor could hear it clearly. Kill me if I don't surrender Megador. Fight your own son, maybe kill him. She flinched. I don't want to harm you, or Vitor. Then what? Step down, Gilad. Tell Vitor to accept my command. If you do, I promise you can retire wherever you want, however you want, even if it's on Corellia, or in the Alliance somewhere. The only homes I've ever really had were spaceships. You know that. I'm offering you a chance to live out your last years in peace and dignity. You deserve that. It was what Bel Iblis had gotten, and so many other rebel luminaries. Not Imperials, though. No, they always got the violent ends. He felt foolish to have hoped for anything else. He tapped his fingertips twice on the hard surface of the chair arm, signaling Vitor. It would take the captain a few seconds to patch the signal to a new destination, so he took 2 deep breaths, gathered his thoughts, then leaned forward intently and asked a question he didn't want to hear the answer to. M'Gara, who really destroyed those convoys? Turfiner was watching Megador's looming white sword with an almost hypnotic fixation when the comm lieutenant said, General, we're being hailed by Captain Ridge. Captain, the Admiral's son. It took a moment to click. They'd thrown up a jamming field, but at this range, a tight beam ship-to-ship transmission would have been able to get through. Sir, the lieutenant continued, he wishes to speak with you on a private channel. Very well. Fenner's hand went to his breast, where a comlink would have been, but he had no link and no uniform. He was captain in a superstar destroyer and didn't even have good boots. The lieutenant pulled off his headset. Here, sir. Fenner took it and slid it on. He made sure the earpiece was in place and held the tiny microphone close to his mouth. This is General Fenner. Greetings. This is Captain Vitor Ridge. I know who you are. General, I have a transmission you very much need to hear. Fenner frowned. The man had to be playing some kind of trick, but he couldn't imagine what. From whom? From you, and a manner of speaking. I don't understand. Just one moment. There was a click, and then he heard a familiar voice, slightly muffled, saying, It's a simple question. I thought you might know the answer. And why would you think that? Said a second voice, female, Admiral Ridge. Various reasons, Pellaeon said. I had an interesting conversation with Nathal right before you went missing. Fenner knew he should tear this thing off, buzz the Admiral's ready room, and tell her that her prisoner had a transmitting comlink, but he froze. Something in both their voices compelled his attention. And you trust your rebel friends, after all they've done? Not in all things. I'm not fool. However, She said that her asset tracking people would identify the Mon Calamari ship in the recording in a matter of hours. All Mon Cal ships are unique, after all. What does that matter? You said before that you had to adjust your timetable because I was onto the ship. What else did you adjust it for? You think I darted off, pretended to be captured, just to keep you from hearing more of Nathal's lies. I know you'd never believe her. You're not gullible. I thought you just said I'd been conned by my rebel masters. What are you getting at, Gilad? I think you know. There was a long pause. Fenner waited, breathless. When Riaz refused to say any more, Pellaeon did. It took you years to get this ship back into fighting shape. Am I supposed to believe that you finally did it, right when some rogue Alliance fleet starts attacking our ships? There was another pause. Fenner's breath held. It seemed to last forever. Eventually Riaz said, "You can believe whatever you like." He heard a tapping sound, rhythmic, like fingers drumming on a chair arm. Rap, rap, rap. Pellaeon said, "It's the most logical explanation. All the other pieces fit. You knew when and where to intercept the convoys. You could wash away all those ships with a big sweep of turbolaser fire. Didn't you think others would suspect the same thing? One little video can't fool everyone." Rap, rap, rap. Who else knows M'Gara? Does Fenner? The man shuddered at the sound of his name. No, and he's not going to. Rap, rap, rap. Was it your idea, M'Gara? Killing all those innocent people. Was it yours? Rap, rap, rap. No, Riaz said. Fenner could hear the tension strangling her voice. That was Fennick's. What, you're the one who found this ship, aren't you? Fennick's not smart enough. I did. He diverted resources to help me fix it. That's why I went to him in the first place. I don't like Fennick, Gilad. Once I have secure control over the military, I'll get rid of him. What did you want to do with this ship when you found it? I wanted to protect the Empire. Restore it. There is no Empire. Not anymore. All those rebels, they're the ones who won. We're what they say we are, a remnant. One little backward corner of space. Fenner felt his jaw fall slack. Stiffly, Riaz said, "There will always be an empire if people are willing to die to defend it. And if they're willing to slaughter thousands, million, billions. That's the empire of Palpatine and Tarkin. I didn't fight decades to defend that. My son didn't die for it. If we keep going down your path, Gilad, then Minor died for nothing." That revelation barely registered to Fenner. He was still reeling with shock from the last one. Rap, rap, rap. I trusted you once, Pellaeon said. You were going to help me change things. Move us into the future. Rap, rap, rap. Stop that, Riaz snapped. Stop what? That drumming. What are you doing? Is this the future you want for your son, M'Gara? I want him to serve in empires that strong, not some remnant. You want him to rule as the prince of a pathetic hermit kingdom. That's the kind of life you've decided for Vitor. Don't you dare tell me about Vitor. Fenner didn't hear the rest. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder, spun him around. General. His executive officer half shouted. We have incoming. Alarms were starting to go off on the bridge. M'Gara sat where she was, off their starboard. The space to their port had filled up with the frenzy of ships. Over the headset he could hear Riaz say, "Gil. What is that?" "Someone I could trust," the old man said. At the same time, Fenner's tactical officer said, "General, we're getting reading 1-star destroyer, 3 Marauder corvettes, an old Venator class, and..." Fear effect. Someone else shouted, "That's a world devastator." It was exactly that. Pulled from hyperspace by the interdictor, it lurched forward, guarded by a motley array of other ships. One broad furnace shone through the open mouth on the forward end of the rectangular monstrosity, twice the size of an Imperial-class destroyer. Fenner hadn't seen one of them since Selenon. After that battle, there's only been one left. He couldn't remember what he'd heard had happened to it, but somehow, incredibly, someone had brought it here. He'd barely taken it all in when space began to light up with explosions. Fennick wrenched the headset off. "Tactical, tell the fighters to form up on our forward bow. Come, is that ship hailing us?" He looked to the lieutenant, who somewhere found a new headset for himself. The young man was so shocked he could barely speak. "Sir, it says it's chimeras, sir, under Admiral Dalla. They're requesting our immediate surrender." The prowlers had been out for almost an hour without reporting anything unusual, and Abot was starting to lose hope. Just by taking Charak up to the border of Imperial space was a huge risk. Sending the scout ships over the line and into hostile territory put them right on the edge of another war. He had no actual authority to pull back the prowlers, but he was about to make the suggestion to Selu and Eltith when a call came in from one of the scouts. All three of them converged on the tactical station while a flustered-looking lieutenant said, "We're getting incoming data from Prowler 5. Stand by." "How far away is Prowler 5? Asked Abot. An ensign reported, "She went deepest into Imperial space, sir. Pretty much a straight hour shot toward Bastion." Abot and Eltith both glanced at Selu. If anyone was going to order them over the line, it was him. The human asked, "What's our data, Lieutenant?" "Prowler is reporting signs of a gravitational disturbance. Small but very centralized. Deep space, not by any star system." An interdiction field? They all knew. Nobody had to say it. "They're also reporting some heat energy discharges, sirs. They can't tell exactly what, not from that range." "A battle," Abot said. "It was the only possibility." They looked at Selu again. He could see the indecision writ on the human's face, the doubt and the turmoil. Then resolution came to his eyes. Selu said, "Captain Eltith, tell that prowler to hold position. Pull the others back over the border. And tell Helm to plot a course to meet that prowler." There was a tiny important pause. Eltith didn't need to remind Selu what that meant. He simply nodded and said, "Right away, sir." Eltith hurried away. Selu and Abot crouched low over the tactical console. They picked up their heads slowly, and their eyes met. Grave knowledge passed between two old soldiers, but neither said a word. When Pellaeon had put in his call to Admiral Dalla, telling her to track M'Gara's signal and shadow it no matter what, he'd had no idea what tricks the old woman might be ready to pull. He was stunned that she'd found that world devastator. After Selenon, he'd ordered the sole remaining example of the clone Emperor's monstrous IDs to be scrapped at Tracy, but the New Republic had retaken the system before the order could be carried out. He'd simply assumed they'd done the work instead. Seeing that beast was stunning enough, but his attention was immediately grabbed away at the sight of the familiar wedge-shaped battleship now veering down on Judicator. It had taken him a minute to recognize that old ship when M'Gara had been wrestled out of hyperspace, but he needed only a second to recognize his chimera. He had no idea how she'd salvaged it after the fall of Bastion, or where she'd found the resources to fix it up, but his heart swelled at the sight of his old ship, his old home. It gave him hope he sorely needed. Margaret Riage recognized it too, and it turned her face pale, with dread. The woman, now sprung to her feet and staring out the viewport of her ready room, gaped, "My gods, it's Chimera. Gil, what have you done?" He rose with slow purpose from his chair. "I've been recording everything you've said and sending it on a tight beam back to M'Gara. Your son rebroadcasted it to my allies. But we have a jamming field." She sounded more amazed than petulant. "M'Gara has sophisticated equipment. One more tight beam transmission, at a specific target, with audio only. We could do it." Vengeance rocked as the first barrages impacted their ship. Dalla's vessels were still tangling with Judicator and the drag ship, which meant that M'Gara must have opened fire as well. Riage's eyes went wide with the realization that her own son was firing on her. She spun back to Pellaeon. "I should kill you now. I can't prepare for that." Her right hand went to the sidearm clip to her belt, but she didn't take it out. With her left, she pulled out her comlink and thumbed it on. "General Fennick," she snapped, "report." Pellaeon could hear the general's words clearly, even as another impact rattled the ship. "Sir, we're under attack by M'Gara and Admiral Dala." "Dala." Riai spat in disbelief. Her eyes darted to Pellaeon. He simply nodded. "Admiral, Judicator is taking heavy fire. She won't last much longer." "How are our shields holding out?" "They're holding. Batteries are firing, time on target barrages." Pellaeon could see Riaj doing the mental calculations in her head, trying to figure out if this was a battle they could win. "That Devastator is trying to box us in," Fennick said. "Admiral, I don't know if we can flee." "Break hard port, Fennick. Don't let them trap us." "Gladly. We'll be on the bridge shortly. Riaj out." She stuffed her comlink back in her pocket and looked back at Pellaeon. "All right, let's go. You're not going to kill me." "I should." Her grip tightened on the butt of her pistol without pulling it out. "We might hold yet." "Not against Dala and Vitor both. This could end with all of us killed," she snarled. "Imperial slaughtering Imperial. Is that what you wanted?" "I could ask you the same thing. You've already killed hundreds of loyal citizens, and for what? To make us strong again. With vengeance we can be strong. We have 3 superstar destroyers, Gilad. 3 is what we should have had, what we would have had, if not 4, her voice faltered. Her body shook. "If not for Selenon," he said softly, "we could have won that fight. We should have won that fight. I should have." She choked again. "Oh, M'Gara," he shook his head. "You can't find redemption this way." "I don't want redemption." She jerked her pistol free of his holster. For a moment he thought she'd shoot him, but she didn't raise it. "I told you what I want. I can still get it." "No, you can't. We didn't lose Selenon because of you. We lost it because the Republic was smarter, quicker, more adaptable, and we fought on with the same big monsters, like those were enough. M'Gara, you haven't learned anything. You've just fallen for the same trick twice." The deck shuddered again. Pellaeon braced himself against the chair to keep from falling over. "Enough of this," Riaj said, voice hard again. "Come on. Let's go." As the interdictor tried desperately to stay clear of the fighting, Chimera and the old Clone Wars destroyer Valor took Judicator on either flank, unleashed a torrent of turbolaser fire, and finally popped the ship open in a burst of flame. Neither of them stayed long around their victim, as the Marauder corvettes harassed the interdictor. Both old warships pushed ahead and began firing on Vengeance's port flank. The Superstar Destroyer's long body was well made for broadside attacks, but its narrow black tip wasn't enough to deal with head-on assaults. Even as it fought back Dala and M'Gara, Vengeance struggled to bring enough weapons to bear on the World Devastator directly ahead. Its hungry furnace mouth glowed in space as it edged closer and closer to Vengeance's tip, white and ready to devour as much of the ship as possible. It was Selenon all over again. After so many years, it was Selenon all over again. Even as he barked orders to the bridge crew, Turfenner's mind whirred, trying to find purchase in the chaos, trying to find something he could do to make it out of here alive. In the frenzy of combat he understood what had happened. His own selfish desires, call it vainglory, call it misguided patriotism, had led him here, to the side of a mad mass murderer and her desperate attempt to reclaim old glories. Now his own blindness was going to get him killed. "General," the comm officer called, "Cerulean wants to speak with you." Fenner affixed the headset to his ear.
"Go ahead."
"It's getting tight, Asir's voice crackled. "I've sent red and blue to tackle M'Gara's fighter screens. Where should I take gold and silver? Chimera or the Devastator?" "We can't handle Dala. Disable that Devastator if you can." "Understood." They both knew it was damned unlikely, but if someone didn't stop that monstrosity, Vengeance would suffer the same fate as Reaper. Asira, he said, froze. He wanted to ask her what she'd known, if she'd been in on all of Riaj's plot, or if she'd been like him, suckered and conned into complicity with the senseless murder of hundreds of loyal Imperials. "Just go," he said. "Roger. Good luck, Tur." The line clicked off. Fenner turned to the tactical holo and watched as 2 squadrons of TIE defenders plunged toward the Devastator. It didn't seem to have a fighter screen of its own, thankfully, but it was still armed and armored enough to take on 2 star destroyers, to say nothing of 2 fighter squads. They had to try something. He could see no other way of getting out of this mess alive. Even if he tried to surrender, the crew might mutiny. Even if they didn't, he'd have to throw himself at Dala's feet and plead forgiveness for his own catastrophic stupidity. And there was no mistaking their attackers' lethal intent. Dala and Vitor Riaj had already shown their resolve, their willingness to destroy vengeance and kill Pellaeon, assuming the elder Riaj hadn't done so already. Just as he thought it, the 2 of them stumbled onto the bridge, the white-haired man and the gray-haired woman, a pistol in the latter's hand. Riaj's head spun back and forth as she tried to take in everything on the bridge. "Admiral Riaj," Fennick said as he stalked toward her, "they have us boxed in. Can't you break port?" "We're trying, Admiral, but that devastator's almost at our nose." "Intercept it. Smash it." He glanced at Pellaeon. The old Grand Admiral watched the tactical holo with shock and aplomb. "We've just sent have the 181st, but I don't know what they can do." He swallowed, dared to say, "Admiral, this isn't a fight we can win." Riaj snarled and looked at Pellaeon. "You've outfought us, Gil. Is that what you want to hear? Is it?" Pellaeon shook his head sadly. "Surrender, M'Gara, please. End this." "Surrender to who?" "You, Dala. To your son. Enough people have already died because of you. Don't add any more." No one else on the bridge understood the weight of those words, but Fennick did. He could see the desperation on Riaj's face, but also the hesitation. Even now, she was terrified of killing her own son. Before he could say anything, the tactical lieutenant reported, "General, the 181st is taking heavy fire." He blinked, turned away from the 2 old admirals. "Which squads?" "Silver and gold, sir. M'Gara sent a bunch of interceptors to help protect that devastator." "Come," he barked. "Get me a line with Cerulean." As the comm officer worked, he stalked to the front of the bridge and peered out the viewport. He could see, over 10 kilometers away, down at the front end of Vengeance's black spine, the devastator's red mouth open wide to swallow its tip. He saw bursts of explosions as starfighters clashed, saw the flash and strain of Vengeance's forward shields as the first meters of the ship's bow dipped into that fiery maw. "Asira, are you there?" he called, almost shouting, his voice gone hoarse. "Asira." Heavy fire, till her voice cut out in static, then came back. "Trying to hold. We can't." "Pull out," he shouted. "Run. Get to hyperspace and go." I. There was the scream of static and a burst of more explosions around the devastator. The comm line went dead. Frantically, Fennick spun back to the tactical station. "Where's gold and silver squads? Can we track them?" The lieutenant shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir. We've got no signal. They're gone." Fennick staggered, almost fell. More death, more attrition, more good pilots, more good friends, all gone, and for what? All for a stupid delusion. The deck shuddered again as the world devastator swallowed more of Vengeance's hull. Its body was more narrow than Reaper's, but the devastator would get a mouthful soon enough, and when it did, it would blow, and it would take the forward half of Vengeance with it. Apparently Dala was willing to sacrifice it to take out Vengeance. Fennick came to decision he should have the moment Chimera dropped out of hyperspace. It was too late to save Cerulean, but at least he could save himself, and whatever scraps of the 181st were left. "Security," he called. "Arrest Admiral Riaj. Come, hail M'Gara and inform Captain Riaj we surrender." For a moment the entire crew froze in shock. That moment was enough for Riaj to swing up her pistol and point it at Fennick's head. The deck shook. She squeezed the trigger, but her shot went up to the ceiling. The shot kicked everything into motion. 4 stormtroopers encircled her. A 5th stepped in front of Pellaeon to shield him. "Put the weapon down," Fennick barked. They could try stunning her, but Riaj was waving her pistol around erratically. Her next shot could go anywhere. She shifted her weapon to him. You're a traitor. You're all traitors. I'm not the one who slagged our own convoys, killed hundreds of loyal Imperials. The woman stared at him, stunned. So did Pellaeon. Apparently, the decision to let Fennick listen in on that conversation had been Vitoria's move. Suddenly, the deck shook again, even harder than before. 2 of the stormtroopers fell, so did Fennick. Another had to lurch forward to grab Pellaeon before he pitched to the deck. Riage fired off another shot that whipped over the heads of the deck crew and sparked against the inside of the forward viewport. Fennick picked up his head and looked ahead as the last Devastator, jammed to full with Vengeance's bow, tore itself apart. Ifernus' mouth tore apart and flames seemed to spill out. Explosions raced up the Superstar Destroyer's hull, shredding black armor and casting it into space. Crewmen frantically reported that the shields were down, half the weapon batteries down, and M'Gara and Chimera were still firing. The deck shook and lights flickered. Tell them we surrender. Fennick shouted as he lurched to his feet. Do it. Do it now. This time the screw didn't hesitate to comply. He spun around, back toward Riage and Pellaeon. The old woman still had the pistol. She was clutching it to her breast with both hands. 2 standing stormtroopers had their rifles leveled at her but didn't fire. It's over, Fennick rasped. Put down the gun. Riage shook her head wildly. No, you don't understand. I can't fail again. It's over, Pellaeon repeated. M'Gara, please. Just drop the gun and you can see your son again. Oh, Vitor, she gasped. Vitor. There was the harsh sound of a blaster shot, slightly muffled, the whiff of burning and ozone. Then Riage crumpled to the deck. Her blaster clattered to the floor. Thin trails of dark smoke rose from the center of her chest. The bridge went silent. Pellaeon stared in slack-jawed shock. Without the stormtrooper to brace him, he would have fallen. Then the comm officer said, Sir, Captain Riage has accepted our surrender. Salvation took a moment to process. And Dala. He says Dala will comply. The ship still shuddered in death throes. The light still flickered. He turned and looked out the viewport. The bow still smoldered, but no more laser fire lit up the space between Vengeance and the vessel surrounding it. He should have felt relieved. He should have felt something. Instead, he felt hollow, empty, like a walking ghost. He turned back toward Admiral Riage's body, sprawled face up. She wore a shocked expression, even in death. He shifted, looked at Pellaeon. He sagged in the arms of the anonymous stormtrooper. One thin tear trail glistened as it ran down his old and battered cheek. Charak was carefully when it dropped out of hyperspace. The small prowler hung back far enough away from the battle site to avoid detection by all but the most active long-range scanners and the larger cruiser, and turn dropped out just far enough away from the prowler to receive a detailed live feed of its sensor data. It was immediately clear that the battle was already over. Pellaeon must have won, Eltoth said as the 3 senior officers huddled around the tactical console. It's the only explanation. That ship's been halfway destroyed. Can you be sure of that? Abot grunted. All we know is that Vengeance was wrecked. And M'Gara is still in one piece. There's also more debris. Selu's silver eyebrows drew together in concentration. Looks like an Imperial-class destroyer. And something else. Can't tell what they won as yet, Eltoth said. Selu glanced at Abot. What happened to Vengeance, the whole forward half torn up? Doesn't that remind you of something? It most certainly did, but Abot couldn't countenance it. World Devastators hadn't seen action in over 20 years. It had been assumed they were all destroyed. Of course, everyone had assumed Vengeance was gone too, and M'Gara at one time. It was chilling to wonder what other awful legacies of Palpatine might still be lying around over 30 years after his death. There's something new coming in, Eltoth said. More data appeared on the feed. Eltoth drew in breath. A world devastator? Selu muttered. Amazing? It can't be. Abot shook his head. They've ID'd one of the repulsor engines. Eltoth tapped the screen. Those things are hard to mistake. What else could it be? Selu glanced at Abot. Looks like you taught someone a new trick, didn't you? Apparently he had. Abot didn't know how to feel about that. His mind flashed back, not to Selenon, but to those war games in the Annex's system, barely more than a week ago. Pellaeon had sent him personal thanks after that, which he thought unusual but nothing more. But as he looked at the Prowler's sensor feed, he realized that Pellaeon's surprise pincer movement against Guardian had recalled something of his own against Reaper. The destruction of vengeance, here in this lonely corner of space, had replicated Reaper's death in a more accurate and more violent way. In a way, it was all rather humbling. Pellaeon learns from his mistakes, Abot said. That's what makes him different from all the other Imperials. What? Who was on vengeance? Eltoth asked. Someone important must have found that ship, fixed it up, coordinated all those convoy attacks. Selu and Abot exchanged looks. The human said, I don't want to risk getting closer, and I definitely don't want to try hailing them, not when they've got everything well in hand. We'll have to wait for the formal Imperial statement on all of this. What could they possibly say to explain everything? Abot asked. I have no idea. Selu shook his head. They're still Imperial though, so I'm sure we won't get the whole truth. Abot wanted to know everything that had happened there, but he knew he never would. It will be hard, walking back from everything that's happened in the past few days. Pellaeon believes in the Alliance, Selu said firmly. He'll make it work. Abot couldn't argue with the surety in the human's eyes. He was surprised to find an echo of it in himself. The old Dornane had never been part of the Rebel Alliance, and had joined and left the New Republic and the Galactic Alliance after it, on his own timing and his own terms. He never thought himself as committed to the idea of one sprawling galactic union as men like Selu and Pellaeon, but as he looked at the sensor feed from the Prowler, at the awful destruct iron brought by and upon a secret clan of die-hard Imperials, he found himself wishing them, and their Galactic Alliance, a long and stable future. It was probably the only way to keep such a futile debacle from happening again, on an even larger scale. Such a waste, Eltoth muttered. The two old generals nodded, understanding the captain's words better than he did himself. Eltoth looked at them both. Well, what do we do now? I want to get well clear of this place, Selu said. Have Helm plot us a course back to Alliance space. And the Prowler? Selu considered. We should keep it here for now. There's no telling what else we might pick up. Tell them to hold their position until further notice. Gladly, sir. As Eltoth moved off to relay orders, Selu and Abot stared at one another, faces underlit by the glow of the tactical display. Thank you for coming along on this crazy mission, General, Selu said. I know it wasn't what you wanted, or planned on. You didn't either. You've nothing to apologize for. Still, I'm sorry if you feel like you keep on getting roped into somebody else's problem. Selu tried a light smile. Abot thought on the Empire, the Yavetha, the US Hinvong, on Dornia, Selenon and Arinda, Bovenire, and Zoth, Rathalay, Jindine, this lonely track of space. Grimly, he said, it seems to be our calling. Selu nodded. On that, at least, they understood each other very well. He suspected Pellaeon did too. They were all old men. It took hours to evacuate surviving personnel off Vengeance. It would take weeks more to scrap what was left of the old warship. Few of his crew put up resistance as they were shuttled to Megador's hangar bay and kept under armed guard. Despite the stress and awful loss of the past few hours, Vitor Riaj did an admirable job coordinating the retrieval and lockdown of all those thousands of people. Once that task was done, he flew to Chimera to speak with Nadasidala and Gilad Pellaeon. It was not the homecoming Pellaeon had wanted or even expected, but he did find some solace on being aboard Chimera again. Its tight, familiar halls bespoke of an intimacy he'd never gotten from massive vessels like Reaper or Megador. Unlike those ships, as devoted to Imperial vainglory as they were to actual peacekeeping, there was a heart to the ship, a heart that beat with his own. Still, Chimera's familiar captain's quarters did little to soothe the hurt inside him now. You shouldn't feel ashamed of it, Gil, Dala said as she carried 2 tumblers full of Jorian brandy and placed them on the low table between their chairs. I never suspected her either. You were monitoring the whole thing, were you? Pellaeon took the tumbler between 2 hands, felt its cool, smooth glass beneath his palms, but didn't drink. I listened to your dialogue on vengeance, if that's what you mean. I mean, the convoy attacks, all of it. Were you following all of that? Yes, but like I just said, I had no idea that Riej was behind it. She always seemed more reasonable than that. I thought she was. I thought the 2 of us could change the Empire, together. He tipped back the tumbler and took his first drink. He savored the burn in his throat. You trusted her for a long time, didn't you? It was more than trust, Pellaeon allowed, but said nothing more. He never told Dala about Minor, and he certainly had never told her about his brief, long-ago passion with a young female captain desperate to prove herself. She was always one to blame herself, Pellaeon muttered. He looked down into his glass, tilted it, watched light slide across the brandy's amber surface. She thought what happened to Reaper was her fault, you know. She carried it for all those years. Our little maneuver must have brought back the worst memories, Dala said, not without pride. I should have realized it. Should have seen it. Done something. She leaned forward. Riej made her own choices, Gilad. If they were bad ones, the fault is hers, not yours. He sighed and took another drink. He swallowed and said, An admiral is responsible for the actions of every man and woman under his command. Riej was an admiral too. Her actions, her choice, her fault. Dala said firmly. She stared at him for a moment, hard, then sighed and took a drink from her glass. You've always tried to take too much on yourself too. Pellaeon took another drink. He swallowed and looked down into his glass. 1 mouthful left. He was already getting lightheaded. Back when he was younger, he could have downed half a bottle of the stuff and still reported for reveille and morning exercises the next day. It's good to see you, Inadecy, he said. Good to know there's a few left I can trust. Likewise, Gil. Dala lifted her glass in a silent toast. There was a buzzing at the door. Pellaeon placed his glass on the table, tugged his uniform straight, and said, Enter. As expected, it was Vitor Riej who came through the door. Pellaeon had barely talked to the young man since his mother's death. He wore an officer's stoic mask over his face as he took in the 2 old admirals seated across from each other. Thank you for joining us, Captain, Dala said. I'll get you a drink. To Pellaeon's surprise, Vitor didn't object. He dropped into the 3rd seat at the table and took the glass of brandy from Dala. She poured a little more into Pellaeon's glass and returned to her chair. Well, Captain, she said, what have you to report? All crew from Vengeance have been contained on Megador, he said. There's only a skeleton crew, our people, holding the ship together now. We'll have to scrap it, Pellaeon said. And good riddance. A tight smile played on Dala's lips. Such a waste, though, fixing up a ship like that. A pretty ship, only for it be destroyed so soon. You've always liked your star destroyers, Black, my derricker. There was something else, sir, Riej said. Go on. I didn't notice this during the battle, sir, but Megador sensor techs reported it afterward. They picked up what they believed to be a spacecraft of some kind on the far edge of our sensor zone. Dala frowned. Was someone watching the battle? Perhaps. It seems to have shown up right when the fight started and left maybe an hour later. Can we tell what kind? It was too far away. I'm sorry. Dala glanced at Pellaeon. What do you think, Gilad? Whose was it? The possibilities are endless, he muttered. It could have been more of Malgren's people, shadowing the real fight, but somehow he doubted it. Fennick's, perhaps, but he trusted Ardif to make sure all the moth's property was impounded and painstakingly examined. If it didn't turn out to be Fennick, it could have been a watcher from the Alliance who crept over the border after picking up the flare of battle. Surprisingly, that possibility worried him the least. We can figure that out later, Pellaeon said. For now, Vitor, congratulations on a job well done. Please, have a drink. Riej took a sip of brandy and coughed into his hand. My, Dala said. Gilad, haven't you taught this young man to drink? My capacity isn't what it was, Pellaeon said. Captain, what about Yagominer? I did as you said, sir. I transmitted the complete recording from Vengeance over to Dominion. Captain Ardiv just reported back. Colonel Fennick has been placed under arrest. Excellent, Pellaeon nodded. I look forward to his trial. What kind of trial? Dala raised an eyebrow. Something succinct and well choreographed that makes sure everyone knows whose idea it was to start destroying our own convoys. Execution, Riaj asked. Quite likely. Didn't he try to shoot you once? Dala asked. You should have had him spaced right there. He should have, but at the time it had seemed like a necessary mercy to keep the Moth Council on his side. If he had killed Fennick at that time, then it was possible Vengeance would never have been recovered, and that M'Gara and Riaj would never have thrown herself away on some last desperate attempt to revive dead glories. He couldn't let his thoughts stray down that path. It would ruin him. He took another sip of brandy and savored more burn. What about Fennick? Riaj asked. We have him locked in solitary right now. I'll have to consider, Fennick, Pellaeon muttered. He'd barely thought of that man at all. Cautiously, Riaj asked, will Moff Fennick be set to take the entire blame, sir? Pellaeon sighed, took another drink. His head was swimming a little now, maybe too much. He looked at Dala and said, Nadisi, can you please excuse us? Of course. She rose to her feet. I'm sure I can busy myself on the bridge. Thank you. After she slipped out the door, Pellaeon forced himself to focus his attention on young Riaj. He stared at that face, shaped in many ways like his mother's. He wondered whether, if he searched long enough, he could find his own features there. They'd been more obvious on Minor, because mother and father had been so different in appearance, but on Riaj it was harder to tell. Curiosity passed quickly. He discovered that, more than ever, he didn't want to know. Minor and Helena were both long gone. Now M'Gara joined them. He didn't want to know. He didn't want to let Riaj deeper into his heart, knowing how much pain he'd already caused the man. At last he asked, Did you link Fennick to my conversation with your mother? Riaj blinked. It clearly wasn't what he'd been expecting. He said, Yes, sir. I did. I'm sorry for not asking you. It just came to me when I started patching in the transmission to Dala. You don't have to apologize for anything. It might have saved my life. I know it saved a lot of other ones. Riaj shifted in his chair. Sir, what will you say about my mother? It was a decision Pellaeon didn't have to think about. He decided it on Vengeance's bridge as he stared down at the smoking self-inflicted hole in her chest. We'll say that she died in service of the Empire, and we'll remember her as such. Then you may. Fennick can't take the blame for everything. We'll arrange the trial that way. There are, in the end, advantages to being a despot. As for your mother, I want to give her a hero's funeral. Riaj considered that. I'm glad, sir. But after what my mother did, does she deserve it? Riaj nodded. Pellaeon sighed. His brandy tempted him, so he placed the glass down on the table and held Vider's eye. No, she doesn't. But we'll give it to her anyway, because of all she's given us. Your mother devoted her life to the Empire service. She gave too much, I think. She tried too hard, and she couldn't allow herself to change. I know, sir. For the first time, Riaj's voice trembled. He blinked wetness from his eyes and said, I want you to know, sir, that I had nothing to do with my mother's actions. I had no idea that. Pellaeon held up a hand. I know, Vitor. Believe me, I know. Riaj looked down at his lap. I should have been able to do something. I know, Pellaeon said. It was a burden they'd have to keep carrying, the two of them, until their days were done. It was an awful thing to share, but a small part of him felt glad to be able to share it with someone. After a long silence, Riaj picked up his head and asked, Where do we go now? Forward, Pellaeon said. Where we should have been going, all this time. Fennick had no idea how long he'd been sitting in his cell when Pellaeon finally came. He made no effort to keep track of time, He felt lost in an empty nothing, without past or future, too tired even to regret the stupid path that had brought him here. When Pellaeon stepped into his cell, he merely stared down at the man sitting on his bunk. Fennick stared up and didn't rise. Eventually Pellaeon said, "I suppose I should thank you." Fennick didn't say a thing. Pellaeon had a history of unwarranted acts of mercy. He wasn't sure if he wanted or deserved one. "Admiral Ria just assured me you were brought into this mess at the last minute," Pellaeon continued. "But then, I understand you heard all of that." "I had no idea what she'd been doing." His voice scraped in his throat. Pellaeon nodded his head slightly. "I see no reason to disbelieve you. Nonetheless, even if you didn't know about the convoy attacks, you still willingly took part in an attempt to overthrow the legitimate government of the Galactic Empire." Fennick didn't deny it. He stared up, waiting for his sentence. At the same time, he went on, "You did agree to surrender vengeance. And you did attempt to restrain Admiral M'Gara when you realized the extent of her crimes. I wish I succeeded." "Believe me," Pellaeon said, "so do I." Fennick could hear the grief in his voice. Riaj had long been a Pellaeon loyalist, apparently a personal friend. Her betrayal and death must have hurt the old man very deeply. As he stared up at the face, all the decades of hurt etched in his weary lines, Fennick recalled a snippet of conversation between him and Riaj. He recalled the mention of a son, Minor. It wasn't the rarest name, but as he looked at Pellaeon now, he remembered the Admiral's inquiries into Minor Devis, the small requests, the word passed down that the Admiral had taken an unaccountable shine to the brash pilot. Of course, Minor, too, was dead. As he stared up at that face, Fennick thought he understood just a tiny bit more of the pain so many decades of warfare had wrought on the Admiral. He'd never understand it all, but he did understand a little more. "I'm sorry, sir," he rasped, "for everything." Riaj made her own choices, Pellaeon said. He didn't understand Fennick, just like Fennick didn't really understand him, but it had always been that way. It was part of the reason Fennick had never truly felt at home in Pellaeon's Imperial remnant, but only a part. "How many from the 181st survived?" he asked. "Overall, 15 pilots." Fennick's chest tightened. 15 pilots out of 4 dozen. It was a sickening, awful end to the career of such an illustrious unit. "What will happen to the remaining pilots?" he asked. "I'm not certain yet. The complicity of individual members of Vengeance's crew will be determined over time. If absolved, they'll be reassigned. So this is the end of the 181st. For now, perhaps. Maybe another unit will deserve its name someday. But not now." Fennick felt as though he'd been robbed of everything, his legacy, and past both. He never thought he'd live to see the day when the 181st dissolved. Even though his involvement in Riaj's coup attempt had ultimately been a Cirrus Aurelian's doing, he couldn't help but feel responsible. "Colonel Fennick has been placed under arrest," Pellaeon said. "He will be tried and executed for his role in all this." Now they came to it finally. "And me, sir?" Pellaeon stared down at him like he hadn't really made up his mind yet. Finally, the old man said, "For everything you've done, good and bad, I think you deserve a reprieve." Fennick blinked. "What does that mean?" "You will not be tried and punished. However, I will make certain that all the glamours and privileges of your past rank are revoked. No more ceremonies, no more honor guards, nothing." Laughter rattled Fennick's chest. "Do you think I care about those things? That I'll miss them?" Pellaeon tilted his head slightly, as though he was curious to know what Fennick cared about in the end. Fennick sighed. "What I cared about is already gone. It's not coming back. I thought it might, when I saw Vengeance sitting in space, but I was wrong. I was wrong, and you were right this whole time." Pellaeon didn't look satisfied. "What will you do?" He sighed again and looked down at his hands. "I don't think I belong in the Empire anymore. I might have to look somewhere else." "Such as?" "I have no idea," Fennick said. He laughed despite himself. After all this time, after everything he'd done, he felt free, maybe for the first time in his life. It was a dizzying, awful, empty feeling. He picked up his head and looked up at the Admiral. Maybe I wander for a spell. See what else is out there. I knew a man once. He did the same thing. I think it worked out for him in the end. Pellaeon nodded. Maybe he understood the reference to Baron Fell. Maybe he didn't. For Fenner's part, he finally felt a bit closer to understanding the man he'd admired and trusted so long ago. If he'd gained nothing else from all of this, well, at least he had that. The funeral for M'Gara and M'Gara was held on Bastion, 1 week after the battle between M'Gara and Vengeance. By that time, Imperial news networks had firmly set down their version of the story, one which the Alliance did not find cause to argue. According to the official line, Moth Quell and Fennick has orchestrated the convoy attacks in hopes of resparking hostels between the Alliance and the Empire. Fennick had been famously hawkish, and the assertion was very believable. When his execution had been announced, few argued. Those other moths on the council, eager to fill the power vacuum he left behind, seemed happiest to see him go. It had also been announced that M'Gara and M'Gara had been killed in service of the Empire. The exact circumstances were never explicitly stated, but it was announced that she'd be given a hero's funeral on the Imperial capital. Dignitaries from other galactic governments were invited, and so they came. Tycho Selchu was among them. He arrived at Bastion as the highest-ranking member of the Alliance military. A few other foreign representatives were also present, including Admiral Boss from Hapes and Dinjax Templar from Corellia. But all in all, Riage's funeral was a much more sparse and somber thing than that of Garm Bel Iblis. Tycho thought it was appropriate. Riage had, after all, been an Imperial through and through, a Pellaeon loyalist, but still an Imperial, and she'd never shown much eagerness to cooperate with other governments in the Alliance's still awkward coalition. The ceremony was held in a convocation hall draped in black and white Imperial banners. Soldiers in dress uniform crowded the bleachers rising on either side of the main floor. A brass band and drum corps played a fitting dirge as they marched in with a closer black casket and carried it to the front podium. The pomp and splendor, funereal as it was, made Tycho recall his time at the Imperial Naval Academy, a long lifetime ago. It seemed unchanged in all that time. Grand Admiral Pellaeon gave the speech, of course. Out to one side, Tycho noticed a young man with captain's bars on his chest. That itself was unremarkable, but he recognized the face from his latest intelligence briefing. It belonged to Vitor Riage, captain of M'Gara, and son of the deceased. I had the privilege of knowing M'Gara and Riage for over 30 years, Pellaeon said. She was joined the crew of Chimera 3 months before the Battle of Endor. Young, capable female officers were a rarity then, more so than now, but I could tell from the first time I saw her that she had the drive to succeed. I admired that very much about her. I knew she had what it takes to serve the Empire. She was at Endor, and saw what we lost that day. She was witness to many other battles in our long war to survive. She was Bilbringi, and Baez, and she was at Selenin, which I think weighed on her most of all. Pellaeon paused, looked down at his podium. He seemed to waver, as though something heavy was on his shoulders, but then he picked his head up and said, time and again, the Empire has been plagued by those who claim to be the next great leader who will restore us to our rightful glory. As I'm sure you know, so many of those men have been false prophets, driven only by their own egos, their own insatiable lust for riches and power. Quell and Fennick was only the most recent in that dishonorable line. That the Empire still remains unified today, after all their efforts of her own to despoil it is, I believe, the ultimate testament to the endurance of the Imperial ideal of peace and security for all. M'Gara and Riage was different from those men. She was a servant. She was a patriot. She was a friend. And his voice wavered again, I will miss her very much. Thank you. He stepped down. There was a short pause, where all the assembled officers looked between each other as if to ask, is that it? Then Vitor Riage started clapping, and everyone else fell in to join him. Pellaeon took his seat next to Riage and didn't clap. He didn't say a word. Tycho stared at his face from his spot in the stands far away, but he couldn't read a thing. After the ceremony, The coffin was loaded into a speeder that led the processional to the Imperial military cemetery on the outskirts of the capital. Green hills rolled forever under the sun. Simple white stone pillars, each one a meter high, stuck out of the ground at half-meter intervals. There must have been millions of them. The sight staggered Tycho. He'd seen even bigger military cemeteries in Alliance space, but he'd never once been to an Imperial one. He couldn't help but wonder how many of these men he fought, how many he personally killed. The funeral crowd, far smaller than what had been at the convocation hall, followed the speeder to an open grave. Pellaeon and M'Gara stood at his head while the soldiers took out the coffin and placed it in the ground. Pellaeon and M'Gara dropped handfuls of soil into the pit. And that was that. A queue formed in front of M'Gara and Pellaeon, mostly Imperial officers giving brief condolences. Tycho lingered until the line reached full length, then inserted himself at the very end. He waited patiently as he shuffled along. By the time he reached the grave, M'Gara had stepped away. Pellaeon was still there, though, and his tired eyes lit up in recognition when he saw Tycho. "I heard you were coming," the Admiral said as he clasped Tycho's hands between his own. "Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. I just wanted to give your friend the respect she deserved." "Yes, of course." Pellaeon's smile wavered. Lowering his voice, Tycho said, "I also hope I was able to be helpful to you in the end." He didn't doubt Pellaeon took his meaning, but the old Admiral stared at his face, examining it, for almost half a minute before replying, "You were most helpful, General. I mean, you're dead. I think you already paid it, putting a stop to things before they got out of control." He wondered if he'd given too much away. Every sensor log from Charak and her prowlers had been shared with Nathal and Kalinda, but the information was still highly classified. Not even Pellaeon should have been able to see it. Of course, he could have known some other way. But in the end, Pellaeon didn't ask questions. He simply gave Tycho's hands another squeeze and said, "We should call it even and forget everything." "That sounds very good to me, Admiral." He looked down at the grave. "I'm sure you've heard this a lot today, but I am sorry about Admiral M'Gara. I know she was one of your best." "Thank you." Pellaeon put on a smile. "I know it must be hard, for a man in your position, to find someone who's as loyal as she was. There's no replacing her." Pellaeon's voice cracked. He looked away. "I'm sure there isn't." Tycho withdrew his hands, let them fall to his side. "When you get back to the Corps, sir, I'll be waiting." "Thank you, my General. Your trust means more than you can ever know." Tycho smiled, bowed his head slightly, and started walking. He got close to the speeder he'd ridden on, now filling up with mourners ready to be taken back to the city. Tycho paused and turned for one last look at the plot in the mourners. He lingered for a moment, watching Pellaeon's white back and white head as the old man stood sentinel over the grave. Then he turned and walked away.